Hello, Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you very much for being here. A couple days late, but I wanted to get these out to you as soon as possible. This is your predictive reading for the month of February 2026. Keep in mind, it's a collective general reading. You know the drill. As the messages come through today, just take the ones that fit, how they fit, leave the ones that don't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it's meant for someone else. If you're not sure what your placements are, because I do encourage you to watch your Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as your Venus placements, but if you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Tapping into the Aries collective now for Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Aries need to know for February 2026? What do they need to know for the month of February? Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Two of Swords. In the top row, we have the Ten of Pentacles. We have the Page of Pentacles, and we have the Seven of Pentacles. Flanking your Two of Swords is the Six of Cups and the King of Cups. And in the bottom row, we have the Seven of Cups, we have the Ace of Cups, and we have the Nine of Pentacles. At the bottom of the deck here is a little sneak peek now into March. I can't believe I'm saying that already. But we have the Hanged Man, we have the Three of Cups, and we have the Ace of Wands. And that then leaves the Page of Swords, the Eight of Pentacles, Wheel of Fortune here to the Nine of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Interesting. I want to make sure you can see most of these cards on the camera. Okay, I think you can see most of them. Okay, let's clarify this now with the After Tarot deck. If you've seen these readings before, this deck has slightly different images as well as different meanings, but we'll go through them as necessary. Let's clarify this here, please, for the Aries collective. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the month of February 2026. We are clarifying the Ten of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, Seven of Pentacles, Six of Cups, Two of Swords, King of Cups, Seven of Cups, Ace of Cups, and the Nine of Pentacles. Interesting that I'm reading for a fire sign, and we have no fire on the table as of yet. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ten of Pentacles is being clarified by the Two of Cups. The Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Knight of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the Hierophant. The Six of Cups is clarified by the Queen of Wands. The Two of Swords is clarified by the Two of Pentacles. The King of Cups is clarified by the Hanged Man, which we see there again in March. The Seven of Cups is clarified by the Nine of Swords. The Ace of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Swords. And the Nine of Pentacles is clarified by the Six of Swords. Sneak peek now into March. Wheel of Fortune, that has shown itself twice now for the month of March. The Knight of Swords, we have Temperance, and that leaves the Nine of Pentacles, Five of Cups, Five of Pentacles, Ten of Cups here at the bottom of the deck. If you're an Aries watching this and you have had difficulty, and I don't know how long the difficulty has been going on, for some of you up to the last 2 years, there's been a difficulty in respect to leaving a comfort zone. And it's not so much that there's been a difficulty in leaving a comfort zone. There's been a difficulty in just making the decision, do I want to leave this comfort zone? And I don't know what that comfort zone is for you. I don't know what that Hierophant is for you. A situation, environment, connection, a job, an industry you're in. But let's start off the reading, then I'll let you know why I'm being guided that way towards that message. But in the heart of your spread is the Two of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. And this seems to be your overall energy for the month of February. Now, it doesn't mean that you are indecisive or you have monumental decisions to make across the board, you know, in every area or aspect of your life. But there is one very crucial or critical decision here that you need to make. It's been weighing heavy on you emotionally. It has to do with your security, because this is being clarified here by the Two of Pentacles. And there's a decision here that you're needing to make about whether or not you want to leave a comfort zone. In the After Tarot deck, this individual is choosing to leave the comfort zone. They're walking towards this ship that has come in, very similar to what we see when the ship comes in the Three of Wands. So I don't think that you are fully leaving or extracting yourself from the situation, environment, connection here. But it appears that in the month of February, your decision is made. In the top row, we have the Ten of Pentacles to the Two of Cups. We have the Page of Pentacles to the Knight of Pentacles, and we have the Seven of Pentacles to the Hierophant. I almost want to work backwards here for you. The Seven of Pentacles to the Hierophant. there's an institution in your life, could be a marriage, could be a job, a community group, a political organization, a religious belief. There's something here that has been part of your structure and your foundation for quite some time. And you seem to be struggling in the Seven of Pentacles energy. This is my like, is the juice worth the squeeze card? And so there's a feeling here of, I don't know if I want to continue giving to this or conforming to this or believing this or existing in this partnership. If it is a partnership for some of you, it may not be. It could be a job or, like I said, a living environment. But there is something here about wondering, am I giving to something that will not bear the fruit that I initially thought it would bear? Or does this is still align with me and where I want to go in my life? And so there seems to be this slow progression here towards making a decision. The Ten of Pentacles to the Two of Cups. I think for a lot of you, this has to do with a partnership, but you can claim that as professional, platonic, or romantic. But this seems to be a connection here in your life that you have invested a lot into. Now, it could mean that you have spent a lot of years training to be in this job or acquiring the education to fulfill this role. For others of you, this could be a long-term committed partnership, whether marriage is involved or not. And for others of you, I mean, that Hierophant could be like a lease or, again, a place that you've lived in. But the feeling I get here is there's a partnership here, professional, platonic, or romantic, that you have known for a long time or you have invested in for a long time, you have worked with for a long time, or maybe you even have some financial resources built up or accumulated with this individual. It could be a family member or a spouse for you. And the Page of Pentacles to the Knight of Pentacles, you've been very slow when it comes to crystallizing a decision about whether or not you want to continue investing or staying in or dealing with or upholding, possibly upholding some kind of contractual obligation that you have with that Hierophant energy. Flanking your Two of Swords to the Two of Pentacles is the Six of Cups to the Queen of Wands. Now, this is interesting because this is you, whether you're masculine or feminine. And it's almost like you are reviewing this, again, situation, environment, or connection that has been in your life for quite some time. There's some nostalgic feelings. However, Queens for me and Tarot exist in the present based upon the experiences they've had with their respective card suit. And so you seem to be sitting here presently looking back at the history of this particular connection. And although there are some fond memories here, you don't know, Hangman to the King of Cups is flanking the other side of this, if you want to continue emotionally investing in whatever this is, or is this even emotionally satisfying to you anymore? And now in the bottom row, we have the Seven of Cups to the Nine of Swords. So at some point, and it's going to happen at a different point of the month for all of you because you're all individuals, but in terms of a collective reading, at some point in the month of February, you will be slaying any doubts, fears, insecurities, or anxieties you have about making this decision. So whatever's been holding you back here, time served, money invested, I've known this person for a long time, I could be married to them. Again, whatever it is for you, there are doubts, fears, and insecurities when it comes to leaving behind the situation, environment, or connection. I see you slaying in the After Tarot deck, this individual is using the Ace of Swords, their truth, standing in their authenticity, and slaying those eight swords of doubts, fears, and anxieties. And then the Ace of Cups to the Seven of Swords tells me you will be creating a plan. It's a strategic plan here to move towards something new. The new job, the new situation, going from married to single. Again, I don't know how this pertains to you individually, but there's something here that you are creating a plan, and it's almost like you're hoping, some of you, okay, are hoping to not get caught while creating this plan. In other words, you've been at this job a long time and you're now looking for another position, but maybe you don't want the boss to know just yet that you're looking for another job, or maybe you're even inquiring about whether or not you can work for a competitor. There's something like this here at foot or at play, and I get the feeling here like I don't want to get caught. So I don't want to get caught creating a plan to leave this person or to exit this living situation or close out this lease earlier than I should or earlier than I'm obligated to. And I say this because in the After Tarot deck, this person's like looking back, wanting to make sure like they don't get caught leaving with these swords, but there is a trap here set for them. So Careful to not get caught, and careful to not be like tripped up during this process. Again, I don't think that you're fully exiting whatever this is, but you are strategizing it. And it's almost like whoever it is that you're leaving, you don't want them to know that you're leaving. And then we have the Nine of Pentacles to the Six of Swords. And this is the feeling of creating that plan or strategy so you can move on from whomever, whatever this is, and become single, free, or independent. So, I mean, I could be speaking to an Aries where you work at a company, you've been there a long time, you feel a sense of loyalty, but either you want to go work for a competitor or you feel it necessary to maybe even develop your own business. That's quite possible. Queen, King of Wands, typically the entrepreneurs. And so you could be torn here, like, oh, I've worked at this place for so long, I've learned so much from these people, and now I am fixing to go about on my own and create my own business, which in some sense would leave me being like a competitor to them. So there could be something like that. Like maybe you're a realtor and you're thinking about leaving the agency and going out on your own as a realtor, like an independent realtor or an independent contractor. For others of you, you are creating a plan to leave a long-term committed partnership. Could be a family member, could be your spouse or a significant other that you either have known a long time, or like I said, they're part of your family. And for some of you, you may have money tangled up with this individual, but you appear to be making a decision to move on from them. And your plan here seems to be to create a plan or strategy on how you can effectively do that. We see you in the month of March, very happy about this new plan or idea that you have crafted or created in your mind. But with the Hangman energy, I don't see you moving forward on it just yet. So February seems to be the decision. March seems to be satisfied with yourself about the decision and starting to get creative and happy about whatever this future pathway is for you. But I still see you a little resistant to move forward. And I just feel like you're data collecting here in the Page of Swords. And it could be Page of Swords to the Eight of Pentacles. Like this is when you're getting serious to like save money or learn everything you need to learn to launch the business, or you're putting out your applications and resumes and you're just waiting for the ideal job to land. Could be saving your money to leave your spouse. There's something like that here at play. And then we see the Wheel of Fortune, the Knight of Swords, and Temperance. And this is almost like the feeling in March here is when I'm ready, I will move. I'm preparing. And when I'm ready, I will move, because Temperance is holding back the Knight of Swords. So you're not quite yet ready to move on from whomever or whatever this is for most of you in the month of March. But you still have your eye on that Nine of Pentacles, becoming single, free, and independent. And you're starting to look at other soulmates, other professional soulmates, legal soulmates. It could be another lover for some of you. Maybe you're contemplating leaving one person for another. That's quite possible, but you're definitely eyeing a new connection here because you're deciding to walk away from this one. So again, I don't see any big moves as of yet. Please don't allow tarot to dictate what you do with your life, but in general, as a collective, it just seems like decision, planning, strategizing, being happy with the plan, looking forward to the plan, but not yet quite executing it. So we might actually see that more from you in April, May, or June. We'll know as we get closer to those months. So, oh, I do the Kippers last, sorry. So let's get you some Oracle cards, and then we're going to close it out with the Kippers. And I feel like for someone watching, you made this decision in the past, but then like you reversed it for whatever reason. Maybe you felt like it wasn't the time, or you didn't have enough money, or maybe you wanted to learn more if you're like changing jobs or something like that. Because I recall doing a reading for Aries and it was like the decision is made. And I think that only resonated with like a small percentage of you. There was a group of you that you have moved on. I interact with you. I see your comments. I email with several of you. And so some of you, you're already past this phase. But there's a larger percentage of the Aries collective where you made the decision and then for some reason you decided to stay put where you're currently at. So let's get you some Oracle cards here. One Oracle card here for that top row, one for the middle, and one for the last row, please, for the Aries collective. Thank you. I don't know if that was a flipper. Let me try that one again. It didn't flip over. Almost did. For the middle row, thank you. Okay. And for this last row. Okay, you got two. We will take them. In the top row, you have let go of guilt, and this could be what's tied up here, right? I'm leaving this company to go work for someone else, or to go work for a competitor, or I'm leaving them to establish my own business, or I'm leaving this person or this marriage that has been in my life for a long time, or I'm deciding to separate from a family member. You could feel like the two of you are no longer aligned. But yeah, there's a feeling here of guilt. The source is saying to let go of that guilt. You then have God as your source. So everything you need is supplied by the infinite source of God. So if you're looking for the new job, the new inspiration, the money, the clarity of mind, whatever it is that you need in the month of February in order to make this decision, make sure that you call that in for yourself. And then you have dreams of abundance and pay yourself first. And this kind of goes along with like the letting go of guilt, right? And putting yourself first in terms of like paying yourself first. This is putting yourself first. And that dream of abundance that you have is possible, but you need a practical plan to execute it. And it looks like that is what you're creating here, or will begin to create in the month of February. I'm being told to clarify the Hierophant. I never do that while I'm in the middle of the Oracle card. So let me draw these for you first. Then we're going to clarify the Hierophant. I also want to get an idea of where you're headed. Can I get one card here for the top row? One card here for the center row. And one card here for the final row. Okay, thank you. You have magic manifesting. Your dreams, visions, and goals are becoming a reality. Stay focused. Remember what I said. If you need to ask for the clarity of mind, be sure to ask for that. You then have inner strength. Move back to wholeness. Recognize that you have the power. I think this is what you're doing in this Queen of Wands energy. It also takes a lot of strength, right? When we're trying to make a decision to leave a comfort zone of sorts, or something or someone who's been in our life for a long time. And then you also have prayer and contemplation. Connect with heaven, ask and you shall receive. And again, whatever it is here that you need to move forward in your journey. And it could even be just like letting go of the guilt. Again, I would just ask Source to help you with that. Let me clarify that Seven of Pentacles, and then I'll clarify the Hierophant. Seven of Pentacles here for the Aries collective. Seven of Pentacles here for the Aries collective. Okay. I just heard it's a mess. It's a mess. So you might think that this is messy to move away from. You have the Moon, the Six of Wands, the Magician, and the Lovers. Oh my. So you've been thinking about leaving this situation, environment, or connection for another for a long time. You've been almost dreaming or fantasizing what life would be like in another job, or as your own business owner, or again, in another situation, another living environment, possibly even with another person. At the bottom of that Page of Swords. Clarify the Hierophant. You've also been keeping to yourself that you do want victory. Oof, that's not a cross-watcher reading. You want victory in moving on from this individual. In other words, if I move on from the situation, environment, or connection, I want to make sure that it's a good decision. And that might be part of the reason why you haven't moved away from whomever, whatever this is, because you don't want to make a hasty decision, or, you know, you don't want to leave something thinking the grass is greener on the other side, and then you find out that it isn't. So there's something here. There's a twofold message there. One, I no longer want to invest in this. I'm dreaming of investing elsewhere. I'm manifesting the ability to invest elsewhere. I'm keeping it to myself. And I also hope that I'm making the right decision here. I'm hoping that this is victorious. But again, it's all kept under the surface, hidden to the moon. So whoever that individual is, the soulmate, whoever they are, they're not aware that you're contemplating moving on from them. Clarify the Hierophant here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Swords to the Page of Swords. The King of Swords. And that Seven of Pentacles again. Bottom of the deck, Five of Pentacles. Five of Pentacles, Eight of Pentacles. There's that Seven of Cups. So there's confusion and there's worry. And a lot of you, your concern is financial. Like, if I leave this job for another job, will I really be financially better off at the other place? If I leave this established company to go become an independent contractor of sorts, or open up my own business, is that the right decision? Am I going, you know, to make the same or more money than I made with this situation? If this is in terms of a partnership, like a love partnership or a marriage, you're seeing things very clearly that you want to move on from it. So in the month of February, your decision here is made that you no longer want to invest in this. You still communicate with whomever this is, but communication is light. If this is a marriage or a long-term connection, you have friend zoned this person. If this is like the boss at work that used to go out and hang out with, and you're not doing it anymore, you're just, this is on the surface. I'm showing up for my obligations because I have to, because I've invested pentacle resources here because I have an obligation. But there's definitely no true harmony or alignment between you and whomever this is. Okay. Definitely not a cross-watcher reading. Tell me about this Ace of Cups. Tell me about the Ace of Cups here for the Aries collective. What is this Ace of Cups? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ace of Cups is clarified by that Two of Pentacles, the Page of Swords, and the King of Swords. Look at all the repeating cards. Queen of Swords, Nine of Cups, Three of Swords to Page of Cups. So in the month of February, it appears here, you've made your decision and you're acquiring information now on how you can move towards the new. If this is a marital situation, you could be talking to an attorney here. It could be done in secret, meaning your spouse wouldn't know. If this is a job, you could be talking to a headhunter or possibly even another employer, or you're entertaining various offers for employment. You're keeping this to yourself, though. Interesting. Can you clarify that Seven of Swords? Because this is like, I don't want whoever that is to know that I'm engaging in this. In the decision-making, in the planning, and the strategizing, and possibly entertaining someone else. I don't know. It could be a love partner for some of you. For others of you, it's just like the new job. Or some type of like legal counselor. 3 cards here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Seven of Swords is clarified by the Empress, the Lovers, which it had up there. Oh, and the Ten of Swords. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Eight of Pentacles. So you are making the choice in the month of February to move on from whomever, whatever this is. I don't think you're fully executing it, though. That Empress energy is telling me almost like you want to set yourself up in the new living situation or the new job. Like you're doing this in a very responsible way, a very calculating way. The Empress wouldn't make a rash or rush decision. They wouldn't throw their hands up and quit their job without having, you know, their business set up or the next job set up. So this is you simultaneously deciding to birth a new life outside of this without letting that other entity know until you make the choice to end it or serve them papers or, you know, give them 2 weeks notice or, you know, if this is a job. Very interesting read. And you're seeing things very clearly here. Like this is your choice now moving forward. All right, now we'll close it out with some kippers. Definitely not a cross-watcher reading. Can we get 2 kippers here for that top row? Okay, we got 3, but we'll take them. 2 cards here for the middle row. Two cards here for the last row. Okay, in the top row, we have journey. So this is you like contemplating, do I want to continue on this journey or change my life in a new trajectory? Then we have toil and labor, which almost came out on its side. So it's almost like, do I want to continue? And that's what I said with those 2 Seven of Pentacles. It's like I'm showing up out of obligation, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to work on this or tolerate these conditions. And then this card came out on its side, also change. So again, it just, I don't want to repeat the message for you, but this is, I don't know if I want to continue on this path, continue working on this, or do I completely want to change my environment? And then these 2 cards came out. You have Lovers and you have bad health. And I feel like your decision here, or what seals your decision making, is that whatever this is, it's in bad health or poor health, or it's in poor financial disarray. Like it's a job that promised you the raise one too many times and never gave it. You know, it's the marriage you held on for a long time, but it's like on its last leg. The feeling I get here is almost like it's whatever this is. And I'm not saying health-wise for a person. Please don't interpret it that way. It's almost like it's on life support. So it's like only a matter of time that this job's going to come to an end, or the company's going to close, or I'm going to get fired. So it's like the decision here is like, I need to change this, because if I exit whatever this is, and I'm doing it on my time, on my terms, as opposed to waiting for it to bottom out on me, or waiting for that other entity to walk out of my life. So there's seems to be here a decision that you're making, that you know that you can only stay in this for so long before the other party, whoever they are, they exit. Or something happens, like financially. And so this is almost like I have to shore up the next job or something like that before I lose this one. Or I have to leave this person before they leave me, because if I leave it, I can control how the relationship comes to an end. And then you have courthouse. Adjudication came out on its side, and I think this is you like planning to sever the tie with whomever this is. Again, I don't think you're fully doing it, but your decision here seems to be made, and then there's just like a wait and see attitude here. Again, for some reason you're setting up the business, or you're still entertaining job opportunities, or you're still setting up the new life. Or, like I said, you could be talking to a legal expert here, especially now with the courthouse adjudication. I mean, for some of you, you're making the decision here to get a divorce in the month of February. You're just not fully moving forward with it just yet. Big life decision. I can see why you've been waffling back and forth on it. Now it makes a lot more sense to me. I hope that these messages help you as well. That is what I have for you, Aries, for the month of February 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, maybe just found them to be helpful, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And thank you very much for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these messages help you with your journey. Until I read for you again, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. Thank you for being here. I hope that you're doing well. This is your prediction for February 2026. I apologize for getting it out a few days late, but I wanted to do it today and get it out to you as soon as possible. Keep in mind, as always, you know the drill. It's a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it just means that it's someone else's. And be sure to check out your other placements. And if you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, Taurus, let's begin. Tapping into the Taurus collective now for Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Taurus need to know for February 2026? What do they not see coming? What do they need to prepare for? What do they need to know about? One more. Okay, shuffle here. Thank you. I'm going to take Judgment in the heart of your spread. That came out face up. Let's put these other cards back because they were face down. Okay, tell me more here. For the Taurus collective, further clarify that Judgment now for the month of February. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Okay, in the heart of your spread, you had Judgment. In the top row, you have the Seven of Cups. I want to make sure you can see most of these in the camera. Seven of Cups, Three of Swords, and the Sun card. Flanking Judgment, you have the Ten of Pentacles, and you have the Seven of Pentacles. And in the bottom row, you have the Four of Pentacles, you have the Death card, and you have the Two of Wands. At the bottom of the deck is a sneak peek into March. I can't believe I'm saying March, but you have the Seven of Wands, you have the Six of Cups, and you have the King of Swords. Whoa, okay. You're pushing someone away here. That leaves the Knight of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups, and the Page of Wands here to the Hierophant, to you. At the bottom of the deck, what is happening here, my Taurus collective? All right, let's start to clarify. I'm using the cards in the After Tarot deck. Messages and images in this deck are a little bit different, so we'll go through them as we need to in this reading. But let's start to clarify. Clarify this further here for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for February 2026. I keep stumbling over my words, Taurus. This is a really hard decision that you're making in the month of February. Tell me more about this here. Let's clarify the Seven of Cups, Three of Swords, the Sun, Ten of Pentacles, Judgment, Eight of Pentacles, Four of Pentacles, Death card, and the Two of Wands. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Seven of Cups is clarified by the Nine of Pentacles. The Three of Swords is clarified by the Five of Pentacles. The Sun card is clarified by the Death card. Ten of Pentacles is clarified by Page of Wands. Judgment is clarified by the Sun. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Nine of Cups. The Four of Pentacles is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. The Death card is clarified by the Three of Pentacles, and the Two of Wands is clarified by the Tower. I have a Taurus collective here moving in a new direction. Could be in career and finance, love and romance, or could be something else for some of you. At the bottom of the deck for March, we have you and your power, the Empress, the Knight of Swords, the Eight of Swords, and that leaves the Lovers, the High Priestess, and Queen of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, your overall energy. Judgment to the Sun card. I want to be happy. Short and sweet. I want the Ten of Cups and Ten of Pentacles. I know my value. I know my worth. I know what I bring to the table. This is your overall energy for the month of February. I know who and what I am, and I know who and what I deserve. This is fierce, and I typically don't get that with this combination, but I'm feeling fierce and determined. Like I know who I am, know what I want, know what I deserve. No one's going to stop me. So you're making the judgment call here in the month of February to be happy. Not fake happy, not rainbows and unicorns happy, not a facade. This is real, genuine intent to be happy, to engage in situations, environments, or connections that add to your happiness or lend to your happiness. This is I'm blocking out the distractions. This is a feeling of healing and growth. In the top row, we have the Seven of Cups to the Nine of Pentacles, the Three of Swords to the Five of Pentacles, and the Sun card to the Death card. I don't know what you've been dealing with, Taurus, if you have had emotional setbacks, financial setbacks, possibly loss of a loved one. Whatever it is that you've been going through, there's been like this metamorphosis here going on. It's kind of like you've been it's like you've been in a cocoon. You've been in a cocoon, keeping to yourself, healing, not a lot of contact with the outside world. Even if you do have to engage with people, it's never to the point of being extremely vulnerable. So I'm feeling here for you that up until the month of February, you were laid back, engaging but not overgiving. A lot of heavy concentration on healing. And the month of February is like you busting out of the shell and you're like, here I am, I'm a beautiful butterfly. You know, after all of these months or years of being in a cocoon, you're not confused about your value, about your worth, about what you deserve. Could be changing up your look this month, changing how you dress, changing your hair, getting more into fitness. This is glow up energy. This is the world is my oyster and I'm ready to claim my oyster. I'm ready to find my pearl, right? Three of Swords to the Five of Pentacles. Again, whatever has been affecting you emotionally, maybe even financially, you are, I don't want to say you're well over it, but you are coming out of it. Something here has been plaguing the Taurus collective for a while, some type of pain or resentment or, like I said, sorrow or loss here, but you're coming out of it. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is on the outside, but the reason why they're on the outside is because they went on the inside, right? They went internal, they did the work, they healed, and now they get to come out of this place holding a sack of goods. They're no longer like these individuals here who are shivering out in the cold. They're now armed and ready. So no longer feeling an emotional or financial lack. Sun to the Death card, huge transformation. Like I said, this could be the month where you are changing things up, changing up your vehicle, changing up how you look externally, taking better care of yourself in terms of exercise or dietary regimens. This is definitely a rebirth energy. Flanking the Sun to the Judgment card, we have the Ten of Pentacles and we have the Page of Wands. You are in pursuit of abundance, emotional abundance and financial abundance. And it's giving me the feeling of like no stone left unturned. There's also a feeling here of I'm not going back to how I used to be. So I feel like I've tapped into a group of you where you are an entirely new kind of Taurus in the month of February. There's no going back. You're leaving behind the person that you used to be. That will always remain a memory. That's the girl I used to be. That's the boy I used to be. But I'm now venturing out into the world as a new me. And then we have the Eight of Pentacles to the Nine of Cups. You are being a little overindulgent here in the month of February when it comes to investing yourself, improving your skills. Again, this is very much the energy of I'm putting myself first. I've put everyone else first long enough, and I just want to be happy. And this is you being in the pursuit of happiness. And like I said, investing in yourself internally as well as externally. The bottom row is the biggest shift, a new opportunity here.
I just heard falls in your lap. A new opportunity falls in your lap in the month of February. And it's quite different than what you're used to, and you are very intrigued by it. So I don't know if this is a new job opportunity, a new investment opportunity, could be new love. I always say in love readings, the pentacles are the strongest. It's great to feel that affection, right, when we're looking at the cup suit. And the Ten of Cups is great. But in terms of long-term committed partnership, I mean, the Ten of Pentacles is really where you want to be, right? That's long-term emotional investment in someone. That's building a future together. So, I mean, for some of you, if you're single and you're interested in love, this very well could be a love partner. Whatever it is, the intended purpose from source, from divine, to give you this opportunity is like an exit door, because you're already powered up and ready. You're ready for the new. I don't think you're ready for this new. I'm going to clarify this for you. I don't think you're ready for this new, because this kind of shakes you a little bit out of your comfort zone, or gives you a reason to exit your comfort zone. So again, could be a new job opportunity, new love opportunity, could be new housing opportunity for you as well. Whatever that opportunity is, you're taking it. You're deciding to collaborate with the individual. So that first death card, it's like death card to the sun, and then we see your energy, sun to judgment. This is you rebirthing yourself in respect to how you show up in the world. Again, because of a lot of internal healing, you're now even looking differently externally. People are interacting with you, and they're noticing the difference. But this is the second transformative phase in the month of February, and this you do not see coming. It looks like for most of you, please don't allow tarot to dictate what you do, but it looks like you decide to collaborate or work on this opportunity with someone else. Two of Wands to the Tower. This will change whatever future plan you had here for your life. Tower to the Two of Wands, this changes it. When I look in March, you are pushing back someone who's been in your life for quite some time. I don't know who this King of Swords to the Six of Cups is, but that Seven of Wands, you are quite defensive against this person. It's like, nope, I know who I am now, and I know my power, and I know what I want, and I'm moving forward with this opportunity, like this, like whether you like it or not. So I don't know if you're like excommunicating someone from your life, but you're very adamant here that the past will not hold you back. And that past, it appears here, it could be a person for some of you. And then we have you in this energy here, the Empress, the Knight of Swords, and the Eight of Swords. This opportunity, I don't know if you're going to see it at the time, that it is freeing you from a comfort zone that you have outgrown, like the new you cannot exist here anymore, right? So there is a feeling here of like you now busting out. And it very well could be an unexpected job opportunity or a love interest. I mean, we do have the Lover's card there at the bottom of the deck, but it looks like you're going within. You are making the decision, and you're choosing to move forward with whatever this opportunity is. So normally I would just end the reading there and get into the oracle cards, but I want to know what this is all about from my bull gang. So Taurus, you're feeling really good in your skin. Why is that? Let's look at that first. Let's clarify that Judgment card for Taurus. Two Death cards, two Sun cards. I mean, like, who are you? Really, who are you? And then we see you in March as the Empress, like totally in your glory, whether you're masculine or feminine, ready to birth or create a new path here for yourself. It's beautiful. But why is Judgment here? One more shuffle. Thank you. Judgment is being clarified by the King of Cups, the Fool, and the Nine of Wands, bottom of deck, High Priestess. There's like this internal calling here. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready to be happy. I'm feeling emotionally balanced. I'm speaking like you. I'm ready to bust out of the cocoon. Whatever was sent to kill me only made me stronger. That's the feeling that I have here with that Fool to the Nine of Wands. It's like, I'm ready. I'm ready for the new me to emerge. Tell me more about the Sun card energy here for Taurus. Tell me more about the Sun card energy. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Sun card energy, Queen of Swords. The Nine of Wands came out twice, and the Chariot. Yeah, this is, I'm ready. What's that? Is that Diana Ross? I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. This is you coming out. I don't know how long you were in that cocoon stage for, where you had to go within and heal this old wound or deal with some changes that maybe you weren't quite ready for. Something impacted you. Something, gave you a two-punch knockout there, but you may have been down for a while, but you were not out. And in February, you're coming out. You're back up in the ring. Boxing gloves are on. You're like, I'm ready to go. And you're looking really effing good while you're doing it. This is the best I've seen you in a long time, Taurus. So I want to look at this opportunity. Four of Pentacles. We're going to clarify that comfort zone. This is going to pull you out of that comfort zone. Tell me about that Four of Pentacles. I mean, I could be speaking to a Taurus where you're dating someone and this is the month you're proposing to them or they're proposing to you. That's how life-changing this is. I could be speaking to a Taurus where you work for someone and this is the month that you decide, I'm going to become my own business owner. I'm ready. I'm going to launch it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to plan for it. And then that's something that you end up doing over the course of the next couple of months. I don't see you here ending a connection, but I mean, it's possible, right? It's a general collective reading. Whatever you're doing here feels good to you because you're ready to present to the world the new you. It's like Taurus 2.0 here. Tell me about that Four of Pentacles, that comfort zone. One more shuffle. Thank you. The comfort zone, the Tower. Yeah, you're moving on from the comfort zone. And that opportunity is your ticket to ride, my love. The Tower, the Ten of Cups, and the Hangman. Because after a long time of being in that incubation stage, I now know what makes me happy. I know what makes me happy. I know what I want. Two of Swords, that Page of Wands, again, my decision is made. Remember I said you're leaving the old you behind? You're leaving the old you behind. You also could be leaving behind a job, a situation, environment, connection, maybe even a community. This could be the idea that you want to relocate. Three of Cups to the Nine of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. What is this opportunity? This you probably see coming already in your energy because I'm doing the reading on, what is today? The 4th? And I'll release it on the 4th. So you probably are already feeling this energy, but this, I don't think you see this coming. Tell me about this Ace of Pentacles. Because that's like, oh my God, I've been waiting for this, or I've been praying for this, or I can't believe this is happening. This is a shock. And then you're like, yep, I'm taking it. Even if no one else supports you, you're like, oh, I spent a long time taking care of everyone else. This is mine. This is mine. I'm doing this. Mine. Tell me more about that Ace of Pentacles here. One more shuffle. Thank you. What is this Ace of Pentacles? The Fool. Your new beginning. It's your ticket to ride. Queen of Wands and the Ace of Swords. This is your moment. This Ace of Pentacles gets you towards a little bit closer now towards your North Star, towards your wish fulfillment. And we have the World card. Yeah, this will change the game. So you claim that Ace of Pentacles however you need it to be. I mean, you could be winning the lottery, meeting the love of your life, finding the job of your dreams, launching your own business, coming together with someone. This is absolutely beautiful energy, but it's all because prior to this month, you did the work. This is specifically, I feel, for those of you where you disentangled yourself from something that was heartbreaking or something that was toxic. You went inside, you looked at it rationally. What did they do? What did I do? Why did I end up here? How did I end up here? And you kept to yourself. You know, it's like you went through the winter season, regardless of where you live in the world. But this is like, you know, when we go in the winter season, it's kind of like hibernation mode for a lot of animals, for a lot of people too. I know for myself here in New Jersey, a lot of it's like hunker down, right? We only leave the house for 1 hour midday when it's like the warmest it can be that day, right? And then the rest of the time we're in our home. But this is like spring for you. Again, regardless where you live in the world, I'm not talking about seasonally. I'm talking about energetically. This is your spring. These are the beautiful flowers now that are going to bud up and rise up in your lovely garden, Taurus, because you took the time to go within and nurture yourself. So this is absolutely beautiful. I mean, talk about a whole new chapter. This is huge. I'm going to throw this out there. You could be partnered, but kind of on the last leg with your partner. And this could be you meeting someone new and you going, you know what? That's the catalyst. It very well, because I see you pushing back on someone here in March. Someone here who's associated that you have memories with or you have a history with, and you're pushing back like, no, I don't. Nope, I want this. I don't want that. So can you clarify that a little bit for me here? Yeah, you're pushing back on the Six of Cups to the King of Swords. What is this here? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Chariot. Yeah, because you're moving forward. You're leaving behind whatever this is in pursuit of your Nine of Cups, of your happiness. Queen of Pentacles, there you are, whether you are masculine or feminine. Anything else Taurus needs to know about this for March? Yeah, this would be you like resisting the old job, deciding to move. It could be you moving on from a friendship, moving on from a love partner. You're definitely moving on, and you're moving towards happiness. Thanks in part to this new opportunity. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Eight of Pentacles. We have the Strength card. And we have the Queen of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the Magician. This is like everything you've ever manifested. And I think you waited a long time. You were very patient with yourself, with God, with source, the universe, whatever you want to call it. You were very patient, and this manifestation now is coming in. Yep, I told you, Hermit. Specifically for those of you where you have done the work, bravo to you. You're coming out. You want the whole world to know. And oh my God, I'm so busy celebrating me. What is that? Oh my God, it's a whole new opportunity that has the potential to take your life in a new direction. It's literally your best reading. This is highly claimable. I might just call it like, you really don't see this coming. You really don't see this coming. Okay. Taurus, you shocked me here. You shocked. This is a good one. All right, let's get an oracle card here for each row. And it was a little clunky in the beginning, right? Like the way the cards were coming out. Now I'm realizing it was you like busting through that cocoon. You know, you ever see a butterfly emerge from the chrysalis, and you're just like, oh my God. It's I used to volunteer at a museum in town, and we had an exhibit in the window of monarch butterflies, and so we would see them getting to the chrysalis stage. I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly. I'm sorry. I'm so gung-ho for you. I'm not even like thinking straight right now. And it would sit there, and the kids would come by. A lot of kids in the neighborhood, and third grade classroom, local class would come by, and they did like a whole exhibit on it. And then we had this. It was a really big moment. Like we had the news here in our little small town museum when the butterflies actually came out, and they were just the monarch butterflies were absolutely beautiful. And we had planted some butterfly bushes throughout the properties along Main Street, and so the butterflies would always have a place to come back and return to, and it was like a really nice day. And we named we assumed that they were male female, and we actually did have someone there who was able to decipher between the two, so we decided to call them after the husband and wife who founded our town. But anyway, so yeah, that was the feeling. Like it was a little clunky the way your cards are coming out, but it is a little clunky, right, when you're busting out of a cocoon that you've been in for so long. And man, I mean, 2 Fool cards, 2 Chariot cards. Who are you? Who are you, Taurus? 1 card here for the bottom row. Yeah. Deservingness. Yeah, this is it. I deserve to be happy. I know what I want. I know what I deserve. That was exactly the energy I was getting. 1 card here for the top row. I'll read these to you in a second. 1 card here for the middle row. 1 card here for the last row. Oh, you got 2. Beautiful. Okay, your top row. Focus on your priorities. That's what you're doing. Higher learning. You have learned from your past experiences. More inner study is now required to further the progress. Yeah, this is what you have been doing. You have been doing the inner work and the further study, and now you are focused on your priorities. And your priorities here, you've got 2 of them. 1, you. 2, your happiness. I love this for you. Ask your angels for your needs to be met. So again, as you continue to manifest this opportunity that, again, I don't think you see coming right away, continue to ask for it. And you have facing fear. Major spiritual changes are unfolding. This is your chance to soar. Exactly, like a monarch butterfly. You look amazing in February. Clean energy food. I think a lot of you are cleansing your energy. I think you have been cleansing your energy. Again, it could also be a change of diet in this month, or a change of exercise. You have sacred self. You are unleashing your spirit. I told you, express your gifts and dance to the sacred rhythm of life. And then you have divine order. Do what you feel is right, because there's an important lesson here unfolding for you. And close it out with some kippers. Whew, you're looking damn good here. Two cards here for that top row. 2 cards here for the middle row. 2 cards here for the final row. I told you unexpected income came out. Oh, wait till I tell you this. Wait till I tell you this. So top row, family room and official person. I feel like this is you, because in the past, I think you put your family and everyone else in front of you, in front of the line. And, you know, that's one of your worst and best qualities, Taurus. I have to tell you that. I was married to a Taurus for 24 years, and he's still my best friend, so I'm not bad-mouthing Tony at all. But had I not asked for the divorce, the 2 of us would have sat in that miserable marriage forever, literally forever. He would have never moved. I think he's triple Taurus, so talk about stubborn. But I also saw the best qualities of him. And unfortunately, they were to his detriment, and he would overgive. Now, for Tony, it was overgiving to work, overgiving to his kids, not so much overgiving to me. That was some of the issues we had in the marriage. But anyway, but he's an overgiver. Now, since he has come out of the cocoon, he's a different kind of Tony. He still gives, but he gives with limits, and he makes himself number one in his life. And I like this. I think beforehand it was the other way around, and it probably was the other way around for you too. Everyone else gets the oxygen mask put on first, and meanwhile nobody's putting the oxygen mask on yourself. I think what you learned is similar to like when we're in an airplane and there's turbulence. The first thing they teach you is you got to put the mask on yourself, and I think that's what you're learning to do. I can take care of everyone else, but I have to come first, and my happiness has to come first, and that's what you're doing. For the middle row, you have privileged lady and you have lovers in the reverse. I do think that you, for a long time, you were undecided about whether or not you wanted to put yourself first. It might be a little uncomfortable, for you. I saw it in Tony when it first happened for him a couple of years ago. But now he is very much in his skin as like the official person of his life, as the emperor or empress of his life. So I think it's just little growing pains for you. It might be a little uncomfortable because this is a big change here. It's a choice you're making, but it's quite a big change for you. But I expect to see that privileged lady card on the side upright. You could be privileged man. I don't read body parts, but yeah, it's going to take a little getting used to. And then you have thoughts and unexpected income. Remember I was saying that's kind of like something you've been manifesting or hoping or praying for. Maybe you didn't think that this would ever come in, or you didn't think it was possible. Boom, there it is. Unexpected Ace of Pentacles. You cannot make this up. This will set your life on a new path. Oh, absolutely. You have gift and you have main female, and then you have message. I'm telling you, you're receiving some kind of message here, a new opportunity that has the potential, should you choose to take your life in an entirely new direction, and you so deserve it. That is what I have for you, Taurus, for February 2026. If you like that message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these messages help you with your journey. Until I read for you again, I'm sending you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. Thank you for being here. I hope you're well. This is your prediction for February 2026. As always, Gemini, you know the drill. This is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it is meant for someone else watching. If you're not sure what your other placements are, I do encourage you to watch them. But if you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, Gemini, now let's begin. Tapping into the Gemini collective now for Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Gemini need to know for February 2026? What do they need to watch out for or prepare for? What do they need to know for February? We're going to get one more shuffle here. Okay, thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Two of Cups. In the top row, you have the Lovers, followed by the Hanged Man and the Page of Swords. Flanking the Two of Cups is the Seven of Cups and the Fool. And in the bottom row, you have the Five of Pentacles, you have the Ten of Wands, and you have the Queen of Cups. Little sneak peek now into March. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying March. Two of Wands, Eight of Wands, King of Wands, and that leaves the Death card, the Three of Swords, Knight of Pentacles, and the Chariot here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, let's see where we're going with this message. I'm going to try to align these so you can see them a little better in the camera view. Okay, I think that works. All right, let's clarify these cards now using the After Tarot deck. If you've never seen this reading before, the cards in this deck, they have different images and therefore different meanings, and we'll go through them as necessary for your reading. So let's clarify this now, please, for Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. If you ever see me look up and you're wondering what I'm looking out to, it's just more, it's just more planks. But I don't know, I always feel a calling to look ahead or look up. So if that bothers you, someone commented that it bothers them. So if it bothers you, I'm sorry. Okay, let's clarify this now for the Gemini collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for February 2026. We are clarifying the Lovers, the Hanged Man, Page of Swords, Seven of Cups, Two of Cups, the Fool, Five of Pentacles, Ten of Wands, and the Queen of Cups for the Gemini collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Lovers is being clarified by the Two of Cups. And in this deck, it's actually called the Hanging Man, not the Hangman. So the Hanging Man is clarified by the Seven of Pentacles, and the Page of Swords is clarified by the Six of Pentacles. The Seven of Cups is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles, and the Two of Cups is clarified by the Knight of Swords. The Fool card is clarified by the Ten of Cups. The Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Empress. The Ten of Wands is clarified by the Queen of Cups. And then the Queen of Cups is clarified by the Four of Cups. Whoa. Sneak peek now, again, into March. Five of Pentacles, the High Priestess, Ace of Wands. Oh, that leaves you, the Queen of Swords, the Nine of Pentacles, Six of Swords to the Hierophant here at the bottom of the deck. This is obviously a connection-based reading, right? We have two sets of Two of Cups. We have the Lover's card. It doesn't have to be a romantic connection here in your life. And it could also be something new coming into your life as well. So let's see where we go with the message. But there's, without a doubt, this is a connection-based reading. So your energy for the entire month, for the month of February, is Two of Cups to the Knight of Swords. I almost get this feeling from you, Gemini, that you have finally figured out, or you have had this realization about what a particular partnership in your life should look like, what it should be like, what it should feel like, and you're ready to move towards that type of connection. Now, like I said, it could be a particular person or someone currently in your life, or just someone out there in the world that you know is made for you or meant for you. Either way, you seem to have great clarity. The Knight of Swords, as they enter the battlefield, they are carrying the Ace of Swords. So it's like you have this epiphany, this breakthrough moment, absolute clarity that this is what a particular partnership should look like, whether that's a familial connection with a family member or a professional connection with someone you work for or work with, or someone who works for you, or whether it's in regards to friendships and acquaintances, and yes, even in terms of romantic partnerships. You have absolute clarity about what blank type of relationship should look like for you. In the top row, we have the Lovers to the Two of Cups, the Hanging Man to the Seven of Pentacles, and the Page of Swords to the Six of Pentacles. The one thing that you have realized, or this revelation that you're carrying with you or moving forward with throughout the month of February, is that any connection in your life, again, regardless of who that person is or even how long you've known them, they have to be reciprocal in nature. And it's like, that's the choice you're making. It's like, because I have this newfound clarity about what partnerships in general, connections in general should look like and feel like, and how they should be reciprocal in nature, you're making the choice about that. So the choice is, I'm not going to just hang around with friends who only use me or call me when they're bored or they need something. I'm not going to just show up to family gatherings and pretend to be, you know, the happy cousin or the happy sibling. And meanwhile, the rest of the year, nobody reaches out to me, you know. So that's the feeling here. And I don't want to be in a romantic partnership where I feel breadcrumbed or there's no long-term future to it. So you have absolute clarity when I feel it's across the board for most of you. But again, take it how it resonates. It's a general reading. But I kind of feel like it's across the board. Like I'm making the active choice to engage with people, or I have a willingness to engage with people, as long as it's reciprocal in nature. And the reason why I say that is the Hanging Man to the Seven of Pentacles. You've thought about this for a long time. You're not thinking about this in the month of February. You have been thinking about this consciously and subconsciously for a long time. Could be years for some of you, because of the different interactions you've had. And it's almost like February now is the culmination or the realization of all those years of, you know, dealing with people who did breadcrumb you, or they were in and out, or they were inconsistent, or, you know, the family members you only see at weddings and funerals. Again, whatever it is for you, you've thought about it a long time. And so with that Page of Swords to the Six of Pentacles, I mean, in the After Tarot deck, the Six of Pentacles, we typically see two people kind of begging for someone's pentacle resource: time, love, money, attention, affection, talent, whatever it is. But here we see one person's walking away. So again, it's that realization, that epiphany of, I'm not going to engage with anybody. I would rather be alone, or I would rather not have many friends or no friends, or I don't need family, you know, is the kind of feeling if they're not going to be there for me on my hard days, if it's not reciprocal in nature. I do think there's one particular person here in the month of February, because of that Page of Swords, that you're communicating this to. And again, could be a friend, family member, coworker, could be your boss, where you're like, you know what? I show up consistently. I bring a lot of experience, dedication to this job. I don't get the raises and promotion that I deserve. I see other people who aren't putting in as much effort as I am, and they're being rewarded for basically being slouch or slacks. I mean, this could be some of you giving your notice to an employer, or cutting off a friendship, walking away from a family member, and maybe even a love partnership.
Now, I don't see the full walking away just yet, but I feel like it's more like the communication. There's like a little dialogue here that you're having with someone that, again, I'm absolutely certain. I've thought about this for years, that if it's a reciprocal in nature, I'm there and I will show up. But if it's not, I'm out. And there's no big drama to this, right? Page of Swords is small communication. So flanking the Two of Cups to the Knight of Swords is the Seven of Cups to the Ten of Pentacles. You're no longer confused. Seven of Cups sometimes could be living in a dream state, a little wishful thinking. But that Ten of Pentacles tells me you're now solid on this. Like, I am looking for connections in my life that will go the distance, that are nurturing, that we can build together. We can build a good friendship together. We should be building a great family connection together. We should be planning for a future if you're my romantic partner. So I just think like you've become very grounded, not stubborn. I'm not talking like the negative aspects of being grounded where you're stubborn and rigid. No, this is just, I am absolutely certain that I will entertain or engage with people that are in it for the long run, or put as much on the line for the connection as I do. And so the other side of the Two of Cups to Knight of Swords is the Fool to the Ten of Cups. And this is because you are in the pursuit of emotional contentment. You're in the pursuit of it. And again, I can do this with you or without you, is the kind of feeling. But I will eventually get to the Ten of Cups. That's the feeling here. And you can be part of the ride, right? You can be part of my journey, provided it's reciprocal in nature. If not, I don't need you in my life. And again, I don't see a big argument or a fight here. We have the Five of Pentacles to the Empress. I mean, you truly know your value and worth here, and you're not settling for less, right? You're looking for the Ten of Pentacles in all connections in your life. You're not looking for the Five of Pentacles. So you're looking for the type of employment opportunity that will pay you handsomely. You know, if you're your own business owner or entrepreneur, you're not going to give your shit away for free. You know, again, friend, family member, lover, I'm not looking to feel abandoned or left out in the cold, or I'm only good enough when you need something. No, it has to be reciprocal. I give Five Pentacles, you give Five Pentacles. And that's how we get to the Ten of Pentacles, right? So that's the feeling here. And it's because you, in the month of February, after all of these years of all of these various connections in your life, you truly know your value and worth, at least when it comes to partnerships. Like you have aced that lesson. Ten of Wands to the Queen of Cups, and then you have the Queen of Cups to the Four of Cups. And this is what I'm talking about. Any opportunities for emotional engagement with another person, again, regardless of who they are, it's like you're looking at them, like in the After Tarot deck, the Queen here, and you could be masculine. Don't be offended by the word Queen. Or you could be a masculine and be a queen. I'm kidding. Anyway, please don't get offended at that. I'm Italian. I'm from Jersey. Come on, give me a break. Anyway, we have the Queen of Cups here lifting the lid off of the chalice. So it's almost like reviewing all of these emotional connections in your life. And if they're too burdensome, if you have to carry the emotional weight, if you have to drag the relationship because the other person's just sitting there like with their arms folded and not interested or not doing their part, then again, that same Queen of Cups, you're okay with pouring out the Ace of Cups. Whatever minimal effort that they're giving or minimal offering that they're giving, you're good. You're good not accepting it, which is maybe something in the past you didn't do. Maybe in the past you were the type of Gemini where you're a little bit of a people pleaser, playing that dualistic nature of your lovely Gemini sign, and you're like, okay, I don't like what they're doing, but I love them, right? I hate that they're doing this, but I love them. I don't like being breadcrumb, but I love them. But this is different. This is, I don't like what you're doing, but I love myself. And so I love myself enough to say no more. Again, we don't see any big fights or arguments. This is just a quiet retreat or a quiet withdrawal from connections in your life that are no longer emotionally fulfilling, are no longer reciprocal when it comes to the investment of time or love or care. And same thing if this is work related. This is a quiet withdrawal. I'm just going to go find another job and I'll give you my notice. I'm not going to make a stink at work or fight with the boss that they should be treating me fairly. They should know what I bring to the table already. I show up every day in my best form, or on most days in my best form. So that's the feeling here. When we're looking at March, you're full steam ahead. I mean, we've got fire, fire, fire here for you. Two of Wands, Eight of Wands, and the King of Wands. This is passion, excitement, creativity, and okay with moving forward. Again, moving forward with the connections in your life that work, moving forward towards finding connections in your life that you hope will work, and okay with moving forward or moving on from connections that don't work. So this could be a Gemini where you meet someone, and things are okay, you go on a date or two, or you date for a couple weeks and you're like, not for me. Old Gemini would have stayed in it for 5 years. Not this Gemini. You know, that's the feeling that I get here. So even if you're single and maybe you are going on some romantic dates here, maybe you're going on 1 or 2 dates this month, if it's not for you, again, there's no big blowing up on the text. It's just a quiet retreat, a quiet withdrawal. That Five of Pentacles, you now have known your worth, okay, or you now know your worth, because in the After Tarot deck, typically what we see here, and it's not in this deck, I'm sorry, it's in some of the other decks I use for you, but typically we see people outside of what looks like a community center or a religious organization, and they're shivering out in the cold. In some decks that I have, like one of the people, they don't have like a leg, or their leg is bandaged, or they're on crutches. But the point is, they're out in the cold, and they could get help. All they have to do is go inside and get help. But in the After Tarot deck, you have gone within, because you're leaving this place with a whole bag of goodies, you know, in a sack over your shoulder. So you did go within, is the feeling that I'm getting here. You did go within. God knows how long you were in that hermit mode or dark night of the soul, but because you know your value and worth, again, you are okay with moving forward. There's a lot of fire for you in March when it comes to moving forward. You have the Death card. This was a huge transformation that you unfortunately had to go through and had to experience. I know we hate when we hear tarot readers say that, but all of those lessons in heartbreak that you had, in connections that were not reciprocal, transformed you. When it comes to this one particular lesson, you are now the Empress or Emperor. Okay, so I think that's why, and in March, there seems to be a spiritual or internal recognition of that on your part. Like, damn, I wouldn't know my worth had I not gone through blank all those years ago with this person, that person, so forth and so on. I want to clarify just a couple of things for you. Something has you really fired up in a good way in March. So I'm going to clarify that for you. But I want to look at a couple of these other things. I want to see if there's a particular connection in your life that you may be having difficulty with, or possibly walking away from, or putting someone on notice that you might walk away from it. I know for me, it's been my best friend for many years. I love him like a brother. I mean, this is someone that I put in my will. You know, I'm divorced. When I started dating my person, things were complicated. I'm sure you guys all figured that out from the readings you've watched over the last 2 years. It was complicated, so I certainly wasn't going to name him. And so I put my best friend as the sole beneficiary. Not that I'm sitting on, pots of gold over here, but I needed someone to leave my house to, and some of my belongings, and of course my cat. These days it's like I don't even know him anymore. So this might be something for me aligned with him. And again, it's hard to let him go. After all of these years, we've been really good friends. Oh, God. I mean, he was in my life even when I was married. I mean, and I helped him through his breakup. He lives in Ohio, but like I helped him through his breakups, plural for him. And he helped me through mine. And it's just, we've gone our separate ways, unfortunately. So, yeah. So I was just talking to my dad this morning about that too. And he's like, have you talked to him? And I'm like, not really. We kind of text maybe once every couple of weeks now. It's like its relationship is very strained. So for me, this could be him, no doubt. But let's see what it is for you. Can we clarify that Two of Cups? I think for most of you, it's just connections in general. And I guess that could apply to me as well here as a Gemini sun. But for you, this is your reading, not mine. Tell me about that Two of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Two of Cups is clarified by the Star. Wow, that Death card showed itself again, and the Six of Swords. So that's exactly what it is. You're okay with engaging with or moving towards, and maybe even moving away from certain connections in your life in the month of February. Again, this all comes down to the transformation of you, because you're sitting here now in Empress energy when it comes to this one particular lesson. You know, I'm sure there's other lessons that you and I have to learn, and probably different for each of us. But when it comes to partnerships, this was a lesson that took years for us to learn. But it looks like we finally learned it. Tell me about that Knight of Swords here. Tell me about the Knight of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Knight of Swords is clarified by Six of Cups. Again, these soulmate or soul bond connections. Wheel of Fortune and Strength card, bottom of the deck, the World. So many of you will be closing out again. Not all, so don't take it if it's not your message, but many of you have learned the lesson in that World card. This is for me like going to high school for 4 years here in the United States. We've learned this lesson. We don't need to repeat the process. So it's possible for some of you, you have one connection here in your life that you are slowly distancing yourself from. Again, it doesn't seem to be any big fight here, right? We have the Star, the Death card, and the Six of Swords. And it's like, I have healed the part of myself that used to tolerate this type of behavior, just quietly, kind of like a thief in the night, right? The Six of Swords, I don't mean to laugh, but the Six of Swords in your deck is being done at night. And then we have the big old moon behind this person. So it's like something's been illuminated to you. And again, not sure if it's happening in February. It could be for some of you, but for others of you, it probably happened with that full moon that we had in January. But something was illuminated, some aha, epiphany moment. And then there's just this quiet walking away because some wound within you now has been healed. So I think, again, like I was saying, for most of you, there's one particular connection that you have some fond memories of, but it's just time, wheel of fortune for it to cycle out of your life. I think it's going to take you a lot to do this because, like me, right, this person has meant a lot for me. I've seen him, with all the ups and downs in his life, and he has seen me. And, every time I go through hardships with my person, like my bestie in Ohio is the first person I talk to. But we're on different pages now. And I think he's sensing that too. Our lives are just moving in different directions. So for most of you, you're going to have one person here in the month of February that you're choosing to move on from. Like, you no longer want to be breadcrumbs, or again, it's the family member that you only see at weddings and funerals, or someone that only came around when they needed money. I mean, I have one of those in my family too. And that's been really difficult for me to separate myself from him as well, because he is one of my siblings. But again, I only get the phone calls when he needs money, or he needs to be bailed out, literally like bailed out. So I could probably see myself in February, if he came around again asking for that, that's probably would be a no for me as well. So take the messages how they resonate to you. Tell me more about the Five of Pentacles, and then we're going to see what has you so fired up there in the month of March. Clarify the Five of Pentacles here. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Five of Pentacles, clarified by the Three of Cups, the Three of Swords, and the Five of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the Four of Wands. So it was through this heartache and loss, maybe even being part of a third-party situation, because, we have the Three Cups built over, Three of Swords, Three of Cups, so it could be something like that for you. And maybe that's what it took. It took that relationship or that lesson for you to learn your value and worth. For others of you, could come around because of a connection to your community, like someone you thought you were close with, but you really felt in the end that you weren't, or it could be a friend, like in my case, could be family as well. But again, it took, I feel like it was more than one connection for most of you. Like, it could have been with friends, a love partnership, family. There's something like this was stretched out over time. And unfortunately, you had to realize your worth and value, and there was no other way for the universe to get that lesson across to you except to introduce this person or these people into your life. Four of Wands. Yeah, I mean, these were people you were close with. Maybe you were married to them, or you wanted to be, or you welcomed them into your home, or you knew them for a long time. Again, could be family here with that Four of Wands. So it took a series of those connections for you to say, no, wait, I deserve more. Clarify the Empress here. Clarify the Empress here. One more shuffle. Thank you. So the Empress status, Nine of Wands. Well, I love that. Six of Wands. Look at you having victory over that, and the Ten of Swords. The way you used to show up, accepting less than you deserve, those days are over. Those days are done. You have, I almost want to say, you mastered this lesson here in the Page of Pentacles. So what is March all about here? Two of Wands, Eight of Wands, King of Wands. There's a lot of wand action. And then in the other deck, you have the Five of Pentacles, which again is you knowing your worth. The High Priestess, and then the Ace of Wands. So something has you fired up here. What is this in the month of March here? I just saw the Hierophant at the bottom of the deck. My best friend is a Taurus, so maybe for some of you it is a Taurus. Could be a fire sign as well. Tell me more about this. What has Gemini so fired up in March? One more shuffle here. Thank you. What has you so fired up? The Ten of Cups. That one thing here that you decided in February that you were going to move towards connections that added or provided emotional fulfillment, emotional contentment for you. This is what you are now chasing or moving forward towards in the month of March. Ten of Cups, the Seven of Pentacles, because of the lessons that you've learned from the past. And there's your Knight of Swords going right forward towards it. So you have a new connection here, because the Knight of Swords here was clarifying the Two of Cups. So you have a connection here. I don't know if it's this past person or a family member. It could be the best friend. You know, for me, like when you withdraw, when you would retract, they come around again. That's possible. For others of you, you are just in pursuit now of a new connection here in your life in the month of March. Can you clarify this further here for Gemini? Okay, I just saw the Nine of Pentacles wanted to show itself. So clarify this further, please, for March for the Gemini collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Page of Cups, the Queen of Swords, and the Hierophant. Okay, so in March, you have a connection here. You can claim this how you want. If it's the existing person, friend, family member, lover that you withdrew from, you can claim this as this person coming back around again because you stood your ground. Queen of Swords to the Hierophant. Looks like there's a little apology here, communication from this individual. If this is a job that you're deciding to leave, or maybe you put them on notice, like a little threat, like if this doesn't change, I'm leaving. Remember I said in the Page of Swords, you might actually be communicating this to someone. This would be either this job coming back around and saying, oh my God, we see your value and worth. Queen of Swords to the Hierophant. And this could be an apology, a discussion, maybe a small offer here to get you to stay at the company. This could certainly be a new person here. Now that you know your value and worth, you're now attracting something new or someone new here into your life. So you claim that soulmate however you need or want them to be, Gemini. But there is someone here. For some of you, like I said, it's this person, whoever they are, coming back around, trying to apologize, trying to make good. But it's all because you stood your ground on this. Like you spoke your truth. Remember I said no fighting. It was really small communication here. And then you stood your ground. So for a lot of you, you're getting an apology here from this individual in the month of March. What you choose to do with it is completely up to you. And if you don't want the past person back, then I would just claim this as a new person coming in. You're attracting a new professional soulmate or a platonic connection or romantic connection. That's the overwhelming feeling here. Let's clarify this. Five of Pentacles, the High Priestess, and the Ace of Wands. We have the Six of Cups and the King of Cups. And didn't you have the Six of Cups here where I said you were evaluating your past connections? I think we did say that. But let's see if this wants to come out again. I thought I did say that. Clarify the Five of Pentacles, the High Priestess, and the Ace of Wands here for Gemini in March. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is being clarified by the Nine of Wands. That was your lesson here. The Ace of Swords, yes, that is the truth. And you have the Eight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, you have the Chariot. So you have something new here that you're working on in March in that Ace of Wands. And again, it could be a new creative endeavor. Certainly could be a new job. You launching your own business. Maybe you got tired of this job and you're like, F it. I'm going to just launch my own business. I've been wanting to do it for a while. That's quite possible. So in that respect, this could be you then going back and forth talking to someone, like maybe you're setting up your LLC or you're establishing your new corporation, your new company here. So that could be an attorney. Sometimes I see the Queen of Swords or King of Swords as an attorney in those types of readings. But something has you fired up, and it certainly could be a new love partner. Whatever it is, it's something new. I believe it's new and you're working on it. Or you're just working on a past connection in a new way or in a different way. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Ten of Wands. You have the King of Cups, Queen to the King of Cups. And you have the Knight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, you have the Tower. You don't see that coming. So, again, you claim that person how you want. This current person, a past person, a new person. You do not see it coming. Oh, the Hanging Man. It's the connection. It's a connection you thought about walking away from. Or the type of connection that you thought you're no longer going to tolerate. So, again, claim this how you want. You have a connection here in March that you are moving forward with, whether that's career and finance, love and romance, or some other aspect of your life. So you can claim that as the past person, the new person, or your current person, whatever, you know. Again, these are collective general readings, but you're moving forward with this individual. If this is a past person, this is someone now making a plan with you. King of Cups to the Knight of Pentacles, because that's Virgo energy. So that's now making a plan with you. Interesting. So it could be an offer or promise to show up That's possible for some of you because maybe this was like a connection here that was not reciprocal. And this would be this person then coming in with this apology to you, right? Because you stood your ground. Oh, your cards, I don't know if the camera caught that. Your cards flipped over when I picked these up. So again, you flipped the script on this person. So yeah, look, now the cards are, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh like that. Now the cards are in the reverse here. So for some of you where you flip the script on this person, it looks like they come in March with this apology, some type of new plan or offer, and it looks like you're moving forward with them, whoever this person is. And if you don't, like I said, you don't want the new person because you flipped the script, you're now drawing in someone new, someone who's at your level. Can we get one card here for that top row? For the middle row for Gemini? And this final row here. Thank you. Let's get this as well. Yep, you're clearing a karmic debt here, meaning you learn a valuable lesson. Very nice. One card here for that top row. Okay, you got two because you have a flipper there. We'll take it. Of course, you're Gemini. You're going to get two for every row. Did that come out in twos? No, so the last row is one. Okay, let's see what we have here for you, Gemini. In the top row, you have attracting, not chasing. Oh, that's exactly what someone does when they're in Empress mode. Again, whether you're masculine or feminine or Emperor mode. So you are attracting, not chasing. That's what you're deciding to do here. You have the white eagle, ancestor spirit, connect to your lineage. A family wound or pattern can be healed now. I think you're healing a wound within yourself or a pattern within yourself. And you have intervention and purpose. Divine intervention is occurring. Know that you are being guided. Happiness is your true purpose. Bravo to you. You then have courage to ask for and accept help. So if there's, and it's interesting, the first thing it says is asking for help is a sign of strength. So if you are cutting someone off or you're retracting from a particular or withdrawing from a particular connection in your life and you need a little strength or courage to do that, or you need some clarity behind whether or not you should do that, just ask source for help because it will be given to you. You then have phases and cycles. There is a beginning with every ending. Illusions are revealed and released. That's what you're doing because now you know your value and worth and you're now on this new path here. You have Krishna, devotion, trust your spiritual guidance. Your commitment has been recognized and you are loved unconditionally. I love that. And the bottom of the deck here, you have power of prayer. Give the situation to God for uplifting and healing and be open to miracles. And then you have soul expansion. Your consciousness is expanding and you understand the connection between all things. And that was the feeling here. It's like now you understand why you had to go through all of those lessons with all of those different types of people in your life. Again, I go back to if you're disengaging from someone, it might be difficult, right? It is for me to disengage. It's like almost 10 years now that I've known him. So it's going to be, I've known him longer than I've known my person. So it's going to be quite difficult for me. So yeah, you might have to like lean on spirit or lean on source for some courage or strength to do that. And that's okay if that's what you need to do. Let's wrap this up now. We'll close this up with some Kipper cards. Can we get two cards here, please, for that top row? Thank you. Middle row here for Gemini. Okay. And the bottom row. Okay. So your top row here, these cards came out upside down. Message of concern in reverse and sudden wealth is in the reverse. Yeah, you're recognizing you don't want connections where they're not that 10 of Pentacles. They're not long-term. They're not abundant. They're not reciprocal. And I did say for some of you, you might actually say this to someone in the Page of Swords. For others of you, there is no message of concern. You're just quietly retreating, retracting, and withdrawing from someone here in your life. For the middle row, you have unexpected income. And you have poverty. This is you knowing your value and worth now. And you might think, oh, this just happened unexpectedly. Or I never thought I was going to cut off this person. But subconsciously and intuitively and spiritually speaking, you've been on this road for a while through those various experiences that you've had. So you're coming out of the Five of Pentacles and now you are in the 10 of Pentacles. And in the bottom row here, you have message and you have mature woman. I do think that there's communication here, particularly as we move into March here. You're now the mature man or the mature woman of your life. And I do think that there's some type of communication here happening in March. We'll know more as we get closer to it. I think for a lot of you, it's this person, your friend, your family member, you know, the sibling, the best friend, the lover, coming back around again here with an apology. But it's because you retracted your energy. And this could even be like you went out, you know, if this is a new person for you in February, you go out on a date, or, you know, 1 or 2 dates, and you're feeling like, not for me. And then maybe you stop texting them. This could then be this person coming around in March and providing you with an apology for that. Being told to get 2 Kipper cards for March. Can we get 2 Kipper cards for March? I don't think I've ever done that before. I don't think I ever got a Kipper card for the next month. So 2 cards here for March. Thank you. Occupation there is at the bottom of the deck. You have change in the reverse, and you have community. I told you, if you stand your ground, I think this person, whoever they are, they're coming back around in March. Be mindful, we have Mercury retrograde in March as well. I think it starts February 25th, which is Pisces season. It's not going to be that long of a retrograde this time around. So this will most likely happen last week of February, moving into that first week in March. I would expect communication from that person, but it's because you didn't change. You stood your ground. There's also something here about this person now. We have the occupation, the privileged lady, and adjudication in house. This person is coming in a little bit more structured, or a little bit more solid because of your retraction here. And again, it could just be someone that you meet in the month of February. For those of you who are like, I'm not excommunicating anyone from my life in the month of February. 1, this is a reading that's predictive in nature, so we'll have to see how the month rolls out for all of us. But 2, I feel strongly this is whoever this person or these people are. It looks like they come back around and they're looking for, that community card is like the 3 of Cups, like they're looking for a reunion or reconciliation, something like that, but it's only because you didn't change, you were unwavering, and you stood your ground. That is what I have for you, Gemini, for the month of February 2026. Take all those messages, how they apply to you and your current journey. And if you like those messages and they did resonate in some way, or you want to claim them, maybe you found them to be helpful or even a little hopeful, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And thank you once again for being a time traveler. I sure do appreciate your support, and I hope that these messages help you with your respective journeys. Till I read for you again, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. This is your prediction for February 2026. As always, you know the drill. These are collective general readings. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it just means that it is meant for someone else. And be sure to check out your other placements. If you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, my friend, let's begin. Tapping into the Cancerian collective now for February 2026. What does Cancer need to know? What do they need to prepare for? What do they not see coming for the Cancer collective here? We're going to get one more shuffle here for you. Okay, thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the 8 of Swords. In the top row, you have the 9 of Pentacles. You have the 7 of Pentacles. And you also have the Ace of Wands. Flanking your 8 of Swords is the 4 of Wands and the Hierophant. And in the bottom row, you have the Hanged Man, the 4 of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles. Sneak peek now into March. Can't believe we're saying March. We have the Queen of Swords. We have the Empress. And we have the Ace of Cups. Oh, that's lovely. With the Lovers, the 5 of Cups, and the Ace of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. Okay. So 3 of the 4 aces here are already showing themselves in your reading. Let's clarify this now with the After Tarot deck. Images and meanings in this deck are different, and we'll go through them as necessary for your reading. So for the Cancer collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Let's clarify this here. We are clarifying 9 of Pentacles, 7 of Pentacles, Ace of Wands, 4 of Wands, 8 of Swords, the Hierophant, the Hanged Man, the 4 of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles for February 2026. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The 9 of Pentacles is being clarified by the High Priestess. The 7 of Pentacles is clarified by the 5 of Pentacles. The Ace of Wands is clarified by the 7 of Wands. The 4 of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Wands. Got something nice coming in. 8 of Swords clarified by the 2 of Cups. The Hierophant is clarified by the World. The Hanged Man is clarified by the 4 of Swords. The 4 of Pentacles is clarified by the Empress. And the Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Emperor. Oh my God, Emperor to the Empress. Bottom of the deck, March again. Judgment. Queen of Cups. Page of Pentacles. And you have the 5 of Cups Ace of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups to the Ten of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Ten of Wands in that deck has a different meaning, as does the Five of Cups. So this is really nice. You have completed a cycle here in your life. I think it's been quite challenging. February appears to be a rebirth month for you, whether this is in career and finance or love and romance. This reading does concern a connection here in your life, or the type of connection that you would like in your life. Again, it's collective general reading, so take it how it resonates to you. But your overall energy for the month of February seems to be being up in your head in respect to a connection in your life, either a connection currently existing in your life or a connection that you would like to have in your life. But there seems to be a lot of mental processing and thinking, again, like I said, either about a connection in your life or the type of connection you would like to have in your life. I feel like this message is geared towards those of you where you are wanting a particular kind of connection in your life. Like, I really want a boss or a new boss, or I really want a new employee or something like that. You know, I get that feeling here. I really want a friend or a type of friend or a type of friend group or a type of romantic partner. With all the aces on the table, I feel like you're ready for the new. Again, career and finance, love and romance, I don't know. But you seem to be desiring a particular type of connection in your life, professional, platonic, or romantic. Because I'm looking at that top row, and it's the Nine of Pentacles to the High Priestess. It's the Seven of Pentacles to the Five of Pentacles. It's the Ace of Wands to the Seven of Wands. So this is telling me that I'm speaking to a group of you where, in regards to a particular type of partnership in your life, you are currently existing in the Nine of Pentacles, meaning I'm in between jobs. I'm not too financially strained, but I really would like to be employed by someone. And again, it's like your intuition is like, yeah, I'm okay money-wise, but maybe I need a part-time job, or I really would like to find another job. This could also be you saying, I'm okay not having a lot of friends in my life, but I would like to maybe have more connection or stronger connection in my life. And if you're a single Cancer, I feel like this is the energy of like, I'm good on my own, right? I'm structured, I'm stable. I don't really need anyone else. The Nine of Pentacles isn't someone who needs someone else because they're codependent, but they would like to have a partner. So again, take the message, how it resonates to you. But I feel like this is the month where you have already closed out and processed the cycle in your life. Whatever that cycle is will be different for all of you. And you now are ready to have new connections or new engagements in your life. Again, it's not out of desperation or out of neediness. This is, I would really like to have this blank type of connection in my life. Seven of Pentacles to the Five of Pentacles. I feel like you're ready after this long period of like hibernation, maybe not connecting, maybe not leaving your house a lot. It's like you're ready to come out from being in the cold or being a bit isolated. So you could find yourself in the month of February connecting more with people, reconnecting with friends, reconnecting with family members, deciding to venture out and attempt to date again. Like for those of you that are single, that Ace of Wands to the Seven of Wands, it's like, you're drawing like a line in the sand here with you. And like, I'm ready for the Ace of Wands, right? I'm ready for this new beginning, new friends, or like I said, reconnecting with some past people. But you seem to be very ready, and it's not out of codependency. So maybe for some of you, that was whatever connections or whatever cycled out of your life with that World card. I feel like you had to heal from it. There were some lessons you had to learn. And maybe for some of you was, I'm simply engaging with people who are lower vibrational, but I'm keeping them in my life just because I don't want to be alone. So maybe there was a little codependency pattern there within you. For others of you, you had a connection end and you kind of shut yourself off from the world. You're like, oh, I don't want to feel that type of loss again. Whether the person passed away, moved away, you broke up, they left you, you left them. But there was a completion here in your life. But because of that completion, you learned some valuable lessons, and now you appear here to be ready for the new. We have the Ace of Wands to that Seven of Wands, and then here we have the Four of Wands to the Ace of Wands. So that Ace of Wands here is immediately carried over. So again, it's, I'm ready for strengthening my current connections in my life, or I'm ready to make some new connections, or I'm ready to find someone to settle down with. Like, I'm ready for true partnership here. Now, if we're not going to look at this in terms of a partnership where you want to come together with people in your life or meet some new people or meet a special someone, with that Four of Wands card, I could be speaking to a Cancer where you have been given serious contemplation to relocating. And this is the month where you are choosing to connect with someone. Could be a realtor or maybe an investment company like a bank, like for a mortgage or a loan, something like that. Again, that'll be specific for one or two of you where you're actually contemplating relocation. Then in that respect, it looks like the new partnership is business in nature, because you're looking again like for a financial loan, a mortgage, or a realtor to help you relocate. But there's that's still connection at the heart of it, right? Because then you're seeking to connect with someone new to help you to relocate. So you take this how it resonates to you. I just see you desiring connection from a very, very healthy place in the month of February. We have the Hierophant to the World card. You learned, like I said, some massive lessons. You're more grounded. You're more stable. You now know your value. You now know your worth. And you are willing to connect with people out of a place of want, not out of a place of need. The Hanged Man to the Four of Swords. Yeah, this was the feeling that I was getting. Like, I've been very reserved, not talking to a lot of people, not going out, not interested in romantic partnerships. February is the month where you're sort of like you're flipping the script on that, so you will, if you will, but in a good way. Now you want partnership. Now you want connection. We have the Four of Pentacles to the Empress. Yeah, I get this feeling here like you're ready to meet your match. You're ready to meet the ideal partner, business partner, friend, and lover. So whatever type of connection it is that you are desiring in your life, it looks like you are meeting that person. So you're coming together with the realtor, the new boss, the mortgage company, a love partner, or a very strong best friend. There definitely is here at the heart of your reading a connection here in your life. So there's someone new here now that you're meeting. So you can claim that person however you need them to be. But that Four of Pentacles to the Empress, like you're standing your ground, that you're ready to birth or nurture connections in your life. And then you have the Page of Pentacles to the Empress. So it looks like someone is responding or contacting you in regards to that vibrational need that you put out there, that vibrational want that you put out there. And in March, it looks good. Whatever this connection here is with this individual, Queen of Swords to the Empress to the Ace of Cups, you're moving forward with them. So you're moving forward with the realtor. You're signing the loan document or the mortgage document. You've decided to take the job offer. For those of you where this is work related, you've decided to launch your own business. I mean, this could be someone you're teaming up with to launch your own business with the two Ace of Wands, or you're deciding to begin to explore this new romantic partnership. This is definitely new here on the table for you. You then have Judgment. Queen of Cups shows themselves here to the Page of Pentacles. So again, it's making the judgment call that when you receive this offer opportunity, the Queen here and the Queen of Cups is lifting the lid off the chalice. When you're receiving the opportunity from this individual and they're giving you that, you know, this individual is giving you this Page of Pentacles, is giving you the Ace of Pentacles, you're making the judgment call to accept it. And the reason why I keep focusing on the new, it's like you have the Lovers, you have the Five of Cups, you have the Ace of Pentacles. It's like you're making the judgment call that, and you're making the choice here to accept this pentacle from this person, this new opportunity. Despite any losses that you had in the past, you're ready for the new. Because in the Five of Cups, where we're typically languishing over the past connections that are no longer in our life, in the After Tarot deck, you're focused on the new. The Three Cups are spilled. Typically, we see the person looking at the Three Cups. Like here, this person's looking at the Three Cups. They're not looking at the Two Cups here. They're not looking at the new connection. But in After Tarot, you are. So I definitely feel this is a new connection for you. We have another Ace of Pentacles. We have the Nine of Cups. And we have the Ten of Wands. So again, if this is career and finance, by connecting with this person, you feel a release when it comes to financial stress or strain that you've had. So you feel like this was a wise decision on your part. If this is a friend that you're like maybe reconnecting with or connecting, you know, new people you're connecting with, you're very happy, you're excited. It's a very fancy, free, and footloose. I never say that. I'm sorry. It's very fancy, free, and footloose kind of a friendship or friendships here. That's wild. And for those of you where this is a romantic partnership, it's very easy. 9 of Cups, the 10 of Wands, and the After Tarot deck, the wands are released and the person's just holding the Ace of Wands. So this is a beautiful new connection. It's easy, it's breezy, it's fun, it has piqued your interest, and you're ready to move forward with it in the month of March. But this individual connects to you in the month of February. Before we get into the Oracle cards, I want to know a little bit more about this person so you could be a little prepared for their arrival. Either way, I see you engaging with the people currently in your life. I'm not saying you're going to block out all your family members and friends or maybe your current lover, but you definitely have someone new here. I'm strongly feeling that for you. So let's get into the new. I definitely see you opening up more here. You know what? Let's clarify that Ace of Wands since that showed up twice here. It's being offered to you and you are accepting it, and it's coming from this person. What is the Ace of Wands here? I mean, if you're in a long-standing connection, romantic partnership, and everything is good, you may be proposing to your person and they're saying yes, or they're proposing to you and you're saying yes. So, and only take that, you know, how it resonates. Again, if the relationship has been good and it's steady, yeah, then I can definitely see this possibly being a marriage proposal. Being told not to take them because they're face down. Okay. Tell me about that Ace of Wands here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ace of Wands, again, it's that judgment call that you're making. So yeah, you are accepting this. Knight of Pentacles and the Devil. Bottom of the deck, you have 7 of Swords. You have 3 of Wands and you have the Page of Cups. You're accepting this offer opportunity even though you're not sure if it's on the up and up. Oh, isn't that interesting? It's like time will tell. Time will tell if this is the best realtor. Time will tell if this is the best job. Time will tell if this is the best love partner for me. You're interested in this, but you know, the 2 people and the Devil card in your deck are blindfolded. And with that Knight of Pentacles, you're making a judgment call like, I'm going to accept this, but time will tell. Okay, tell me more about this here. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is further clarified by the 3 of Wands. Yeah, I'm going to move forward with this. 10 of Wands, as long as it's easy breezy. 9 of Cups and I'm happy. I'm going to take it slow. Queen of Pentacles, 10 of Swords, the Ace of Cups. Oh yeah, you are moving forward with someone here. This could be an end to emotional hardship, an end to financial hardship for you. You're teaming up with someone new here in the month of February. So I like that for you. And you seem to feel like, oh, this is a turning point here in my life. I want to know more about this person. Yeah, I don't know where this is going, but I like this, or I like what they're offering, or I just like them, and I want to explore, you know, the connection further. Page of Pentacles, what is being offered here? Tell me more about this, or about this person. One more shuffle. Thank you. Oh, the Sun, the High Priestess, and the Knight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, 9 of Swords, Knight of Swords, the Moon. Oh, you don't see this coming. You don't see this coming, this offer opportunity. It makes you very happy. It's passionate, it's fun, it's exciting, it's stable. And again, you claim this person however you need them to be, or whatever you need them to be. But it's passionate, it's fun, it's stable. This person is aligned to you, or they're aligned to provide you with the products or services or support that you need. And if it's a love partner, this is someone who at this time, you know, things change, energy is fluid, but at this time, they are a very good match for you. Anything else Cancer needs to know about this person? One more shuffle. Thank you. Anything else you need to know about them? Queen of Swords, 7 of Swords, and 2 of Wands. That was that same feeling back there. I don't know where this is going, but I'm going to move forward. In the 2 of Wands, you're with this person in the After Tarot deck. You're making a judgment call, right, with that 7 of Swords. Look in the After Tarot deck. It's like, based upon my past experiences, because you're looking back, I'm a little bit nervous about where this can go, right? We see this person almost stepping into a trap. Not quite yet, but so the feeling is, I don't know where this is going. I don't know if this is going to crash and burn like a past connection, but I'm intrigued enough. 2 of Wands, I'm going to move forward. I want to know what this person has to offer, or I want to hear them out, or I want to go out on a date with them. So this is definitely pursuing this connection. You're choosing to do this, and this person is choosing to move towards you to provide you with the opportunity, and you are moving forward with them. Oh, this is a very nice connection here for you, whoever this person is. This is stable. This is, again, that easy breezy. We're very comfortable. We're just seeing how things go. So again, you claim this person how you want, but you seem to be very content with them, and they're very content with you. It's like you're both taking a chance or a gamble on one another. This is one of your best connection readings that you've had in, gee, I don't know, 6 to 8 months. This is very nice, highly claimable for those of you needing a new soulmate in your life, however you need them, right? Professionally, platonically, or romantically. In March, you're going to move forward with this individual. You are accepting their offer. Tell me more about this here. One more shuffle. Thank you. In March, 10 of Wands, the King of Swords, and the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, easy does it. As long as it's balanced, as long as we're communicating, Magician, Three of Cups, and the Two of Wands, you're going to continue to move forward with this individual, to work with them, work for them, get to know them, date them, hang out with them. Again, I don't know exactly who this person is for each of you, but you are moving forward, again, in a very balanced way. Anything else Cancer needs to know about this person or the connection or the offer here? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Ten of Swords. We have the Ace of Cups. Yeah, and the Ace of Swords says, I'm going to keep a watchful eye. I don't know if this is going to crash and burn. I don't know if this is going to end. I don't know if this will bear fruit, right? If this ends up, because again, you're in the Hangman energy. It's like, wait and see. Ace of Swords to the Ace of Cups. We're going to wait and see how this connection goes. But so far, so good is the feeling in March. So I like this. You claim this person, like I said, however you need or want them to be. Let's get you some oracle cards, and we'll close it out with kippers. Okay, and this last row, thank you. At the bottom of the deck, you have visualize abundance. So I would call this person in. That's a manifestation card there in this deck. So I would call in this person. We have a new moon in Aquarius coming up. So if you don't meet this person by then, I would call them in the new moon. Or, you know, truth be told, you can manifest at any time. You don't have to wait for the new moon. The new moon sets the intention for the next 6 months. So with that new moon in Aquarius, it's like 6 months from now, we'll have a full moon in Aquarius. So typically whatever you ask for in the new moon comes in between now and the full moon. Like it's a lunar cycle there, if you will. So, you know, if you want to call this person in now because you will need them in the future, I mean, you can do that, or you can just manifest them in at any time. Like you can manifest them in today. You don't have to wait for the new moon to do that. One card here. Thank you. Okay, so top row there, you are putting yourself first. I like this. And you have prayer and contemplation. Connect with heaven. Oh, just what I was saying. Ask and you shall receive. So you ask for this individual or the capacity you need them in, and the soulmate, because they're already on your path. So it's almost like Source is waiting for you to ask for this person to come in, and then they come in. You then have obstacles and blocks are lifted. So obstacles and blocks are lifted when it comes to the connections in your life. You have forgiveness. You are on the path of light, love, and forgiveness. Father healing is possible at this time. One of the readings I did for you, and it might have been the full moon in Leo message, and it was for members only. So you would have seen it if you're a member. If not, there's links below for that in the member section. But there was something here that if you could just forgive yourself and forgive others in your life, let go of resentment, remorse, regret, a new soulmate now could come on path because you energetically let go of the block. So if you've done that, congratulations, you have a new soulmate. If you haven't done it, this is a perfect time for you to start practicing some forgiveness. That doesn't mean that you're okay with what people did to you in the past. It means you're energetically letting go of the sadness, the remorse, or regret, so you can free up yourself energetically and bring in this new person, whoever they are. So if you've done it, bravo, they're coming in. If not, this is telling you you can do it, and they will come in. And then you have unlimited ideas. And you also have heart awakening, awaken to acceptance and divine love, give and receive. And I think that is what's happening here for you. So if you can let go of remorse, regret, guilt, whatever it is you've been holding on to that has been a block between you and connections in your life in general, then yeah, that opens this up. It's almost, I mean, for some of you, this could be unlimited people entering your life as well. And we'll close it out now with some kippers. I like this person. Okay, got a couple of cards here, so we're going to take them. And 2 cards here for this bottom row. That's exactly the feeling I had. Okay, so in the top row here, we have house in the reverse and we have journey. There was something here in regards to connections in your life, or even though you are structured and solid in the 9 of Pentacles, you still would like to like get out there and meet new people or meet a person or connect with a type of person in your life. It's almost like you feel like something's missing. Maybe it's time for me to reconnect with old friends, or to build up my familial connections, or maybe it's time for me to like get out of the house. Sorry, house in the reverse. House in the upright could be I've been stuck in the house. I have been hibernating and kind of closing myself off. And house in the reverse to that journey card could be like, I'm ready to get out now and start connecting with people again, or maybe even meeting some new people. And then you have change. So this is a change for you. Sideways, we came out community, and then the pathway card sideways also. So I like this. Again, I don't like, you know, whatever you've lost here or whomever you've lost. I'm sure that the lessons there were quite difficult for you. They've been for me as well. I'm not a Cancer placement. Most of you know I'm a Gemini, but I've lost some people as well in the past year. And so it has been quite difficult for me. But I think you're ready for a change. Again, you're ready to get out there and move forward in life and connect with people, whether you know them or not. So I like this. I do think this puts you on path for this new person. You have family room. And then you have the false persons on the side. Remember what I was saying with those 7 of Swords cards? Like, oh, I don't know. I don't know where this is going to go, but I'm going to welcome this person. Because the family room card is you're welcoming them into your space, your emotional space, or some of you maybe even your physical space. Like it's someone you hang out with for a few times and then you invite them over. So again, I don't know exactly where this is going, but I'm intrigued. The family card also talks about nurturing the connection. So you're willing to nurture the connection and see where it goes. And you're still a little up in the air about will this connection like last a lifetime, like especially if this is a love partner, because you were burned in the past, but you're going to try it out anyway. The bottom of the deck, you have wealthy man, you have gift, and you have the message card, and then you have the lovers. I mean, for some of you, it's a love connection, but you call it how you see it. And then we have the thief card. So again, with that 7 of Swords, I don't know where it's going. But I'm going to continue to message, to talk, to converse with this person. Maybe they end up being the lovers. Maybe they end up being the 7 of Swords. But I want to invest in them with that wealthy man card. You could be a wealthy woman as well. So I love this for you. This is now a new soulmate being put on path. You claim that how you want. Congratulations to you. You are officially coming out of hibernation mode, like I said, connecting with the people in your life and making new connections as well. And one in particular stands out above the rest in the month of February. That's what I have for you, Cancer. Thank you very much for being here. If you like this message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support very much, and I hope that this message helps you with your journey as well. Until I read for you again, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. Thank you for being here. I hope you're well. This is your prediction for February 2026. As always, you know the drill, my love. This is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. And I do encourage you to view your other placements, because there could be messages in those readings as well. And if you don't know what your other placements are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, let's begin. Okay. Tapping into the Leo collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What do they need to know for February 2026? What do they not see coming, or what do they need to prepare for February for the Leo collective? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, my love, we have the 9 of Wands. In the top row, you have the Knight of Wands, you have the King of Cups, and you have the Sun card. Flanking your 9 of Wands is the 4 of Swords and the King of Swords, and in the bottom row, you have a Queen of Cups, the 6 of Cups, and a Queen of Swords. Look at that, King to the Queen of Cups, King to the Queen of Swords. Okay. Looking into March, 2 of Cups, the World card, and the High Priestess, and that leaves the Page of Pentacles, Page of Wands, 5 of Swords to the 7 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Okay, I've got a lot of people here. Let's see where we're going with this. I'm going to clarify using the After Tarot deck. If you've never seen this reading before, or this deck before, the images and meanings in this particular deck are quite different, and we'll go through them as necessary for your reading. Let's just get them on the table for now. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What is the message here that the Leo Collective needs to hear for February 2026? We are clarifying Knight of Wands, King of Cups, the Sun, Four of Swords, Nine of Wands, King of Swords, Queen of Cups, Six of Cups, and the Queen of Swords. What does Leo need to know about this? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Knight of Wands is being clarified by the Magician. King of Cups is clarified by the Ten of Swords. The Sun is clarified by Strength. The Four of Swords is clarified by the Ace of Swords. The Nine of Wands is clarified by the Two of Swords. The King of Swords is clarified by the Seven of Wands. The Queen of Cups is clarified by the Page of Swords. The Six of Cups is clarified by the Hanged Man. And the Queen of Swords is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups, Ace of Pentacles, Queen of Swords again. That leaves the Hierophant, the Empress, the Sun, and the Two of Wands here at the bottom of the deck, and the Devil, which is a different depiction here in this deck. Wow. Okay. This is going to be a very, very specific reading. Okay. This is a reading for my Leos where you are done, like done with a particular person in your life. I don't mean to laugh if you're the cross watcher watching. This connection is over with and a new connection is now entering your life. The past person could try to re-enter. You're a hard no. You are focused on a new connection. So I don't know how new this is for you. You just started dating someone a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago, or maybe you're meeting them in the month of February. But your overall energy is Nine of Wands to the Two of Swords. In the After Tarot deck, the decision is made. So the feeling here is, I'm done fighting for this connection. I'm done waiting for you. I'm done persevering. I'm done hoping that you'll change. I'm done even hoping that you'll come around. So I don't know who this is to you, a friend, a family member, a lover, your boss, an employee. Again, I don't know who this person is to you, but you are done. Your overall energy in respect to this connection for the month of February is I am undecided. There's no doubt in me. I'm doing the right thing. I'm standing strong and I am resisting you. You are pushing away someone energetically while welcoming in someone new energetically. I don't even know if you're realizing that you're doing that, but that's what you're doing. Because your energy here is Knight of Wands to the Magician. So in that Knight of Wands to the Magician, it's like you're utilizing all of your skills, your tools, your talents, all four aces here. You are calling in someone new. It's clear as day here. And at the same time, you're mustering up all the strength to push away someone else. I don't know who the King of Cups is to you. Doesn't have to be a masculine energy and doesn't even have to be a water sign. But this is someone at some point in time, Queen to the King of Cups, that you had a lot of love or affection or esteem or respect for. And this connection to you is done. It's done. It's over with. The Sun and the Strength card. You are doubling down on this message. You're going within. Now, I don't know if this person left your life a month ago or a year ago, and they're trying to come back around again, and you're like, nope, no soup for you, no Leo for you. Or if for others of you, this is someone that you are like excommunicating out of your life in the month of February. You're going to have to take the message how it resonates to you. If it's a past person, you're not welcoming them back. If it's someone currently in your life, you're done with them. I don't know how else to say it. I'm going to clarify this a little bit more for you. But Sun to the Strength card is like, I just want to be happy. I've been enlightened, or some truth or fact here has been revealed about this person. They're not changing, and I can't manifest them to change. I can't make this person be a better person. They just are what they are. And this is a full-out rejection of whatever they have offered you in the past or what they're possibly offering you in the future or in this month. You're done. Flanking the Nine of Wands to the Two of Swords is the Four of Swords to the Ace of Swords. Like, you see it clearly now. You see it clearly why you had to connect with this person originally. You're understanding the lessons. You're seeing the bigger picture here, and you're also holding on to your truth that engaging with this person will just continue to cause Three of Sword moments for you. They are a catalyst for heartbreak, and you're like, I'm done with that. I don't need to learn that lesson again. I've been healing, and I don't need you to disrupt my healing or my peace or my sovereignty. On the other side of the Nine of Wands to the Two of Swords, I do feel this is your energy. I feel that this person attempts to reconnect with you, or attempts to not want to leave your life, because you seem to be like a no here. So I do think that you're the King of Swords, whether you're masculine or feminine, and you seem to be a no here. In the After Tarot deck, the Seven of Wands, the individual has drawn a line in the sand, right? Theoretically speaking, saying, don't cross the line, don't call me again, don't text me again. And the threat is, right, the underlining threat of the Seven Wands is, I don't want to have to defend myself, but I will defend myself if you cross that line. Well, this person crosses the line. So it looks like there is an attempt here at connection or reconnection, and you're a hard no. Like, didn't I tell you not to call me again? Didn't I tell you not to contact me again? Didn't I tell you that I'm done with this friendship? Like, that seems to be what's going on here. So the Queen of Cups to the Page of Swords is like when you receive this communication from this person or information, opportunity, you're a no. Queen of Swords to the Page of Swords. You are like defiant and you're adamant about this as well. The Six of Cups to the Hanged Man. There's something here that you have taken a long time to understand this person's place or role in your life. You have some good memories. I'm not saying that they were all bad, but the good did not outweigh the bad. And that's your realization here. So again, I don't know if this is someone like you broke up with them 6 months ago and they're coming back around again, or it's the cousin you stopped talking to, or a friend group. I don't know who the person or people are, but you thought about it long enough and you've decided that you no longer want to engage with them. You have someone new here. Queen of Swords is showing up here twice, in the future position for March and in February. So there's contact here or communication between you and an earth sign. Now, they don't have to be earth and they don't have to be a feminine energy, but it is someone that you see as being very grounded and very stable. So there's a connection here for you because we have the Two of Cups, the World card, and the High Priestess. So as we're entering March, or we're in the month of March, this is almost like as one connection here closes or is truly finalized for you. Again, you disconnected from this person a year ago, but they attempt re-entry and you're like, no thanks. As that is fully now cycling out of your life with the World card, there's a new connection here. That Queen or King, okay, is offering you this Pentacle, and it looks like there's this Page of Wands, the Five of Swords. It's like in the midst of this person trying to contact you or something like that, this new offer or opportunity comes in. And it looks like you're moving forward with getting to know this person. Now, this doesn't have to be a tit for tat, like that's a lover that's leaving your life and it's a new lover. This could just be a friend that you're meeting up with, like a new soulmate here being put on path. But the feeling here is, as one is officially cycling out because their re-entry is making you double down on the I told you no, I'm not doing this again with you. There's a new connection here. We're going to explore this because we have the Page of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles. There's that new. And we see you, the Queen of Swords, the recipient of this new offer. And yeah, for some of you, maybe this person is asking you out on a date, or it could be a job offer. Like this could be a friend that you're excommunicating, and then by the end of the month, you have a job offer come in for those of you looking for work. I just see a connection fully cycling out of your life. Like energetically, you're not even entertaining this person. You're done. I don't even want to think about you, is the feeling that I get here. And then there's like this new offer opportunity, and you're like, that I'm interested in. That sounds like something I want to explore. So let's clarify this a little bit more. Tell me about this King of Cups. Tell me more about the King of Cups here. This would be the energy of the person that you are no longer waiting around for, communicating with, interested in. You have severed this connection. When they attempt to reconnect with you this month, you continue to be a hard no. Tell me more about that person's energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. The King of Cups here is being clarified by the Two of Swords, that decision that you had to make. Yeah, you're not making a decision anymore. Ace of Swords to Ace of Swords. You see that person clearly. Six of Pentacles. So, it's the family member that you only see at, you know, weddings and funerals, so to speak. And they're not really there for you any other time of the year when you actually need a family member. It's a friend that only contacts you when they need something. They need a loan, they need help, they need assistance, they're in a jam. But when you need someone, they you know, they have very little follow through. It's the lover who maybe kept you as an option or choice, or was non-committal, or just breadcrumbed you when it came to their pentacle resources, their time, their love, their money, their devotion. Whoever it is, you're seeing this person very clearly. Three of Wands, the Star card, and the Page of Swords. I would expect communication from this person this month, but I don't even think you flinch on that now. Clarify that a little bit further. We're going to clarify. Oh, I just shuffled the deck to get it ready for the next clarification that I'm doing, and the Devil card's at the bottom. Oh yeah, you're a hard no on this person. Okay, we're going to use the After Tarot deck now to clarify the Ten of Swords. You don't have any interest, and it could be a parent. Again, I don't know who this person is to you, but you're as done can be, waiting for them to change, or waiting for them to come around, or remotely interested. Clarify that Ten of Swords here. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Seven of Swords. Yeah, you're not falling for this again. The Two of Cups, that connection, and the World card. You're done. World to the world. You're done. You don't want Ace of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. That is the truth. The Five of Pentacles and the Star card. You're not waiting anymore for this person to come around, to change, to make you feel wanted or needed. Yeah, wow. So that is a resounding no. If you're the cross watcher watching and you think you're going to schmooze your way back into Leo's life, that is definitively not happening in the month of February. If this person is currently in your life, and you've been going back and forth on whether or not you're going to cut off all communication or break up with them or leave the job, yeah, I think eclipse season will cause you to eclipse this person out of your life. So again, if they're a current person, I don't think they make the cut by the end of February. I don't think they survive eclipse season, or what is the start of eclipse season. And for others of you, if it's someone that you have already disengaged with and they come back around, you seem to be a hard no. I want to know what they're trying to communicate with you, and then I want to see who this new connection is for you as well. Sometimes I think I should do these lives so you can say, no, clarify this instead. And I would be like, okay, so maybe I'll keep that in mind for later on in the year. Maybe I'll start to do these lives. So if you have a question, you're like, wait, can you clarify that? I can do that for you. Yeah, maybe that's something that we'll do. Okay, what is the communication? Queen of Cups is your energy. Whether you're masculine or feminine, you're the recipient of this message. So how are you feeling? What is the energy here for Leo when they receive the communication? One more shuffle. Thank you. So how are you feeling? Ace of Pentacles, Four of Cups, and the Six of Swords. You're not interested. Seven of Swords. This is not someone you can trust. This is someone who, for lack of a better term, has screwed you over before in the past. And so this is someone you can't trust. You're not accepting the offer or answering the phone or maybe even responding to the text message. Now, what are they communicating? Clarify that. Page of Swords. I'm going to look at those, but I'm not going to take them because they fell face down. Five of Swords, the Emperor, and the Hermit. Oh, that's a little bit of a nasty energy. That's almost like, well, if you're not going to talk to me, I'm leaving. Yeah, I don't care. Is your energy. Yeah, I don't care. Don't threaten me with peace. Page of Swords. What is this person communicating here to you? Oof. One more shuffle. Thank you. What is the communication to you? Eight of Wands. There's that communication. Seven of Pentacles. I thought about this a long time. King of Swords. I knew it. They're communicating to you like, I've thought about this a long time. Three of Wands, the Eight of Cups, the Ten of Cups. Look, and the Eight of Cups in the After Tarot deck, the person's coming back. You have walked away, or you're on the precipice of walking away, and they're coming back around like, hey, no, don't leave without me. Ten of Cups, the Nine of Cups, you make me very happy. You make me very happy. I'm very sorry. There's an apology here. So someone is circling the block, okay? Just keep that in mind. And if you're looking to break up with this person, or like I said, end the friendship, they're not going to just say, okay, and walk away. No, they're going to give you a little bit of resistance. But wait a minute. We've known each other for so long. What are you doing? I'm your cousin, or, we grew up together. Again, I don't know who this person is to you, but they're not taking no for an answer. The new person. Your energy here is the Queen of Swords because you're the recipient now of this. So So tell me more about Leo's energy here in respect to this other connection. And I don't necessarily know if this person is new or just someone that you're going to start to bond with a little bit more. So let's see your energy and then this person's energy. And you can discern whether this is someone currently in your life. Like maybe you're breaking up with someone or you have an ex coming back around again and you're leaning on your partner or you're leaning on a good friend of yours to help you through it. It could be, you know, something like that. So let's look at your energy first for this other connection. Page of Pentacles. Okay. Eight of Wands and the Two of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups, Two of Pentacles, and Judgment here. So this is someone making you an offer or an opportunity, or like I said, being your shoulder to cry on or to lean on here. So you're having communication with this individual at almost the same time you're having communication. So this could just be a friend that you're talking to and you're saying, oh my God, I can't believe that I heard from so-and-so. Could be something like that. Tell me about who's this person. Clarify that. Queen of Pentacles. It's possible for some of you this is a new love interest and you're telling them that you can't believe that you heard from the ex. I mean, it could be that as well. Tell me more about this here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Queen of Pentacles energy. The Knight of Wands, the Knight of Swords, and the Ten of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups. You claim that person, you know, how you want. I mean, for some of you, it's a new love interest. Very well could be a new love interest. And you're talking to and you're telling them that you can't believe that this person is coming back around again. And for others of you, this is just someone that you are consulting with or you're confiding in. There's a lot of back and forth conversation here with you and this individual. Whoever this is, a new person or someone currently in your life, you are conversing to them about this person. Almost like you can't believe that they won't go away. You can't believe that they won't go away, or you're so relieved that it's officially over with them. There's something like that. So you're conversing here with someone else. Is there anything else I wanted to clarify with you? You clarify that Two of Cups in March, because I don't want you to spend the whole month concerned about that. So tell me about that Two of Cups. This is officially done and over with. You're never going to reconnect with this person again. And, you know, I say never, but Jesus, my Lord, we got two world cards on this connection. Meanwhile, like I said, you seem to be getting close here with this individual, whoever they are. Clarify the Two of Cups in March for the Leo Collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Wands, Eight of Pentacles, and the Page of Cups. Yeah, that's this person. Hierophant, Four of Pentacles, Five of Swords. So whoever this person is, they're still in your life in March, and you seem to still be not just talking to them just about this person, about other things here, but it's light and it's funny or it's jovial. And if it's a new relationship, it's flirty in nature. And whoever this person is, they respect your boundaries. And they actually are very proud of you that you're standing up to this person or that you have rejected this person. So again, I don't know exactly who they are to you because it's a collective general reading, but they seem to be very supportive of you in fully closing this out. It's like this person sees how far you've come and they're supporting you that you're making the right decision. Anything else about that Page of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, and that Queen of Swords is your energy, like I said, whether you're masculine or feminine. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Anything else about this? The Eight of Cups, when that person comes back around, Knight of Pentacles with their offer in the Moon, because you don't see it coming, you are a no. Yeah, you're a no. And again, the feeling here is you're talking to this other person about that person. Yeah, you're this is officially done and over with for you. Is there anything else here? Let's see, what was that moment of clarity there for you? Where's that moment of clarity? Clarify that Four of Swords, and then we'll close it off with some Oracle cards and Kippers. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Four of Swords is clarified by the Page of Wands. Look at that, Ten of Swords, and the Four of Wands. Yeah. You feel like this is the just, right, and fair thing for you to do for yourself. You're not entertaining that person anymore. You're not welcoming them into your space, into your home. That could be speaking to a Leo where you're deciding to get a divorce, or your divorce is final. For those of you where this is a marital partner. Anything else about that Ace of Swords? One more shuffle. Thank you. I also think you've been healing and restructuring and rebalancing yourself since that person left. For those of you who are like, this is a past person. your Ace of Swords clarified again, 4 swords, 2 different decks here. The 6 of Cups over that connection, and the Hermit, bottom of the deck, King of Wands. I love seeing you fully in your power. Ace of Cups, you're pouring out you're dumping out the offer opportunity that they're presenting to you in the month of February to reconnect. Now, we have Mercury retrograde, and this could be anyone, okay? But whoever it is, it's 2 different messages here, because I have like 2 groups of you. For some of you, you're closing this out this month, meaning you're asking for the divorce, or you're canceling the contract, you know, you're quitting the job. There's something like that here at play. You're, you know, finalizing the divorce, or you're ending the friendship. So for some of you, this person is currently in your life, but they will not be in your life come the month of March. You're clear about that. For others of you, it's someone you already had an ending with. They try to come back around again. I think the retrograde begins around the 25th. I don't have my notes in front of me, but I know that it is in Pisces season. So it's going to be a little bit of February and a little bit of March, like that first week, but you're a no. So if it's someone current that you're cutting off, you're not taking them back. And if it's someone from the past trying to come back around again, you're not taking them back. But you do have someone here that you seem to be talking to about this. And you did a lot of soul searching on this, and a lot of healing. You've been healing from whatever this person has done or did to you. All right, some oracle cards here. One for that first row. We've got a couple, but we're going to take them. And one here for the final row, okay? And let's get these as well here for Leo. That's a little too many, and they didn't fall face up like the other ones. Like the other set fell face up, so we'll take those. Okay, and the bottom row here. Okay, so the top row, like I said, you got a couple all face up. So you have unlimited ideas. That's you manifesting. You're putting in the hard work, so you're not just hoping and praying with to do the work hard. You're co-creating with the divine to create the life that you want. And you're blocking out this person with the blockout card. And then you have care and compassion, choose to be loved, do what is right for everyone involved. And I think that's what you're doing. I think you're doing what is right for you. In the middle row here, you have divine order, do what you feel is right. An important lesson is unfolding. That's what you're doing when you're standing your ground here and defending your boundaries. And you have moonlighting. So I would expect communication from this person in the energy of the new moon in Aquarius that we're having later on in the month. And in the final row, you have cooperation instead of competition. Yeah, you're definitely connecting here with someone else, like discussing this. I'm not saying that's all you discuss with this person, but it's definitely a part of the conversation you're having with them. And you have prayer and contemplation, connect with heaven and ask and you shall receive. So keep that in mind. You know, if it gets increasingly difficult to resist this person or ignore their calls, just ask Source for the strength and courage that you need so you can continue to move forward. Let's close it out now with some kippers. I just saw the despair card and the official person card. So I feel like this person is no longer someone of significance or important to you in your life. You've done a lot of healing, which tells me with the 2 4 swords cards and 2 10 of swords cards, this person really hurt you at some point in time. And that's why you're done with it. You just don't want to, you can't gamble them doing that to you again. 2 cards here for the center row. Yeah, the coffin card came out. Yeah, you're done with them. I knew you had someone else here you were talking to. I knew it. Okay, so the top row, courtship and change. What you're realizing is this person has never changed, is not going to change. You can't pray them or manifest them into changing. It's almost like they refuse to change. And because that affects the partnership or the connection with you so much, you're out. You've got the coffin card and you have journey. You're on a whole new journey, a whole new path. And it does not include this person. And in the bottom row, you have community and you have high honor. I knew it. I knew you were talking to someone else. This is like the 3 of Cups card. So there's someone else. There's friends. There's family. Could be a love connection that you're talking to about this person that you no longer see in high honor. And we have mature woman. You could be a mature man. It doesn't matter. We have wealthy man. I'll look at that. False person. And great fortune. So you're feeling here at some point in time you thought this person had it all, and what you realized was it was fake. They were a false emperor. They were a false emperor, a false partner, a false boss. It's someone, again, it's very much 7 of Sword energy, and we saw that card a lot here, plus with that Devil card for that person. So It seems like you are a hard no on this connection as they try to re-enter your life, and you're not sorry about that either. I just heard you're not sorry about that. You feel like it's the right thing for you to do. And looking at their energy and all of the healing you had to endure because of it, I think you're making absolutely the right decision. That is what I have for you, Leo, for February 2026. There's no more entry. Yeah, no more entry for this person. The next chapter of your life does not include them. That is what I have for you. If you like that message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these readings help you as well with your journey. Until I read for you again, Leo, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you very much for being here. This is your prediction for February 2026. Keep in mind it is a collective general reading, so you know the drill. As the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it is meant for someone else. And also be sure to check out your other placements. If you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, Virgo, let's begin. Tapping into the Virgo collective now for Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Virgo not see coming for February 2026? What do they need to prepare for? What do they need to know about? The Virgo collective. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Lovers. In the top row, you have Justice. You have the Nine of Cups. And you have the Six of Cups. Flanking the Lovers is the Ace of Wands and the Star card. And in the bottom row, you have King of Swords, Queen of Swords, and the Three of Cups. Sneak peek now into the month of March. Can't believe we're saying March, but here we are. We have Queen of Cups, we have the Devil, and we have the Eight of Pentacles. And that leaves the Seven of Wands, Seven of Swords, and the Hierophant here at the bottom of the deck. All right, let's begin to clarify. Let me spread these out a bit, but I want you to still be able to see them on camera. I think you can. Okay. Let's clarify these now using the After Tarot deck. If you've never seen this reading before or are not familiar with this deck, the images and the meanings in this deck are slightly different, and we'll go through them as necessary for your message today. I do see you pushing back against tradition or conformity there in March, and we'll look into that in a second, but let's get February's message here on the table. So for the Virgo collective for February 2026, we are clarifying Justice, Nine of Cups, Six of Cups, Ace of Wands, the Lovers, the Star, King of Swords, Queen of Swords, and the Three of Cups for the Virgo collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Justice is being clarified by Page of Wands. Nine of Cups is clarified by King of Swords. Six of Cups is clarified by Ten of Cups. Ace of Wands is clarified by Ace of Wands. Lovers is clarified by Four of Cups. The Star card is clarified by the Seven of Pentacles. The King of Swords is clarified by the Nine of Pentacles. The Queen of Swords is clarified by the Seven of Wands. And the Three of Cups is clarified by the Eight of Pentacles. Okay. Again, sneak peek now into March. The Hanged Man, Six of Pentacles, Eight of Cups. That leaves the Two of Swords, the Emperor, to the Five of Cups, to the Four of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, your overall energy here for the month of February is the Lovers to the Four of Cups. Now, in the After Tarot deck and the Four of Cups, the individual is pouring out the Ace of Cups, or essentially ignoring or saying no to an opportunity. And I don't think that that is exactly what you're doing in the month of February, because that Lovers card originally was called a choice card in tarot. So it almost seems like throughout the month of February, you have one particular decision here that you need to make. Now, it could be legal for some of you with Justice and the two King of Sword cards. For others of you, it's just in regards to a particular connection in your life, whether that's professional, platonic, or romantic. It's going to be different for all of you. But there's an opportunity here being extended to you in the month of February, and you seem to be indecisive about whether or not you want to move forward with it or not. And so it looks like a pretty significant choice here on the table for the Virgo collective. In the top row, we have Justice to the Page of Wands, Nine of Cups to the King of Swords, and Six of Cups to the Ten of Cups. I mean, that's really beautiful energy. This is the energy of a Virgo who is deciding to move forward in a particular direction in their life because they feel it's the just, fair, right, more balanced approach for them. So whatever decision here that it is that you are making, it looks like it's on the table there for a good minute. You're not sure whether or not you want to accept this offer or opportunity, and then you decide, in the name of justice, this is the right thing to do. I am moving forward with this decision. King of Swords and Nine of Cups, and you seem to be quite pleased here with this decision. Again, this could be a legal outcome, negotiation, compromise, job opportunity. I do see you accepting it. Please don't allow tarot to dictate what you do, but it looks like the offer opportunity comes in. You think about it for a second there. Star to the Seven of Pentacles, and we'll get to that in a second. So there's this, I don't know if I want to accept this offer opportunity, or like I said, this negotiation or this compromise, but then it appears that you do decide to take it, and it does make you very happy. Six of Cups to the Ten of Cups. I like this a lot. I feel like in the month of February, you are surrounding yourself. It could be with one individual or several individuals that really add to your emotional contentment. For others of you, you are just meeting some new people in the month of February. Again, could be a lover, could be friends. Maybe you're starting a new job here. That's quite possible. And so there's this feeling of camaraderie between you and your new you and the new employees or co-workers there that you're working with. So an offer opportunity lands in your lap, and it looks like you decide to proceed forward with it. You're very happy, and your connections here in the month with the people closest to your inner circle seem to be very joyous and very happy. On the other side of the Lovers to that Four of Cups is the Ace of Wands to the Ace of Wands. So I feel like this is like really, really good. I mean, if you're a Virgo and you are launching a business in the month of February, this is probably the best thing you can do for yourself at this time. It seems to be like the right moment. If you are accepting this new job opportunity, this is something you're really excited about. It is being offered to you, and then you're accepting it. And that's why I had said there's an offer opportunity on the table. You kind of waver on it for a minute, but then you accept it because in the Ace of Wands, the individual is trying to hand you the Ace of Wands, and then we see in the After Tarot deck, your hand is actually taking it. And so I feel like there is an offer here put on the table. You do decide to take it. Now, I don't know what the delay is on why you're contemplating. That Seven of Pentacles to the Star card is like, I don't know if I should say yes to this. Again, this offer opportunity, negotiation, or compromise, but then you choose to move forward with it. But there is a little bit of a, I don't know, it could be like a couple of days here, maybe even a week, where you're not quite sure if you're going to move forward with it, but you do. We see that King of Swords energy here now duplicated. King of Swords to the Nine of Pentacles. I like this for you. Again, this is you being very grounded, very content. If this is a new job opportunity here, Virgo, it definitely is paying you very well, very handsomely, because you're sitting here by the end of the month saying, I know I made the right decision because I'm bringing in a lot more money. The Nine of Pentacles, whether you're masculine or feminine, is the energy of someone who's enjoying the fruits of their labor. They put in the hard work, and they're starting to see the results come in. In this respect, it would be financial for you. If by chance this is a love partner, whether it's a reconciliation or a love partner you currently have in your life, it looks like there's an offer being extended to you from this love partner. So, I mean, if you're a single Virgo, this is definitely the month for you to get out there, meet someone, because it looks like you have someone who then asks you out on a date or wants to get to know you. You decide to say yes, you accept the offer, and by the end of the month, you seem to be quite pleased that you're in this new connection. If it's a current connection here, again, I still feel your partner is gifting you something or offering you something. You're thinking about it for a second, but then deciding to proceed forward. And again, you seem to be very content and very happy. Whatever this offer is or opportunity, you seem to be wanting to protect it. So in other words, I feel like you're not telling everyone about it until it's like a definite yes. So if this is a job offer, you're not letting everyone know, hey, ABC Corporation offered me this job. It's almost like after you get it and you've been there for a couple of weeks, then you seem to be telling everybody about it. Because the Queen of Swords is the Queen of brevity, right? But this is a queen who would tell the truth about the offer opportunity. And that Seven of Wands, I just kind of feel like you're not letting the world know. So if you're dating someone new, you're not going to let everyone know right off the bat until things, move further along. If this is something that you and your current partner are deciding to do or move forward on, again, it doesn't, it's not a decision that you're telling everyone about. And then that Three of Cups to the Eight of Pentacles, I like this. I mean, whatever it is that you're working on here, this new job, a new business venture, meeting someone new, doing something exciting with your love partner, maybe hanging out with your friends or family more, you seem to be very pleased with yourself that you, one, decided to take up this offer opportunity, and then two, you actually enjoy working on whatever this is, this connection, this job, this project. This is probably one of your best monthly readings that I've done for you in a while. So I don't know what the offer opportunity is for you. I'm going to try to get you a little bit more clarity on that. But overall, this seems to be one of your best months in a while. In March, I do see you pushing back on something that is conventional, traditional, the norm. I don't know why that is. I have the Queen of Cups to the Devil to the Eight of Pentacles. It's like you're very focused. You're going to continue working on this connection or job or opportunity. But there's something here that you're pushing back on. Seven of Wands, Seven of Swords, and the Hierophant. The Hierophant being something of tradition. And there just seems to be like, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm not doing it like that, or I'm not doing it that way. Seems to be the feeling here in March. And then we have the Hangman, the Six of Pentacles, and the Eight of Cups. Again, there's this pausing. Do I want to do it this way? So I feel like that's a very different situation there that you're dealing with. It doesn't seem to be linked, because this is just like, nope, I'm going to keep working on whatever this is, this partnership, friendship, offer, opportunity. So I see you focus on that, but there's something else here happening in March, and you're just like, nope. Like in the after Tarot deck, the Two of Swords, there's no decision to be made. The individual's not holding the swords. So whatever this is, like, nope, made up my mind. Like, you're not changing my mind about it. We're not doing it that way, or I'm not doing it that way. So a little bit of bucking the system here and wanting to be a little bit more independent when it comes to something in March. But I like it because I feel like you're standing up for your principles. It's like true integrity and authenticity here in March. But I'm going to clarify that for you. Right now, I want to look at this opportunity that's on the table. So let's clarify the Lover's card. And remember, it's a collective general reading. We're also going to clarify the Ace of Wands, since that came out twice there. You know what? Let's do the Ace of Wands first. Yeah. Can you clarify this Ace of Wands, the offer opportunity coming to Virgo in the month of February? In terms of people cards, I mean, you have Aries, Leo, Sagittarius here, but you're very heavy on the air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Tell me more about that Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Ten of Cups. I'm sorry, the Ten of Pentacles. You already had the Ten of Cups there. The Ten of Pentacles, the Page of Swords. See, there's that communication about the offer opportunity. Three of Wands. You decide to proceed forward with it. I think for a lot of you, this is either your current partnership, possibly going to a higher level of commitment. I mean, maybe you're asking your person to marry you, or they're asking you to marry them. This could also be a discussion between you and your partner about having children or trying to have children, adoption, fostering. I say that because I have the Page of Swords. For others of you, this is a financial opportunity or a settlement or a compromise or negotiation of some kind. But you are full out saying, yes, I want to move forward with it. Again, you're contemplating it for a little bit, but then you seem to be saying yes. So let's get some clarification here on that Ace of Wands when you're saying yes to whatever this is. Yeah, you have the Wheel of Fortune, you have the King of Cups, and you have the Five of Cups. You're moving forward with this partnership. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is not sulking anymore or crying about the past remorse, past regrets, past losses. They are wholeheartedly focused on this connection here. So again, it could be a professional connection, a platonic connection, a romantic connection, but whoever's offering it to you is pleased to offer it to you. You think about it for a little bit, and then it appears that you're saying yes, and you're very excited. You feel like, wow, this came in the nick of time. That's the feeling. Clarify that Lover's card. Clarify that Lover's card. I also think for some of you, this is an opportunity you've waited a long time for in that Six of Cups energy. Like maybe the last 6 months for some of you. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Lover's card is clarified by the Six of Pentacles, the Knight of Wands, and the Seven of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Five of Cups. So something that you thought wouldn't come in, like I'm never going to get this job. No one's ever going to ask me out on a date. My person and I are never going to agree to this, or we're never going to be able to take this relationship to a higher level of commitment, or I'm never going to find anyone. It's flipped. It's something you thought wouldn't come in, comes in, and you, like I said, you seem to take it. You seem to be, oh yeah, the Eight of Wands and then the Chariot. So it's like all hope is not lost here. So you're moving forward. I'm going to call it with a partnership, because again, it could be professional, platonic, or romantic, but you're moving forward with this partnership because of this opportunity here that's being presented to you. That Seven of Wands, though, tells me you're not telling everyone about it immediately. And I don't know why that is. Like I said, if this is someone new asking you out on a date, you may just want to see how it goes. Maybe you want to get to know the person before you announce to the family that you're dating someone new. That's quite possible. If it's a job, you may just want to see how it works out. Or if you launch a business, you might not want to tell everyone what it is that you're doing until you feel a little bit more confident in the success of it. So there is some holding back here when it comes to the communication. Because the Seven of Wands, the individual is holding the Ace of Wands. They're holding something new, right? This new opportunity. But then the Six of Wands, victory, it's like I'm not telling everyone about the victory just yet. That's how it's coming across to me. One more shuffle here. Thank you. And that Four of Cups, you have that Seven of Swords, the Lovers again, and Judgment. Yeah, you're making the choice. Seven of Swords is the card of communication. It's Aquarius in terms of the astrology of it, and astrology is very detached. So again, the feeling is I'm making the choice to move forward with this offer opportunity. Like I said, negotiation, compromise, going out on a date, whatever agreement this is between you and your current person. But the Judgment call here is, but we're not going to tell anyone about it just yet. You're very happy though here at the end of the month, and you're working on whatever this is, and that then brings us into March. So let's clarify March. Queen of Cups, the Devil, and the Eight of Pentacles. I actually like this. I mean, the Devil is everyone, you know, when you're reading tarot, and I watch a lot of tarot channels, and people are very quick, oh, the Devil is toxic. It could be, doesn't have to be. Astrologically, it's the placement of Saturn and Capricorn, and every zodiac sign and every tarot card has a positive and negative. And so I'm looking at this very positively, because it is flanked by the Queen of Cups and the Eight of Pentacles, and the Eight of Pentacles was here. And you showed up here as the King of Cups. So, and then I've got the Queen of Cups there. So there just seems to be a feeling here of whatever this is, you are wholeheartedly invested in working on it. Like you want to be very successful with the partnership, the adoption, trying to have a child, going out on a date, getting to know this person, at the job, launching your business. Again, the Ace of Wands is going to be different for all of you, but you are wholeheartedly invested and you want to be successful with whatever this is. So I'm not seeing that as a negative whatsoever. Clarify this further here, please, for Virgo. One more shuffle. Thank you. And your heart is open. Like you're loving whatever this is. Yeah, we have the Death card that's going to change your life. Transformation. There's that Hanged Man again. And that Judgment goes right back to that. The feeling there is, I'm really glad that I accepted this opportunity, or launched this business, or my person and I are doing this, or my friends and I. Could be reconciliation if you've had a falling out with a friend or a friend group. This definitely could be the coming back together with that person or those people. But in March, you are happy that, one, you paused to reflect on it. Two, you didn't announce it to the whole world until you were more comfortable with it. And you feel like your life is changing for the better. Strength card here at the bottom of the deck. I like this for you. Let's clarify that Hangman, the Six of Pentacles, and the Eight of Cups there in the After Tarot deck for March. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Cups. There's that offer, that opportunity. We have the Four of Pentacles, And we have the Queen of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Nine of Swords, which in this deck, this person is eliminating. They're using the Ace of Swords, and they're eliminating their doubts, fears, and insecurities. And behind that, you have that Page of Pentacles to the Nine of Wands. Even in March, you are very pleased that you accepted this offer for reconciliation, doing something here with your partner, getting to know these people, accepting the job. There's no downside here. And I'm not trying to find it for you because I want to pee on your parade. I'm trying to find it so you can prepare for something. I'm not telling you the whole month is going to be rainbows and unicorns and fairy dust, but I am telling you that you have an offer opportunity coming in, possibly from an air sign or a fire sign, and you seem to be very pleased. And if this is any kind of financial settlement or job, you're sitting really pretty financially in the month of March, and you're really happy that whatever this is, it is going so well for you. Let's get you some oracle cards and we'll close it out with Kippers. This is definitely a turning point here for my Virgo collective. Absolutely. One card here for that top row, please, for Virgo. Yeah, something here to do with a partnership. Absolutely. Again, whether it's professional, platonic, romantic, and you can claim it however you want. I like this for you very much. So in the top row, you have courage to ask for and accept help. So you can ask Source for strength. So again, when this decision comes in or offer opportunity, you're not sure what to do, lean on your spirit guides, your ascended masters, God, whatever you call the deity or deities that you believe in. I would just ask them to give you the strength, the clarity, so you can make the best decision for yourself. Like I said, most of you seem to be moving forward with it, and you're very pleased even in March with this. Again, this does pertain to a partnership here in your life. And then we have detox. So whatever, and that's what I feel like. This is such a fresh approach here for the Virgo collective in February. Whatever negativity you were dealing with, again, I'm not saying it's 100% absolved in February, but it is being detoxed out of your life. You're not focused so much on the negative. You seem to be really excited about whatever this opportunity here is for you. So bravo to you. It looks like you're turning the page here and starting to focus on happier things, having more gratitude. You're raising the vibration of the Virgo collective. And like I said, each of you are going to have something really amazing cross your path in the month of February. So bravo to you. Really nice. Let's get one more card here. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take them even though they fell face down. So in the top row, you have Divine Alchemy, move beyond your current challenges, which I was just saying you're doing. I don't think you're focused so much on the sadness of the past. Again, doesn't mean it's all gone or that you've forgotten it. You're just, it appears that you're practicing gratitude and you're very much focused on the present and the future. And you like I said, you have something really good coming your way. Supreme protection, you are protected. Cords are being cut, move beyond the limitation. Trust, again, I feel like it's cords are being cut from the past traumas, the heartache. And then you have psychic insight. Your third eye is open. See truth for what it is. Follow your intuition. That's probably in regards to making this decision. Divine order. Do what you feel is right. Again, an important lesson is unfolding. Again, I feel like it's surrounding that decision. And then you have infinite abundance. Obstacles are being removed. Spiritual support and connections are increasing. Really, I mean, just a really nice reading for you. I guess you'll need to come back in a couple of weeks or in a month and drop some comments below and let me know what this offer or opportunity was here for you. I'm excited for the Virgo collective. Let's get 2 cards here for the top row. Thank you. Very nice. 2 cards here. We're going to take that. And 2 cards here for the bottom row. Okay. Aha. All right, so top row, Virgo, you have courthouse in reverse, you have concern, and you have poverty. So again, the feeling here was, for some of you, the feeling was, and I think I said it early on in your reading, you didn't know if this would come in or if it would come in so soon, or when it did come in, if you would be happy with it. And I feel like this is taking you out of a feeling of lack, whether that's emotional or financial. You then have the coffin card here. I moved the cards around and I don't know what else came up with the coffin card. So let me have one more here, please, for the coffin card. expectation. So again, we have courtship. You have a new partnership here, or just a partnership here in your life. Something that you thought was lost, gone, couldn't be revived, or the opportunity would never come your way. Part of you was still expecting it, like you were keeping hope alive for whatever this is, and it's coming in. Thoughts are in the reverse, thief and community. This is like a no-brainer kind of feeling, like, of course, yes, I'm going to tell all of that. But that thief card is Seven of Swords to community. And again, I feel like you are not announcing this to the world. At least not yet. At least not yet. Really good reading. I want to get you... Just want to pull some cards on why you are not telling everyone about this just yet. Why is Virgo not telling everyone about this just yet? One more shuffle. Thank you. I also think if you do have a legal case going on, it's the end to the legal case. The courthouse is in the reverse. The coffin card is here. And I do think that it is in your favor, whatever the settlement here is. So if there's anything legal going on, I think you're going to see the end of it in this month. And you seem to be pretty pleased with the outcome. Why are you not announcing it to the world? Page of Wands, Two of Swords. See, the Page of Wands would be going out there into the frontier, right? I always call that Lewis and Clark of the pages, and this would be you going out into the world and telling everyone. But then you have that Two of Swords where you're like, not yet. Yeah, not yet. I'm going to hold back on the communication. Eight of Swords to the Fool card. So this would be like, again, I go back to, I'm not going to let everyone know until I feel more successful about it, or it's in the bag, or you know what I mean? Like maybe you win the court case, but you're like, but until I get that settlement check or the first installment or first payment, I'm not going to tell everyone about it. I got the new job. I'm coming out of financial poverty, but I'm not going to announce it to everyone until I get the first check, or I get a little bit more acclimated, or I've been there a month and I know that I like it. I'm dating this new person. It's an end to my singlehood, but I'm not going to announce it to everyone until I know that it's a little bit more solid. Knight of Pentacles. And if this is you and your person deciding to maybe like relocate or have children or adopt or foster children, you're not going to tell the whole world until you're a little bit closer to making it happen. Can I just get 3 more cards on Virgo not announcing this to everyone just yet? One more shuffle here. Thank you. 9 of Wands, Page of Pentacles. Again, it's just, I don't want to keep repeating the message. You're not going to tell everyone until it's structured and solid and you've been able to move forward with it and you feel good about it. And I don't think that's going to happen until the month of March. So new opportunity on the table for the Virgo collective. For most of you, this is going to either be in regards to some kind of settlement here with courts, or a new opportunity. In terms of, it could be love and romance for some of you. We didn't get a lot of love and romance cards, but it certainly could be. But for most of you, this is financial related and something you're working on, and you seem to enjoy continuing to work on whatever this is in the month of March. So congratulations to you. Looks like the Virgo collective is coming out of a dark place and heading out into the sun. So congratulations. That's what I have for you. If you like this message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these readings help you with your journey. Until I read for you again, I'm sending you light, love, and peace.
Hello, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you very much for being here. This is your prediction for February 2026, and you know the drill. It's a collective general reading, so as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it is meant for someone else. And also be sure to check out your other placements. If you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. All right, tapping into the Libra collective now for Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Libra need to know for February 2026? What do they not see coming? What do they need to prepare for the Libra collective? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, my dear, we have the Wheel of Fortune. In the top row, you have the Knight of Cups. I want to move these a bit just so you can see them a bit on camera. Okay, so in the heart of your spread, you have the Wheel of Fortune. In the top row, you have the Knight of Cups, you have the Three of Cups, and you have the Moon card. Flanking the Wheel of Fortune is the Empress on one side and the Ace of Cups in the other. And in the bottom row, you have the Two of Pentacles,
you have the Knight of Pentacles, and you have the King of Swords. Sneak peek now into March. Can't believe we're saying that, but we are. King of Pentacles, Ten of Wands, and the Six of Wands. And that leaves the Ace of Pentacles, Judgment, and Ten of Cups here. Wow. At the bottom of the deck. So it looks like you have good news coming in the month of March. Either in regards to your stability or some type of long-term goal here. Could be a new job opportunity for some of you. So if you've been dealing with something heavy, it looks like it starts to clear up, or at least the opportunity for it to clear up presents itself in March. Let's focus on February now. I'm using the After Tarot deck to clarify the cards. If you've never seen this reading before, or you never worked with the After Tarot deck, the images in this deck are a little bit different, and so the meanings of the cards change a bit too, but we'll go through that as needed. All right, for the Libra Collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, for February 2026, we are clarifying Knight of Cups, Three of Cups, the Moon, the Emperor, Wheel of Fortune, Ace of Cups, Two of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles, and the King of Swords. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. All right, the Knight of Cups is being clarified by the Four of Wands. The Three of Cups is clarified by the Ten of Wands. The Moon is clarified by the Two of Swords. The Emperor is clarified by the Knight of Pentacles. The Wheel of Fortune is clarified by the Seven of Wands. The Ace of Cups is clarified by the Chariot. The Two of Pentacles is clarified by the Lovers. The Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. And the King of Swords is clarified by the Six of Wands, which carries over here into March. So again, looking at March, we have the Star, we have the Eight of Cups, and we have the Ace of Swords, and that leaves the Knight of Wands, Seven of Pentacles, Nine of Wands, and the Strength card at the bottom of the deck. I don't know if this is in regards to career and finance, love and romance, maybe relocation here, but I have a group of you here where your overall energy for the month of February is Seven of Wands to the Wheel of Fortune. This is you standing your ground, that this is to you the opportune moment or the opportune time to do something. Because the Wheel of Fortune would be like, this is the time to do something. And it's like a call from within for the Libra Collective. And you're standing your ground on it. Like, I have to do this now. And for some of you, it could be like, I have to relocate now. Or you're feeling called to open up your heart in a particular direction, like maybe to start dating, or if you're already in a partnership, you could feel called to become closer to your partner or try to reconcile differences. It could be also in terms of your financial resources, like you feel a call from within to move in a particular direction, like maybe change jobs or open up your own business. But the feeling here is like you've made your decision on something and you're standing your ground on it. And that's because you feel called to make this decision. In the top row, we have the Knight of Cups to the Four of Wands, the Three of Cups to the Ten of Wands, the Moon to the Two of Swords. So if you haven't made your decision yet, I'm doing this reading on the 7th. I'm sorry that it's late. I've had a lot going on here. It's below 20 outside today. So I've had a lot going on with the house and trying to keep that warm. But anyway, if you haven't made the decision yet, then what you don't see coming is that you are making a decision here. And you're standing your ground on this decision because, again, the call from within is like, this is the right time to do this. Knight of Cups to the Four of Wands. This is the right time to look for another place to move, to relocate. And there's a weight lifted off of the Libra Collective. Like, once you make this decision about this particular direction that you're moving in, there's like a weight like released off of you, like off of your shoulders, because we have the Three of Cups to the Ten of Wands, and in the After Tarot deck, the 9 wands are on the ground, and you're only holding the Ace of Wands, which is this new opportunity or new beginning. So you're making a big decision here. It's almost instant relief once you make the decision, and then you decide to proceed forward. You're taking the lead here. You're the emperor, whether you're masculine or feminine. You're creating the path or the plan in order to execute this decision, or in order to make it come to fruition. And then we have the Ace of Cups to the Chariot. Yeah, I don't know what this new beginning is for you. Again, if you're single, this could be, I could be speaking to a single Libra where you're like, you know what, it's time for me to open up my heart and see if I can move forward here in the Chariot and be victorious with finding love. For others of you, you're deciding this is the opportune time for you to start looking into relocation with that Four of Wands card. And it's just like your decision is made. It's like, yep, I'm relocating, or we're relocating. I mean, this could be with, you know, between you and a partner or you and your family. It could be work related as well. I could be speaking to a Libra where you're like, enough is enough. I'm definitely going to make an effort now to find a new job. So there's a critical decision here as it pertains to your structure and security as well as your future. And this is the month that it appears that you're making the decision. You have the Two of Pentacles to the Lovers. There's that decision. I don't know if I should do this. Shouldn't I? Should I move in this direction? Should I relocate? Should I launch my own business? Should I open up my heart to this individual? Whatever this decision is, that Knight of Pentacles is here twice. So you are feeling called from within to make this decision, but you're not rushing into it. So you're not relocating at the first house. So you're not accepting the first job offer. You're not looking forward to marrying the first person that you meet or you go out on a date with. It's a very slow and careful approach here. King of Swords to the Six of Wands, because at the end of the day, this is you, whether you're masculine or feminine. Your higher self and that King of Swords believes this is the right thing. I will be victorious if I do it now. So this is the feeling of like, I have to strike when the iron is hot. And so whatever this is for you, this decision that you're making, like if the decision here is, that's it, I'm putting my foot down, I'm finding another job. I think you do have a job offer come in. I actually think you have a couple of job offers. That's what that Lovers to the Two of Pentacles would be. You could be going back and forth between two job opportunities. And then in March, it looks like you're taking one and you're moving forward with it. And again, it's like you are victorious over the burden. You're like, whew, I'm so glad I did that because I found this ideal job here with the Ace of Pentacles, Judgment to the Ten of Cups. It's like, wow, I'm in a new place here and I really like it. For those of you where this is relocation, you could be putting your foot down like, nope, I'm moving. This is what I'm doing. And you could be inquiring here with a realtor or finding a place on your own, like if you're buying your own home. Either way, you're deciding I'm going to do this. And then it looks like come March, you find a new place where you are relocating to. And again, it's an apartment, a flat, a condominium, a house, but you're moving forward with it. If you're deciding to put yourself out there as a single Libra, it looks like you are meeting someone here. They could be an Aries, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, or a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and you're deciding to move forward with this person. And in March, you feel like you made a good decision. You like the direction that the relationship is going in. If you're currently partnered, you and your partner are making a decision here about the long-term trajectory of the relationship. Whatever that is different for you. We're staying together, we're moving, we're having a child, you know, we're separating. Again, whatever that decision is, if you're making it in partnership with someone else, then it looks like they're on board and the two of you are moving together. Again, I don't know what direction that's in, but it seems to be agreed upon by both parties. I want to clarify a couple of things here for you. So your overall message here seems to be what you don't see coming is you have a pretty heavy decision here on the table. It has been for quite some time. And it looks like in the month of February, you're making it. And in March, you're quite pleased that you've made it and that you're moving in that direction. Can you clarify the Moon card there? Let's see if we can get a little bit more about that decision here. Clarify the Moon. And we'll clarify the Ace of Cups for you as well. Clarify the Moon here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Moon is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles, the Three of Pentacles, and the Four of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Five of Wands. And why is the Two of Swords here? Okay. Three of Pentacles again. Page of Wands. And the Queen of Swords, bottom of the deck, Six of Cups. Okay, so the decision here was one that you did not make lightly. It impacts your stability. It impacts your future. And the decision you're making is we're moving forward, or I'm moving forward on this. Again, for some of you, it's just you by yourself. And for others of you, it's you and this other person making this decision. But the decision is I'm moving forward. And we have two sets of Three of Pentacles. So it's almost like I have to do this. the call from within, like I have to do this. I don't want it to be a missed opportunity. I feel like this is the right time for me to make this decision or to move in this direction. So I like it. It's you're taking the full control here as the emperor of your life to make this decision. And that Seven of Wands is like you will not be deterred. Let's clarify that Ace of Cups for you, okay? Can you clarify the Ace of Cups here, please? Clarify the Ace of Cups. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ace of Cups is clarified by the Ace of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the Six of Pentacles. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Swords. So this opportunity, you feel like it's the just right thing for you to do or for you to invest in or the direction for you to move in. Chariot. And you feel like this is the best decision I can make for myself at this time. Tell me more about that Chariot. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Chariot is further clarified by Temperance, the Tower, and the Seven of Swords. And that was that feeling of I want to go careful on this because I don't want to make a mistake. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is like looking back. So I feel like this is you looking back at like, you know, past mistakes that you made, maybe when you rush something too quickly. And so you don't want to get caught in that trap again like this individual. They're trying to avoid getting caught in the trap. So I feel like this is you like, okay, I've made the decision. I'm moving in this particular direction. Like I said, some of you are making the decision with someone else. Some of you, it's just you solo making the decision. But you're like, I also don't want to mess it up. I don't want it to completely blow up my life. I want to do it the right way. I don't want to just accept the first job offer or move to the new place. You know what I mean? So this is long-term planning. I'm going to try to get you timing for some of you to see how long this is going to take for you to actually like move forward with this, because this just seems to be like you're moving forward with making the plan. So timing when the plan comes to fruition. Not every card in tarot's timing. If I have to pull a timing deck, I will. But timing when this actually comes into fruition. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Cups within the next 6 months. Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups. So it's like the decision is made now within the month of February. Page of Cups for me, cups are months. And so each of you will be moving forward at your own speed. Of course, you're individuals. But the collective will be shifting onto this. I want to call it a new timeline here within the next 6 months. And it's all because each of you are making this decision in your life. You're making it in the month of February. And then it'll play out at different intervals or at different times for each of you over the course of the next 6 months. And I like that we have the 2 Six of Wands cards. I like that the burdens are being dropped. So you feel really good about this decision. You're also cognizant of the fact that I don't want to make any mistakes or repeat any mistakes of the past. So I like this for you. You definitely have learned from past mistakes, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing when you do that. So a lot of growth here in the Libra collective. Let's get you some oracle cards, and we'll close it out with some kippers. Okay, one more here for Libra. Thank you. Let's get these on the table, and then I will read them to you in a second. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. You're making a decision here. You're taking a divinely guided chance. And again, it's that feeling from within, like this is the right thing to do. Divine alchemy, move beyond your current challenges. Focus on what you desire. That's that Ace of Cups. Okay, that's that Ace of Cups. I don't know if you saw that, but the power just went a little crazy here. We then have moonlighting, and we had that moon card. So again, I think it's an emotional decision for you, but I also think that you are stabilizing your emotions. Again, there was a feeling here of like relief. Once you make the decision, you feel really good about it. And then you have facing fear, which is what you're doing. Major spiritual changes are unfolding. This is your chance to soar. I really like this reading for you, Libra. I feel like some of you have been trapped in something for a long time, and this seems to be you creating a plan to move forward in your life. You're facing your fears. Again, I like this. 2 cards of facing your fear. And then you have love and peace. Let go of the need to be right. Choose peace. Mother healing is possible at this time. So it's possible for some of you, you're contemplating ending a long-term connection or some type of contractual obligation you had with a job or a landlord or something like that. And there could be a need here for you to forgive yourself and forgive the other entity if things just didn't work out, or the apartment wasn't exactly, what you wanted it to be. But whatever it is that you're moving towards, you seem to be excited about. You're building into it. No rash or rush decisions here. And you're creating a plan, which I like. It tells me that you will more than likely be successful with whatever this is. Let's close it out now with some kippers. I just noticed a lover's card again. So yeah, it looks like you're making pretty significant choice in respect to your future here in the month of February. Very nice. 2 kipper cards now for that top row. Okay, middle row here. And the last row. Very nice. So we have marriage at the bottom of the deck. Now it's possible for some of you, you're deciding to get married or you're deciding to leave a marriage. Again, it'll be different for all of you. For others of you, this is something that you're doing in partnership with someone else. Like maybe you're deciding to go into business in the month of February, but you're going to create a plan here with someone else. So the marriage card, I feel like just is talking about partnership for those of you where you're doing this with someone else. Top row, we have change on the side and we have toil and labor. So it's like you're working hard or will be working hard. Remember, you had 2 sets there of the 3 of Pentacles. So it's either you're working hard on your own or you're working in conjunction with someone else. Like each of you are putting 3 pentacles into making this change, or like I said, relocating or moving in a new direction. The full move on the new path isn't occurring in February for like 99% of you, but you're anticipating the change and you're starting to work, or like I said, build into it. You then have bad health on the side and you have community. It's possible for some of you, you're deciding to leave a community. Could be a friend group, a family group, maybe the actual community you live in because you feel it no longer aligns to you. So there could be something like that here. I don't do medical readings, but if you're having something medical go on, you could be choosing to get a second opinion or to maybe even travel to see a specialist or something like that. And then at the bottom row here, we have journey and we have mature man. You could be a mature man, you could be a mature woman. This could also be the individual that you're deciding to work with. But yeah, you are preparing now to move your life. Like I said, another journey, another trajectory. Most of you are doing this with someone else, even if that's just a friend or a business partner, or like I said, you're relocating. This then could be like the landlord, the realtor that you're connecting with. You have asked for your needs to be met. So if any time during the month you're struggling with a decision or any of the planning that you're doing here, make sure you speak to source, to the universe, and ask for help. And then you have ancestor spirit, connect to your lineage. A family wound or pattern can now be healed. It's possible for some of you, you are choosing to relocate away from family. And I don't think that means that you're fully cutting them off. It just means you're choosing to go in your own direction. I like this. There's a decision on the table. You're choosing to not only make it, but you're choosing to create a very grounded plan here on how you can be successful with executing it. And most of you will do just that over the course of the next 6 months. So congratulations, Libra, one of your better readings to date. That is what I have for you. If you like this message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these readings help you with your journey. Until I read for you again, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you very much for being here, my moon bebes. Let's take a look now at your prediction for February 2026. I'm recording this on the 7th. I'll release it on the 7th. I'm so sorry that I'm running late on these this month. I've had a lot going on. So for your message this month, keep in mind, as always, it's a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits and leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it means that it's someone else's. And be sure to check out your other placements, okay? Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said now, Moon Bebes, let's begin. Okay, tapping into the Scorpio collective now. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Scorpio need to know for February 2026? What do they need to prepare for? What do they not see coming for the month of February? Let's get one more shuffle here. Okay, thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Ace of Wands. In the top row, 4 of Wands, Strength, and the 5 of Pentacles. Flanking your Ace of Wands is the Page of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups. And in the bottom row, you have the Wheel of Fortune, you have Judgment, and you have the Empress. Little sneak peek now into March. Can't believe I said that. We have the Death card, which is you. We have the Three of Swords. We have the Eight of Cups. And that leaves the Knight of Cups, Two of Swords, Page of Wands here. At the bottom of the deck. You're changing your mind. All right, let's see where we go with this message. I'm trying to move these so you can see most of them in the camera. Okay, let's clarify this now with the After Tarot deck. If you're new here or you've never worked with this deck before, the images are slightly different, the meanings are slightly different, and we'll go through them as necessary for your reading today. Can we clarify this, please, for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements? We are clarifying Four of Wands, Strength, Five of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles, Ace of Wands, Ten of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, Judgment, and the Empress. The Scorpio Collective for February 2026. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Four of Wands is being clarified by the Page of Swords. The Strength card is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Seven of Swords. The Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Hanged Man. The Ace of Wands is clarified by the King of Swords. The Ten of Cups is clarified by the Sun. The Wheel of Fortune is clarified by the Six of Pentacles. Judgment is clarified by the Queen of Wands. And the Empress is clarified by the Three of Cups. You're sort of waffling on a decision here this month, and then you start to move towards it. In March, we have Knight of Wands. We have Four of Cups. We have the Three of Swords. And that leaves Judgment, High Priestess, Queen of Swords, at the bottom of the deck. I don't know if this is one or two opportunities for you or one or two people. I don't know what's happening here, Scorpio, but you seem to like, I don't know if I want this. Okay, I'm going to move forward. And then even in March, you're like, I don't know if I want this. And then again, you decide to move forward with it. So let me explain to you what I'm seeing here. In the heart of your spread is the Ace of Wands to the King of Swords. And this is your general energy here for the month of February. Ace of Wands to the King of Swords. I see it very clearly, right? The King of Swords can see clearly. They hold the Ace of Swords. So it's like a breakthrough moment or this aha epiphany moment where you're like, I want something new in my life. I either want a new job in the Ace of Wands. I want to learn a new skill in the Ace of Wands. I want a new relationship in an Ace of Wands. I want to reinvigorate the spark in a current relationship in my life. I want to pursue a creative endeavor, like maybe contemplate or move forward with opening up my own business. Whatever that Ace of Wands is different for all of you. But the one thing you all have in common is throughout the month of February, you are very clear about what that Ace of Wands should be, and that you want it. And that's you, like, from your higher self, from your higher perspective. You're like, this is what the Ace of Wands should look like, and I've decided I'm going to move towards it. And then during the month of February, you have the opportunity here. You have the Four of Wands to the Page of Swords. So there's communication, information, opportunity to move towards this Ace of Wands. So there's, this is, I don't know how to say this. There's like there's two opportunities here. This is why I feel like you're waffling between the two. So your feeling here is, I know exactly what it is that I want. Then you receive communication. Someone here is offering whatever it is here that you want. Strength to the Page of Pentacles. You're holding yourself back from accepting the offer or opportunity that this individual is presenting. So let me give you a basic example. And then that Seven of Swords to the Five of Pentacles real quick. Five of Pentacles, obviously feeling left out in the cold, or maybe having a financial difficulty or emotional difficulty. The Seven of Swords in the After Tarot deck, it's like, I don't want to trip up and do that again. So I'll give you a really basic example. This could be a single Scorpio where you're like, I'm seeing it very clearly in that King of Swords, right? My higher self. I'm looking at the Ace of Wands and I'm ready to put myself out there and meet someone new. I'm ready to engage in a love partnership. And then it's like you connect with someone and they ask you out on a date and you're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't think it has anything to do with that person. I think you're second guessing whether or not you want the opportunity, because the Five of Pentacles to the Seven of Swords is like, but what if it doesn't go well? What if they end up ghosting me? What if we have a passionate night and I never hear from them again? You know, this could even be like your person. You could have someone here coming back around again and asking, you know, do you want to talk or do you want reconciliation? And even though part of you, again, is like, well, if that person were to contact me, I would take them back. And it's like, okay, here they are contacting you. And then you're like, oh, geez, I don't know about that, because I don't want to feel the way I felt before. Same thing if this offer opportunity, let's say I'm speaking to a Scorpio and I'm not giving you financial advice, but maybe you're deciding, you know what, I need to invest in my long-term financial stability. So maybe you're looking up stuff on the stock market or various investments, and then you receive the offer opportunity to invest and you're like, yeah, I don't know. Last time I put my money in something like that, I lost my money. So there's something like that here. You're waffling a bit because of past hurt or past rejection or past financial loss. It definitely is due to some loss you incurred in the past. You seem reluctant to move forward on something, but you, at the heart of you, you want whatever or whomever this is. But when you're given the opportunity to move forward with it, and that Strength card, you're pulling yourself back. Page of Pentacles to the Hangman. This is what I'm talking about. That Page of Pentacles that you're receiving is right here. You're holding yourself back, and you're holding yourself back from it once again. So again, someone asking you out on a date, presenting you with a job offer, opportunity to take a class, to learn something new, whatever it is here for you, based upon some past loss, emotional or financial, you're reluctant to move towards it. And then you decide to move towards it. The Sun card is the biggest yes card in tarot. It trumps all of the 4 aces as far as I'm concerned when it comes to yeses in tarot. So then you're like, you know what? I am going to move forward with this because I am very happy, or I want to be happy, or I want to see where this goes. So I'm willing to learn the new thing, or maybe invest a little money in whatever this is, or attempt reconciliation with this person, or go out on a date with a new person. Again, I don't know what the Ace of Wands is for you, but I know that you're sort of waffling here based upon your past experience, and then you decide, in the interest of happiness, I'm a big old yes. I kind of want to see where this goes. So the Wheel of Fortune to the Six of Pentacles, you're like, you're feeling called from within, kind of like, okay, if I'm going to do this, this is the moment to do this. Or I said I was going to start dating, so this person's asked me out on a date, I'm going to go. To like, you know, I'm just going to kind of roll the dice and see where it goes. This person wants to reconcile. Okay, I did originally say if they came back around again, I would be a big old yes, but I'm going to be cautious about it. That's the feeling. So I'm going to learn something new, or contemplate opening up my own business, or go out on a date, or reconcile with this person, but I'm super cautious about it. The moment I feel that it is not fair to me, or I'm being breadcrumbed, or I start losing a little money, I'm out. Because in the After Tarot deck, the individual is walking away in the Six of Pentacles. There are 2 people here, and one person's walking away. And so I feel like your whole thing is, okay, I'm going to try this, or get to know this person again, or try to learn whatever this new skill is. But the moment I feel like it's no longer happy, or doesn't have the potential to be happy, or I start losing money in it, or it's just not what I thought it would be, it's like you're telling yourself, I reserve the right to leave. I reserve the right to leave whatever this is. And so with Judgment to the Queen of Wands, it's like, that's a decision here that you're making. I did say if the opportunity would come forward, I would move on it. The opportunity has presented itself. I'm a little hesitant because of what's happened in the past, but in the interest of my own happiness, I'm going to do this. But again, I'm making the judgment call that if at any moment this starts feeling the way that Five of Pentacles used to feel, I'm out. And I think you're really pleased with this decision because you appear to be going very slow with whomever, whatever this is. And Empress to the Three of Cups, by the end of the month, you're like, I made the right choice, or I made the right decision here. And you seem to be proud of yourself about that. But then in March, you seem to waffle a bit again. Something here appears to occur between you and whomever, whatever this is, and you start second guessing. Death card, Three of Swords, and the Eight of Cups. Should I just walk away from this? Because remember, in February, I reserve the right to walk away from something if it doesn't feel good. So I want to clarify a couple of things here for you, and then we'll take a look into March. But let's look at what is this offer opportunity. See if we can narrow this down a bit for you. So can you clarify that Page of Pentacles? Since that card is on the table twice, and that seems to be what you're contemplating accepting and then deciding to move forward with. Clarify that Page of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Magician, the Ten of Wands, and the Five of Swords. That's exactly what it is, Hierophant. So at some point in time, I don't know if you manifested this. You could have manifested the opportunity, but again, it's like, I really want this. If this were to come in, or I have the chance to do this again, I'm going to do it. And then it comes in, and Ten of Wands to the Five of Swords, you're all up in your head like, oh boy, what if it ends up like last time? Tell me more about this. So I feel like this is just the internal process to you. Tell me more about this. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil, the Tower, and and that Five of Pentacles. Okay, so what you end up deciding here is, that's interesting. So originally the offer comes in and you hold yourself back. I'm not going to jump on it. Maybe in the past I would have just said yes to the date, or yes to the reconciliation, or yes to the first job offer. This time around, I'm going to pause and contemplate, see what is in my best interest. And it's like I said, at some point in time, you asked for this, or you worked for this, or you applied for this, or you manifested this. But because you're a little up in your head about not wanting to experience the loss again, that seems to be the delay. And then you decide, I love the After Tarot deck, the Devil is, the individuals are unattached. Like typically what we see are two people chained to the podium that the Devil presides over. But in the After Tarot deck, the chains are broken here. And then we have the Tower to the Five of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is someone who's gone within. They've done the work, because typically what we see in the Five of Pentacles, two people outside. And they're shivering, or they're out in the cold, and all they have to do is go inside and ask for help. But they typically don't. And it could be pride, or ego sometimes gets in the way, or they're just so buried in the loss that they're not even realizing they should seek help for whatever it is that they're experiencing. But in the After Tarot deck, you've gone within. So either you got help from someone else, or you went within, had a little dark night of the soul, because here you are, you're outside now. You got this big old sack behind, over your shoulder, with all of these tools or whatever it is that you need to bring you out from the cold. So in this moment where you're deciding, I'm going to move forward with it, you're basically, what you're saying here, in order to not lose myself again, or lose my money again, or in order to not feel rejected again, I'm going to re-engage or engage with whatever this is, but I am detaching. Remember, that Devil card is detaching. I'm going to do it differently this time. This time, I'm not putting my heart on the line, or all my money on the line, or all of my hope on the line. So there's something here where, again, maybe in the past it was like a fool's rush in, and I'm going to do this. This Tower moment is actually, you're creating this tower internal to you. It's like a little pep talk. Okay, Scorpio, we're going to do this, or do this again. We're going to do it differently. We're going to detach from the outcome. And if I'm dating this person, I'm not throwing my heart all in. And if I'm reconciling with someone, even if it's a friend or a family member, I'm not putting my heart all in. That now I understand why you are so cautious here when you receive this offer. Eight of Cups to the Nine of Cups, because at some moment in time, I'm going to have to decide whether this makes me happy and I'm staying in it, or I'm going to walk away from it. Because again, you're reserving the right to walk away from whomever or whatever this is. Okay. Again, I don't know who this could be for you. We have everything on the table here. But you seem to be quite pleased with yourself with this offer opportunity. But again, there's a cautiousness about you. Now, what is happening here in March? The only thing that I like looking at the cards that are already on the table is Death card, Three of Swords to the Eight of Cups. This is you contemplating. I feel like something happens here and it's not a feel-good moment. And there's a feeling here, I should just end this, right? Before I feel this, I could just walk away. But then that Knight of Wands to the Four of Cups here, to the Three of Swords. In the After Tarot deck, the Three of Swords, the heart is mended. So again, I feel like you waffle a little bit, but then you decide to stay in whatever this is. So maybe there's a blip with dating this person or reconciling with this person. Like maybe there's like a little issue here that comes up in March, but I still feel like you return back to the job or the friend or the family member, the friend group, like whomever, whatever this opportunity here is for you that you're connecting to. Can you clarify this more for March? I don't want you to spend the whole month of February saying, yeah, I'm moving forward with this and I'm so happy, but in March it's going to crash and burn. So let's see what this is for you in March. Tell me more about this for March. Clarify that Three of Swords to the Eight of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. This is clarified by the Page of Wands, the Seven of Wands, and the Ten of Swords. Bottom of that King of Wands. Excuse me. Let's clarify this here. Look at you being cautious. So I'm going to be honest with you. Something happens here in the month of March, and you're a hair away from calling it off, whomever this is. And then you resist the ending. Seven of Wands to the Ten of Swords. You're like, hold on, I got to get a little more information. It's like you're catching yourself. Maybe I'm overreacting. I think that's why that Three of Swords is mended so quickly. We go from heartbreak to it to it not being so wounding. So it could be us. I'm a Scorpio moon. It could be us because, again, our defenses are up. We're waiting for the letdown. We're waiting to lose the money. We're waiting to lose the job. You know what I mean? We're waiting for the relationship to fall apart or maybe even fall apart again. So the moment something happens in that Page of Wands, we get some kind of little communication. And then right away we're like, okay, I can walk away. And then it's like, no, wait a minute, pause. 7 of Wands to the 10 of Swords. Let's hold up on this. Because the Knight of Wands to the 4 of Cups, you're very quick to want to be like, I'm out of here. Because in the After Tarot deck, you're dumping out the cup. But then there's like very quick repair here. Tell me more about this here. One more shuffle. Thank you. 8 of Cups, that's coming back around again in the After Tarot deck. 8 of Cups, 9 of Cups. Okay, so you end up staying with whomever or whatever this is. Yeah, Page of Cups, and bottom of the deck is the 2 of Cups. So it's partnership-based reading, but whether this is you and a boss, you and a business partner, you and a friend group, you get the gist there. You and a family member, or maybe a couple people in your family, or you and a romantic partner, whether it's new or your current person or a past person. We're going to have to see how the month rolls out for all of us. But yeah, if this were to come to me or come back to me, or if I had the opportunity for this, I would move towards it. Boom, there it is. And then you're like, oh shit, what do I do? And then the decision seems to be, I don't want to feel that ever again. So whatever this is that you're entering, you have some pretty high walls. I'm going to say like, I used to say in the readings, I don't know if I say it anymore, but 10 feet tall and bulletproof. And that's what it is. You're like, I'm going to build this 10-foot wall. Putting on the vest, right? Because I don't want to get hurt again. I don't want to have my heart break again, or I don't want to lose a lot of money again, or I don't want to get my hopes up high and then the rug gets pulled out from under me. So because you don't want to feel this again, you're moving so slowly and reserving the judgment to walk away should you experience any type of loss that's even slightly familiar of the past. There's a little trigger for you in March, and then you're quick to say, no, either, and I don't know what that's going to be for you. Maybe you misunderstood something, okay, because you're on high alert, high defensiveness. But whatever you're about to walk away from in March, you decide not to. That much I could tell you. So I don't think March is going to be that big of a deal when it comes to this offer, opportunity, or connection. Let's get you a couple oracle cards, and we'll close it out with kippers. One card here, please, for that top row. Okay. One card here for the middle row. Okay. And then let's get these also, and I'll read them to you in a second. One card here, please, for the top row. Wow. That's exactly what you're doing here. Okay, so you have visualize abundance in all forms. Remember that Magician card? So at some point in time, you manifested this or manifested the opportunity, and then you are facing your fear with Kali Ma here. Major spiritual changes are unfolding. This is your chance to soar. So you're taking a chance on whomever, whatever this is, and you're facing your fear that I could end up in the 5 of Pentacles again, but I'm going to be way more guarded this time and reserve the right to walk away. You have quiet retreat. That's that hangman energy where I don't know if you saw my electricity just kind of like popped here, but that's that quiet retreat where you're going inward to decide, do I really want this? Because at some point in time, I said if it came through, I would accept it. So yeah, I do see you going here inward in order to make the decision. You have supreme protection. You are protected. Cords are being cut. Move beyond your limitation and trust. And that's what you're doing. I'm going to trust not so much whomever this is or whatever this is. I think you're trusting yourself to say, this time around, if it's remotely close to what I remember, I'm out. And then you have organized for success. I do think you want to be successful with whomever, whatever this is, but you also don't ever want to feel the 5 of Pentacles again. Higher learning, you have learned from the past experience. More inner study is now required to further progress. And that's what you're doing. I'm going to take it very slow, right? I'm going to study this, see how it goes, observe in order to further progress or decide whether or not I want to further progress with whomever or whatever this is. All right, we'll close it out with some kippers. So you're moving forward with this very cautiously and reserving the right to walk away. I might call your video that, reserving the right to walk away. Can we get 2 kipper cards here, please, for the top row? Yeah, that came out on the side. middle row, and the last row. I'm going to take them the way they came out. Concern and official person. This is this individual who's providing you with this offer opportunity. They're the official person, meaning they're making the offer to you, and then you're sitting here concerned. Remember what I said, not sure if you're going to accept it or not. And then you have Thief to the Child card. And you're like, well, I could birth this or rebirth this connection, but I'm going to move very cautiously because it has Seven of Swords. I don't want to be taken advantage of again, or lose my shirt again, or be ghosted again, or abandoned again. So Community to the Coffin card, how interesting. Basically, you have the Death card and we have the Three of Cups. So you are moving really slowly and you're reserving the right here. I mean, these came out kind of on the angle, whether or not you're going to continue participating in this or shutting the door on it at any time. So I like that you are making the choice. Look at that, the Lover's card, Judication, and High Honor. You're making the choice that as you embark on this journey, I'm going to call it a journey here, with this soulmate, with this contract that you have, that's sometimes how I see that Judication card, you're going to hold yourself in high honor. That means you get to call the shots, right? And if you decide to walk away from this because it doesn't feel good, you're reserving the right to do that. I like this. You have thoughts, toil and labor, and great fortune. That's exactly what you're doing here. Okay, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to put in the effort or work with whatever this is or try to learn whatever this is. But this can go one or two ways. This is either going to be a great fortune or a total mistake. But either way, you're expecting, and this person, I believe, is expecting you to be the one to call the shots. Let me pull some cards on that, because I get the feeling you're telling this person that, like, okay, we can go on, like, we'll go on vacation, but, you know, we're taking two different cars. Like, it could be something like that, because if I want to leave early, I'm going to leave early. Like, I'm not going to go in the car with you, and then I can't leave until you leave. You know, you want to go out on the date, fine, but let's go halves, you know, because I don't want to be told afterwards that I owe you anything. So I do feel, whatever this is, I kind of feel like you're informing them of this decision. Is that what Scorpio is doing? Are they informing whoever, or yeah, whoever this is, that they're reserving the right to walk away whenever they want? Tell me more about that. One more shuffle. Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what you're doing. King of Cups is you, whether you're masculine or feminine. The Lover's card and the Six of Wands, Four of Swords. That's exactly what you're telling this person. I reserve the right at any time, like, as long as this is going well, I'll keep doing this with you. But the moment it's not, Two of Cups, and in respect to this partnership, I reserve the right to withdraw or pull away, or, you know, yeah, or back out of the deal, whatever this is for you. Anything else Scorpio needs to know? How about this person's response to that? One more shuffle here. Thank you. This person's response to that. King of Pentacles, Two of Swords, and the Moon. They're going to leave it up to you. Because in the After Tarot deck, the Two of Swords is no decision. So this person, you're showing up in King of Cups. They're showing up in King of Pentacles. They don't have to be an earth sign. But they're seeing this as, I don't want to say a risk that you're taking, but like an investment that you're making on them, or to learn this skill or accept this job offer. Like I said, whatever, go out on the date or re-engage in the relationship. They are giving the decision to you that you, yes, like they're agreeing with you, that you have the right to walk away. The Moon card, they don't really like that they're doing that, because they feel like they don't have any control about, you know, whether or not you're going to completely move forward with whatever this is or stay in the relationship. But they also have no choice in this either. Like, if they want to engage in this relationship or partnership or whatever this is, they have to acquiesce to you. They're surrendering their vote here, or their right to say anything. Nine of Swords, Six of Wands, and the Six of Cups to the Judgment card. They're confident and a little cocky that you're going to be happy with the result and that you're not going to walk away. And that's another reason here where they don't really like putting all of this control in your hands. But at the same time, they're cocky enough to know, or at least to feel, that it will go in their favor and that you won't be walking away or turning down their offer. Or, you know, you won't stop dating them or something like that. That is what I have for you, Scorpio, for February 2026. It looks like you are fully in your power and you are reserving the right to walk away from whomever or whatever this is. They know it, they don't like it, but they're also confident or cocky enough to believe that you won't be doing that after all, because you will be happy with them or the offer they're presenting to you. That's what I have for you for February. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And don't forget to, check out the description box to learn how you can become a time traveler. You're already a time traveler. Anyway, since you're a time traveler, thank you very much for being a time traveler. I appreciate your support. Sometimes you rattle these endings off and they're just, I don't know, they just become habit. But anyway, thank you very much for your support. I hope that these readings help you with your journey. And until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. This is your prediction for February 2026. It is a collective general reading. You know the drill. As the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it just means that it's meant for someone else. And be sure to check out your other placements, okay? Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. If you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Okay, tapping into the Sagittarius collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Sagittarius need to know for February 2026? What do they not see coming? What do they need to prepare for the Sagittarius collective? Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, my dear, we have the Devil. In the top row, you have the Four of Swords. You have the Ten of Swords. Don't panic, we're going to clarify. And you have the King of Cups. Flanking the Devil is the Celestial Weaver and Judgment. In the bottom row, we have the Sun, we have the Six of Pentacles, and we have the Two of Pentacles. And sneak peek now into March. Can't believe I'm saying that, but March. We have the Five of Pentacles, we have the Ace of Pentacles, and we have the Four of Wands. Beautiful energy here for March. The Five of Swords, the Tower, and the Ace of Cups. You have something or someone new coming in March, and it's you don't see it coming. It's like in the I was almost going to cough. Excuse me. In the shadow of something here. You have something here closing out, and you have something new opening up that you don't see coming. So let's see where we go with this message. I'm going to clarify using the After Tarot deck. If you're new to this reading or you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different, and therefore the messages are slightly different as well. Let's clarify this here for the Sagittarius collective, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for February 2026. We are clarifying Four of Swords, Ten of Swords, King of Cups, the Celestial Weaver, the Devil, Judgment, the Sun, Six of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles for the Sagittarius collective here. Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. The Four of Swords is clarified by the Tower. The Ten of Swords is clarified by the Nine of Pentacles. The King of Cups is clarified by the Two of Pentacles. The Celestial Weaver is clarified by Justice. Well, isn't that a gorgeous energy for you, my love? The Devil is clarified by the King of Cups. Whoa. Judgment is clarified by Ace of Swords. The Sun is clarified by the Devil. The Six of Pentacles is clarified by the King of Swords. And the Two of Pentacles is clarified by the Emperor. Jesus. March. Seven of Wands. Three of Pentacles. Two of Cups. This is new. Queen of Pentacles. Page of Cups. New. Ace of Pentacles in both decks. And Wheel of Fortune. You have a situation, environment, or connection here closing out in your life. Either it's been closing out for a long time, or you're still dealing with the aftermath of it, or you've been planning it, but it's like February is the month you're going to implement it. And then you have something new in the midst of this chaos or this change in your life. You have something or someone new coming onto your path. I don't think you see this coming. The Tower here you do see coming, and it's because you're initiating it. Your overall energy here for the month of February is the King of Cups to the Devil. In the After Tarot deck, the King of Cups is dumping out a cup. There's a situation, environment, or connection here in your life, and your overwhelming overall or overwhelming feeling for the month of February is, I no longer want to be connected to whomever or whatever this is. I'm not accepting this level of toxicity, in my life. I don't want to be at this job, or I don't want to be doing this way. And look, this could even be a habit. Like, I don't want to smoke anymore. Or I want to start eating better. I want to cut out sweets. So it doesn't always have to be a situation, environment, or connection. It could be like a habit or pattern within yourself that you're just recognizing. It's just not something I want to do anymore, or I want to take better care of myself. You know, maybe I don't want to be doom scrolling. Devil sometimes could be doom scrolling. Whatever it is, you are rejecting it in the month of February. So whomever, whatever it is, you're like, no, I don't want to do that anymore, or engage with it anymore, or be affiliated with it anymore. And top row, we have the Tower to the Four of Swords, the Nine of Pentacles to the Ten of Swords, and the Two of Pentacles to the King of Cups, which was your energy here. So the Four of Swords to the Tower. This is the feeling of, I feel like I have healed enough and I am strong enough to move on from whomever, whatever this is. So again, let's say this is a habit, and I don't have anything against smokers. Most of you know I'm a smoker, but this could be, and I'm not saying smoking is good for you, but this could be like, I just don't want to ingest this anymore. And I feel like I'm strong enough that I can overcome this addiction. I feel like this would be very healing for me to do this. And this is you like literally waking up one day and saying, I'm not going to eat that anymore. Or I'm not going to drink that anymore. Or I'm not going to doom scroll anymore. For others of you, if this is an actual person in your life, whether it's a boss or a friend or a family member or a lover that you deem to be toxic to you, your feeling here is, I am strong enough. I have thought about this long enough. I'm ready to act on it. I'm ready to find another job, find another living situation, detach from this person, walk away, end this relationship. Nine of Pentacles to the Ten of Swords. You are very grounded in this decision. Like, I'm closing this out. And that's why I don't feel like this is something being done to you. Now, I'm not saying that this person hasn't done anything to you that brought you to this decision, but your feeling is, I'm better off on my own. I'm strong, I'm independent. And I also feel like this is pre-Empress energy, which we have you here towards the end in Emperor energy. So I almost feel like this is because I love myself so much, is the energy I'm getting here. Because I love myself so much, I'm going to walk away from this, again, toxic pattern or trait or situation, environment, or connection. And there we have you again. Here's the King of Cups to the Two of Pentacles. In the After Tarot deck, there is nothing to decide or consider. You're turning your back on it. So the decision has been made and you're deciding to move in a new direction. So again, I'm quitting this habit, or I'm quitting this pattern, right? Could be a pattern within yourself you're recognizing. You're like, I just don't want to show up that way in the world. Or like I said, situation, environment, or connection. You're like, I'm turning my back on it. Celestial Weaver to Justice. Your deck is the only deck I use that has the Celestial Weaver card, also has the Phoenix card as well. This is your feeling that my life would be better off if I rebrand it, or if I do it differently, or I structure it differently. It's almost like you have decided, I need to create a new chapter here in my life, or I want to begin a new chapter in my life, and I don't want to bring along this toxic pattern, trait, person. It's the just, fair, right thing for me to do for myself and for my future. And flanking the other side of that Devil to the King of Cups is Judgment to the Ace of Swords. So you're not doing this from like because you're erratic, or you're not thinking clearly, or your emotions are, you know, taking control. No, this is my truth. This is my clarity. In order to be authentic to me, I need to disengage from whomever or whatever this is. And it's a judgment call here that you're making. You then have the Sun to the Devil in the After Tarot deck, where typically in the Devil card, we see, and not in your deck, but in your deck, we actually see the individual confronting the devil, okay? But in other decks, we typically see two people chained to the podium that the devil presides over. But in the After Tarot deck, the individuals are freed. So again, your feeling here is, I feel a lot better just knowing that I'm going to do this. And for some of you where you are severing the connection or whatever, changing the habit, whatever this is, in the month of February, by the end of February, you're feeling better because you've done this. So again, whether that's a habit to you, a pattern, situation, environment, or connection, by the time you get closer to the end of February, you feel relieved. Your body feels better. You feel lighter. You feel happier. You feel more grounded. You feel more healed because you've disengaged from whomever or whatever this is. And Six of Pentacles to the King of Swords, you're being very conscientious now about the things that you consume. Like if this was a consumption habit, you're very thinking very logically. It's almost like if this were a diet here that you're implementing, you're really like counting the calories and counting the protein and the carbs. You know, if this is an exercise regimen, you're making sure to create the time for it in that Six of Pentacles. It's like, okay, 3 days a week I'm going to do this, or 2 days a week I'm going to go for a walk. And if this is you moving towards another situation, environment, or connection, or just other responsibilities in life, you're seeing very clearly that you can only contribute so much time to something else, or to just all the responsibilities in your life. It's like I'm still processing this ending, even though I'm feeling better. So it's like you're careful here to not overdo it. So let's say this is a dietary thing that you're doing, and you're changing it up because you feel like it's the right thing to do. And in the next chapter of your life here, you want to feel better about yourself. And let's say you're giving up sweets. That's just an example. You're very careful here, even towards the end of the month, that if you do indulge every now and then, right, and you do want to have a dessert, or you do want to have a cookie, you're, again, with that Six of Pentacles, it's like you're doing it in very little. Again, it's an equal measure, an equal balance. If you're sticking to an exercise regimen, again, it's like 3 days on, 2 days off type of thing. It's a very balanced approach. If you're moving away from a particular person because you're deciding to sever a tie with this person, you're feeling relieved by the end of the month that you did this, but you're still healing from the separation. And so you're like, everything here is in moderation. Like in that Six of Pentacles, the merchant is seen given 3 pentacles to one responsibility or person, 2 pentacles to another responsibility or person, but they're reserving a pentacle for themselves. And this is what I mean by, like, you're conscientious here that you're still processing this ending, particularly if it is the severance of a connection, which you are initiating. And again, it could be because this person did something in the past. I don't know. I'm not blaming you for severing the connection. I just see you controlling the severance. But there's something here of like, but I still need to reserve some pentacle resources for me. At the end of the day, I still need time to wind down and relax. And then we have the Two of Pentacles to the Emperor. You're now moving in another direction, because in this Two of Pentacles, you've turned your back on whomever or whatever this is. And now it's like you're taking the lead. You're taking charge now to move in another direction. And what you don't see coming, sorry, I think my hair is still wet from the shower and I'm shedding. I'm sorry about that. I think what you don't see coming is in that Five of Cups, it's like by the time you get to March, it's like you're missing sweets, or you're kind of missing the cigarette, or you're missing the old routine. And you could be missing the person here that you severed the connection with. But when you don't realize it, you have a new opportunity here. And you're at first reluctant in that Seven of Wands, because it's almost like, whoa, wait, I wasn't expecting that, right? I just quit this job. I wasn't expecting a new job proposal so soon. Or I just started putting out my applications. I'm already receiving job offers. I just broke up with this person. I was not expecting to meet a new person here. But you do have a connection here. And this is someone here who wants to collaborate with you and work with you. Or possibly, like if this is job related, they're offering you a job offer. Queen of Pentacles, Page of Cups, and the Ace of Pentacles in both decks here. And with that Jupiter energy there of the Wheel of Fortune, I feel like you're moving forward. Oh yeah, Six of Swords is right behind that. So you're moving forward with the new opportunity, or the new exercise program, or the new dietary regimen, like whatever this is. And yes, for some of you, you're severing a romantic connection here. Maybe even going through a divorce here with the Justice card, or you're deciding to initiate a divorce. But there's someone new here that you don't see coming. Five of Swords in the middle of this tower that you have triggered in some way. Ace of Cups, there's that new love offer. And that Eight of Pentacles, it's like when you weren't looking, like you're looking down, focused on this, and suddenly there's someone new here. So I would be mindful of that. And if this is work related, you have 2 job offers in March that you don't see coming. I want to clarify a few things for you. I want to clarify the Tower, even though I feel like that is you initiating the Tower. Tell me why that Four of Swords is there. It's almost like I've thought about this long enough, or I feel healed enough, I feel strong enough, I meditated on this enough. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Four of Swords is clarified by the Four of Cups. I meditated on this long enough. The Eight of Swords, I've thought about this long enough. And the Phoenix, yeah, I want to do things differently. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Pentacles to Nine of Pentacles. So it's your decision here in the month of February that you want to become single, free, independent, or autonomous. of whomever or whatever this is. Clarify that Tower. Clarify that Tower, please. So you're bringing this Tower down, or you're calling it over, or like I said, you're giving notice to work, or you're asking for the divorce. One more shuffle. Thank you. Or maybe you broke up with this person already and they're coming back around in February and you're like, nope, not doing that again. Queen of Wands, Nine of Wands, and the Ten of Cups. Now, in the interest of my long-term happiness, success, in order to move my life forward, I'm not doing this again. I'm not repeating this pattern again. This is a very strong energy here. So whatever's closing out here, again, I'm not saying that they didn't do anything to initiate it, but you're triggering it. This is happening in your time. What is that Devil energy here? Something here that you're, something or someone you're walking away from. Clarify the Devil card here, please. And then we're going to definitely clarify those new opportunities. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil card is, oh wow, look at that. The Two of Wands is in the reverse, so you've made your decision. Or usually the Two of Wands in the upright is you have a decision. You can leave something in the past behind and move forward. It's typically the meaning. You're at a Y point, at a crossroads. Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I stay where I'm at? No, your decision here is made. Queen of Swords. So you're choosing to cut something or someone here out of your life. King of Wands. And this, again, I'm not saying this person didn't do anything, but you're deciding to do this. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. After a long period of time of contemplation, meditation, you're slamming the door shut here. What's interesting is we don't have the World card. And that doesn't mean that you're not definitively closing the door, but you're triggering the Tower. You're closing whatever this is, but I don't feel like it's fully closed. So maybe you are King of Swords. Sometimes in divorce reading could be the attorney, King and Queen of Swords. So it's possible we have Queen of Swords here, King of Swords here. You're inquiring with an attorney to get a divorce. Doesn't mean the divorce is final in 1 month, but you're choosing to move forward with it. If this is a job, you made the decision to quit it, but you're going to look for another job before you officially walk away. If this is anything in terms of your personal regimen, like dietary or exercise or something like this, you could be getting help from someone or doing this with a friend, like we're going to exercise together or go for walks together. There certainly could be something like that. Or you're speaking to a sibling or a family member, you're letting them know that you're leaving this person. Or you could be talking to your person that you're leaving your job. I feel like there's someone else here that you're talking to about this. So you're talking to a friend, a family member, or a lover that you are triggering an ending here in your life, becoming free, single, and independent, and changing something up. You're rejecting something here in your life, and I feel like you're telling someone else that you're doing this. Clarify the Sun card here. Clarify the Sun card here, please. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Okay. That was a lot of cards. I'm not going to take the ones that are face down. I'm just going to look at the ones that came up face up. There's a lot of them. We have the Three of Wands moving forward. Ten of Cups towards your happiness. Justice, because again, you feel like it's the right thing to do. Knight of Cups and Page of Wands. You are in search now of your ninth cup or of the Ten of Cups. That's why you're feeling so good. So look, if this is anything to do with dietary or exercise change, you're seeing progress made, you're seeing results, and you're liking it, and therefore you're going to continue to move forward in doing this. If you are deciding to leave behind the job, you're already starting to receive some job offers. I don't think you're accepting them, but it's making you feel really good that you made the right decision just because you're receiving other opportunities. If you're deciding to move on from like a friend, family member, or lover, I still feel that you are talking to someone else about it and they're supporting you in this. And that's a sense of comfort for you as well. Clarify that Devil card here now. Because you're becoming free of whomever, whatever this is. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil is clarified by the Six of Pentacles, the Page of Swords, and the Eight of Cups. Oh yeah, bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. So you are disengaging from a habit, pattern, situation, environment, or connection that after some heavy contemplation, you're deciding to move on from it. And that Page of Swords tells me you are telling someone else that you're doing this. Wheel of Fortune, Six of Swords. Again, with that Eight of Swords and the Eight of Swords card in the After Tarot deck, you're free. So possibly in March or April is when you're fully moving on. Perhaps then we'll actually see the World card. But this is internal to you. You're done with whomever or whatever this is. All right, let's get some oracle cards. And then, oh, I was going to clarify that for you too. Thank you for reminding me. Let's clarify that for you as well, because I really want to look at these other opportunities. You have the Ace of Pentacles here, and then we had the Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck. So let's shuffle these and look at these new opportunities. It's possible for some of you, you are deciding to leave the community you live in. And in March, you have one or two relocation opportunities present themselves to you, like 2 different apartments or condos or homes or something like that are presented to you. And even though you're a bit sad to leave behind the current place where you live, you're also very excited to learn more about the new. You might be sad that you're leaving this job, but you're really excited with these new job opportunities coming in. For some of you, you're leaving someone like a lover or a spouse, and you don't realize that within 4 to 6 weeks, you're going to meet someone new. Tell me more about the new opportunities for Sagittarius in March. Okay, we have the moon. Don't see this coming. Moon, Page of Swords, King of Wands. You do not see that coming. Again, it's in the midst of this chaos and conflict of the Five of Swords. We have the Fool. We have a new beginning here. And a new decision in the Two of Swords on whether or not you want to accept that opportunity or those opportunities. Let's clarify this a little bit more for you. Clarify that Seven of Wands, Three of Pentacles, and the Two of Cups. It's almost like while you're dealing with this shows up. I do see you here in the After Tarot deck moving forward with at least one of the opportunities. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Yeah, Six of Pentacles, the Four of Pentacles, and a Knight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, there's something here, something you've been holding on to, or someone you've been holding on to, like I said, is cycling out or changing, but you're deciding to move forward with this new opportunity. Seven of Pentacles and the Fool. You're deciding to invest in the new path, the new exercise regimen. Like I said, the new dietary program. You're liking the results by the end of the month, and you're just going to double down on it. Give me one card on that Knight of Wands. This could be a new work opportunity here for you, and you're deciding to move forward with this one job. One card on the Knight of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Yeah, and the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Six of Swords. This is almost like, in the middle of all this happening, like I'm making the decision, I'm relocating, I'm cutting off this friend, I'm going to stop talking to this family member, you know what I mean? I'm leaving this person, I'm inquiring on a divorce, or I'm filing for divorce, or whatever, I'm leaving this job. It's like in March, you're still dealing with that ending, whether you're still healing from it, or you're still adjusting to the changes, or you're still processing the ending. I don't think you see this person or these opportunities headed your way. For most of you, you're going to have 2 opportunities in March, and most of you are going to move forward with one of them. But notice in the Four of Pentacles, typically the Four of Pentacles, we're holding on. But in the After Tarot deck, we have the Scorpionic energy here of the Grim Reaper. Thank you. Thank you. We have the Grim Reaper here. So again, it's like you're still processing this ending or holding on to feelings, or you're still going through the divorce. And then here comes someone new that you did not see coming. So I would claim this, these opportunities, or this person, or these people, however you need them to be in respect to whatever it is that you're leaving behind, or you're changing your diet and this is you deciding to join a gym. I mean, that's what this could be like. But this is helping you to replace this or to move on from this. And that I don't think you see coming whatsoever. Let's get some oracle cards here for you, and we'll close it out with kippers. That's exactly what you're doing. So in the top row, you're releasing something, a job, a situation, a pattern, a person. In the second row, you have conscious consumer. You're going to be more, like I was saying, more careful about what you consume, whether that's in terms of news, food, nutrition, the connections, the energies you allow in your life. And I don't typically read these cards in reverse, but I found it interesting that the Lady Nadia one did come out in reverse. So you're releasing something here or someone. The Heart Awakening card came out in the reverse. Now the card says awaken to acceptance and divine love, give and receive in balance. But because it came out fully in the reverse, Sagittarius, I feel like you're going to stop giving to whomever, whatever this is, because again, you're a Nine of Pentacles energy. So you're not going to give in to temptation or continue to work here or continue to engage with this person once you make the decision to move on from them. That conscious consumer, yeah, whether this is dietary, nutrition, energy, news, information, connections, it just seems like you're going to be very careful about who or what you allow in moving forward. Call to action, you're taking charge, you're leading by example, and you're walking your talk. That's exactly what you're doing here. Again, you're triggering the Tower. Then you have cooperation instead of competition. So maybe for some of you, you're leaving a partner that kept you in competition. That's possible. Or you're seeking out friendships that are more cooperative in nature. So maybe you're breaking away from a frenemy or a kind of mean girls group, mean guys group type of thing. You have deservingness. You know what you deserve. We saw that with the Empress energy or the pre-Empress energy. And then again with the Emperor. And you have divine healing. Honor your sensitivity. Retreat to recharge and heal. Your light can support others. So might be something you want to think about moving forward. Whatever changes you're making, whomever or whatever you're walking away, you might want to journal it during the month of February, because in the future you might want to share that story with others in the hopes of helping the collective. Let's get you a couple of Kipper cards. I'm going to get you some Kipper cards for those new opportunities too. Let's get you 2 cards here for the top row. The mature woman kind of came out upside down. I feel like that's signifying whomever, whatever, you're no longer investing in or giving to. In the second row, you have judication in the reverse. So again, if you're starting a divorce process, it's not finalized, but it is something you're beginning. For others of you, you're deciding to move on from a situation, environment, connection, or pattern that you feel is no longer fair or just to who you are or the person you're becoming. And that journey card, it's like you're starting on this new path, or you're initiating this new chapter in your life. You have main female sideways, and you have message. Yeah, again, it's like while you're in the middle of this chaos and conflict, or departing from whomever or whatever this is, or becoming acclimated to the changes you're making, there's that message and that opportunity. Can we get 2 Kipper cards here for this new opportunity or new soul? I mean, it is this new soulmate. We have the 2 of Cups card here. So whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic, someone new is entering your life and presenting you with this offer. So anything else we need to know? Oh, look at that. Change. And again, with the message card. So yeah, something here is changing your life over the course of the next 3 to 6 months. That's a timing card for me. 3 to 6 months when you receive this message or offer opportunity, I do think most of you are going to move forward with it. Occupation at the end of the day, maybe for some of you this is work related, distant horizons, it could be travel or relocation as well. That is what I have for you, Sagittarius. You're triggering an ending here, and what you don't see coming in the very near future, next 4 to 6 weeks, is a new opportunity. That is what I have for you for February 2026. If you like that message, resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these messages help you with your journey. And so I read for you again. I am sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. This is your prediction for February 2026. Keep in mind, it is a collective general reading. So as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it just means that it is meant for someone else. Also, be sure to check out your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Okay. I want to take a look at that 8 of Swords. Okay, tapping into the Capricorn collective now for Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Capricorn need to know for February 2026? What do they not see coming? Or what do they need to prepare for? Let's get one more shuffle here for you. Okay, thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Four of Cups. In the top row, you have King of Cups, Ace of Swords, and the Six of Wands. Flanking the Four of Cups is the Ten of Pentacles and the Nine of Swords. And in the bottom row, you have the Ten of Swords, you have the Knight of Pentacles, and you have a Queen of Cups. Oh, interesting. King to the Queen of Cups. Okay. Bottom of the deck is a little sneak peek now into March. We have the Three of Cups, we have the Page of Wands, we have the Nine of Wands, and that leaves the Ace of Cups, the Star. Aha, Death card in the reverse. Interesting, to the Hierophant here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, let me scoot these over. I want to make sure that you can see them on camera. Okay, let's clarify your cards now using the After Tarot deck. If you've never seen this reading before, or maybe you're not familiar with this deck, the images of the cards are different, and so it does alter the meaning of the cards, but we'll go through them as necessary. Let's just get them out on the table for you here. For Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, for February 2026, we are clarifying King of Cups, Ace of Swords, Six of Wands, Ten of Pentacles, Four of Cups, Nine of Swords. Ace of Wands wanted to show itself. Okay, so keep that in mind. We're clarifying King of Cups, Ace of Swords, Six of Wands, Ten of Pentacles, Four of Cups, Nine of Swords, Ten of Swords, Knight of Pentacles, and the Queen of Cups for the Capricorn collective for February 2026. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. The King of Cups is being clarified by the Five of Pentacles. The Ace of Swords is clarified by the Page of Cups. The Six of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Wands. See, it did want to show itself. The Ten of Pentacles is clarified by the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups is clarified by the Four of Pentacles. The Nine of Swords is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Swords is clarified by the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the King of Cups. And the Queen of Cups is clarified by the Three of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Fool. Queen of Pentacles. And the Hierophant. And that leaves the Eight of Wands, Ten of Swords, Nine of Wands here, to the Nine of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. This is without a doubt a connection-based reading. I don't know who this person is to you. Your boss, your friend, your family member. It could be a neighbor. I don't think so, but it could be. It could be your lover. It could be your spouse for some of you. If you don't want to hear anything about reconciliation, I would just click off this video now and watch another placement. But looking at the cards, it looks like you are reconciling here with someone in the month of February. Your overall energy is the Four of Cups to the Four of Pentacles. You seem to be going a little back and forth here. You're not fully giving up on the connection, energetically speaking, okay? Maybe to the world and to yourself. And if you and I were able to have a one-on-one discussion, you're going to tell me that you're done and you don't want to see this person's face ever again. And I would believe you if you told me that, if I wasn't looking at the energy. Because the energy is, I don't know if I want to hold on or let go. I'm not happy with this person. I'm not happy with what transpired between the two of us and that Four of Cup energy. You know, I wish things didn't go down like that, or I wish they didn't behave that way. But the Four of Pentacles card in the After Tarot deck, this person is holding on to the Four of Pentacles. Meanwhile, we have the Grim Reaper here, scorpionic energy. So it's like you have a choice here to hold on or let go. And I don't think you're doing either, at least energetically speaking. So what do I mean by that? Let's say you did end the connection with this person. You're still maybe watching tarot readings. You're still thinking about them. You know, you're watching tarot readings to see how they're doing, or if they're coming back, or how they're doing with someone else if they've moved on. So there's still an energetic attachment, or you're thinking about them a lot, or you're replaying things in your head that transpired between you and them. So again, if you want to tell me, I don't want this person back, I'm going to believe you, but I'm telling you energetically, there's still a tie here. And so energetically speaking, you're not happy with this person or what transpires between the two of you in the month of February and whatever happened prior to February, but you're still not sure if you want to hold on or let go. In the top row, we have King of Cups to the Five of Pentacles, Ace of Swords to the Page of Cups, and Six of Wands to the Ace of Wands. I think this person's coming back around again. I think they're offering you an apology, and I think you're accepting the apology. If you don't want to hear it, like I said, click it off. And I don't know who this person is, but you have a lot of affection or admiration or respect for them, and they have it for you as well. This person wants to come in from out of the cold. So there has been some type of severance here of the connection or a reduction in conversation. You may have had a tower moment with this person, but they're coming in the month of February looking for reconciliation. They're offering you an apology, and you seem to be trying to find the clarity within yourself of whether or not you should accept their apology or give them another try. Because sometimes we can accept an apology but not allow the person back into our life. It's just like, okay, thank you for owning what you did. Good luck. But this seems to be you're trying to figure that out with that Ace of Swords. Like, do I just accept the apology and send them on their merry way? Or do I accept the apology and let them back into my life? And Six of Wands to the Ace of Wands looks like you are accepting the apology or the offer opportunity that they're giving you here. Flanking that Four of Cups to the Four of Pentacles is the Ten of Pentacles to the Four of Cups. That whole, I'm really upset about what happened back there. You're sort of putting it off to the side here in the month of February in the interest of the Ten of Pentacles, the family or the foundation. And again, I don't know who this person is. Maybe this is a boss or someone you work with and you've had a difficult time and they're coming in with an apology and you're like, you know what, because I want to keep my job, I'm just going to accept their apology and move on. Because maybe for a while there you were contemplating leaving your job. Like I said, it could be a child, it could be a partner, or just someone that you see as an equal, regardless of who they, particularly are in your life. But this seems to be like in the interest of money, or in the interest of family, or in the interest of long-term goals, or in the interest of the foundation I've already created with this individual. I'm willing to give them another try. Nine of Swords, again, that Ten of Pentacles. There's worry here. You're thinking about it long and hard. You're not an automatic yes to this person. You're not a pushover. So I don't want you to think like they come in with this little sorry and you're like, yes, welcome back, hurt me again, screw me over again. I don't think it's quite that way. You're struggling a little bit here energetically about, again, do I just accept the apology and send them on their way? Or do I allow them back into my life? But then with that Ten of Swords to Knight of Cups, you are accepting what they're offering you, despite the hardship, despite the ending, despite whatever happened here in the connection. And then the Knight of Pentacles, again, to that King of Cups, you seem to be saying, I'm just going to take it slow and easy and see where it goes and how it goes. So it's almost like you're re-engaging, you're accepting this apology or offer, and you're re-engaging with this individual, but with limited to no expectation. And it's almost like a wait and see. I guess we're just going to wait and see now how this plays out. And the Queen of Cups, this is you, whether you're masculine or feminine. You're now beginning to rebuild the foundation or the structure of this connection with this individual. When we look into the month of March, you seem to be happy that you reconnected with this person, but it's still difficult for you I feel like monitor them, because this is very much like a wait and see attitude. So in March, you're happy for the reconnection, or happy that they're back in your life, or happy that things are going okay. But I feel like there's a constant surveillance, so you're constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. And that is beginning to emotionally exhaust you in the month of March. But that Fool, Queen of Pentacles, and the Hierophant, it looks like you're going to continue to invest in the connection, despite the difficulties that you have emotionally speaking with, like I said, waiting for that shoe to drop. I want to clarify a couple of things here for you. This Page of Cups. So let's first clarify the Ace of Swords, because this seems to be you trying to figure out if you should accept it. What does it mean? Is this the right thing for you to do? So tell me about that Ace of Swords here. Tell me about the Ace of Swords. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Ace of Swords is clarified by the King of Swords, the Sun, and the Five of Swords. Yeah, there's some internal conflict here with you about whether or not you can fully accept this apology trust this person again. But I do see you here. By the end of the month, you are accepting the apology. Tell me a little bit about that Page of Cups. Tell me about that Page of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Page of Cups is clarified by the Page of Wands, the Knight of Swords, and the Queen of Swords. I do, bottom of the deck, the Magician, Four of Wands, and the Devil. Again, it's a very detached energy here. So this is, I'm going to accept the apology, but I'm not putting my heart on the line. I'm not fully trusting this person. This is very much, I'm just going to wait and see how this plays out. And there is a part of you internally that's waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for them to F up again, waiting for them to hurt you again, or abandon you, or ghost you, like whatever happened back there. It's like your nervous system has not fully relaxed or adjusted. So you're not fully healed from whatever transpired in the past. Just keep that in mind, because you probably want to continue to work on your healing. Trying to see what else I can clarify here for you. I want to clarify, I'm not going to clarify the Ten of Swords, because what transpired here is going to be different for all of you. But I want to focus on your energy here. So tell me about Capricorn's energy here as they're starting to build or rebuild with this individual. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Queen of Cups is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, the Hierophant. Yeah, this is very much you. This is a very much wait and see. Can this person live up to not the expectations you have for them? Because that Devil card in the After Tarot deck is detached. So I don't think you're attached to any particular outcome. This seems to be waiting to see if this person can rise to the occasion. And it's like, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Clarify this further. Clarify that Three of Pentacles there. One more shuffle. Thank you. So the Three of Pentacles, we're going to clarify this by the King of Swords. So King now to the Queen of Swords. Page of Swords and Justice. Again, bottom of the deck, the Magician. So I do think you move forward, again, with connecting with this person. But that Page of Swords, Page of Wands, this is very much monitoring, waiting to see what they do. Do their actions match their words? Can you trust them again? But it appears here to be your decision that you do want to move forward with this individual. I want to clarify for you. Yeah, we have a little bit of time. Before I get into the Oracle cards, I just want to see, you just seem very tired here. A part of you is happy and a part of you is tired. I really think you're going to need to focus on your healing. Even if you're accepting this person back and accepting the apology, and you seem to be happy, you know, in the Three of Cups that things are working out. But I don't think you're really addressing whatever that Ten of Swords was there in the past. I don't know if you just saw the lights flicker or not. Clarify that Nine of Wands here. Clarify the Nine of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Wands, yeah, Seven of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the Seven of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Magician. If you don't spend enough time healing whatever transpired here between you and this person, you could actually be the one to sabotage the connection, because the moment the smallest thing goes wrong, you know, they're late 5 minutes, they forget the cap off of the toothpaste bottle, you know, something small, you might just explode on them, because that Seven of Pentacles, you still have been holding on for a long time to whatever happened here. So it's like there's unresolved trauma, unresolved wounding here. And I think you could sabotage this connection by being very verbally aggressive, because you're accepting an apology here, but you're not fully healed yet. So it's like, because you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, you're kind of manifesting that the other shoe drops. And when the other shoe is not dropping, the smallest thing they do is going to make you feel like it's going to trigger you into thinking like, here they go again, they're doing it again, they're lying to me again. You know what I mean? So make sure you're really you're focused on your healing. Just because you take them back and things seem to be going good doesn't mean that you need to give up on healing that wound, whatever it was here that they caused. Anything else we need to know about this? One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Pentacles. There's that page, Knight of Pentacles. I do think that you're going to work on this connection. Again, if you don't want to hear it, that's okay. You can check another placement. This is specifically for those of you where you are looking for reconciliation. It is here. It's on the table. But in order for this to have long-term success, there's a need here for you to address either within yourself, possibly with this person. We'll get you some advice on that, okay? Or maybe with a spiritual guide, a mentor, a priest, a rabbi, maybe a therapist here. But I would say that you still need to work on this wound, because again, the moment you feel the other shoe is dropping, even when it's not, when they're doing something really small and insignificant in that Page of Wands, because you're so wounded and you're just waiting for them to F up again. Yes, Seven of Swords and Knight of Swords could be very aggressive, and you might bring out things that they've done over like the last 7 years that you've known them or worked with them, or, you know, again, whoever this person is. And if it's a child, you might bring up something they did when they were 7 years old, even though they're a grown adult now. So I would definitely work on this wound so it's not re-triggered for you. I haven't gotten advice for anyone else, but I do want to get you advice on this. Any advice on how Capricorn could heal this wound while simultaneously engaging with this individual again? Any advice for them on healing the wound? Bottom of the deck, Ace of Wands. So accepting this offer opportunity here to move forward with this person, or like I said, reconnect with them. Any advice here? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The advice, Star, healing. Make sure you work on that. Two of Pentacles could be time management. So make sure that, again, even though you're connecting with this person, you're still setting time aside to feel all of those emotions and to process them. Lover's card. Bottom of the deck, Ten of Wands. Yeah, if you don't fully process the feelings, the wounds, crying, you know, if you don't make the choice to do this, I think it can become a burden to the connection. Because the moment they do something, even if it ends up being like a legitimate infraction here, like they do something small, you might make it out to be, you know, they're doing a Page of Wands, they're doing something a little immature or saying something off the cuff, but to you it's going to feel like the Ten of Wands. And again, I think it's because there's some unresolved trauma here between you and them because of whatever transpired here. So I would definitely work on that. So the Star card, the Two of Pentacles, and the Lovers is like, in order for you to be in full alignment with this reconciliation, there's a need here for you to make a choice to create some time here to work on your healing or work on that wound that they triggered or that they created. Anything else Capricorn needs to know about healing the wound? One more shuffle. Thank you. Anything else you need to know? The Moon, the Nine of Pentacles, and that Seven of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Eight of Cups. Because when you don't, if you don't address it, when you don't see it coming and you think everything is structured and solid and we're moving along, again, something small happens, and Eight of Cups, you're going to emotionally retract from this person. You might even threaten to walk away from them. So there is a need here for you to go within judgment to the High Priestess and do some internal work. I don't really think it includes this person. I'm not saying you shouldn't discuss it with them, but this seems to be more of a wound within you that you need to continue working on. So whatever that wound is, I would look for some expert videos online, or maybe some free counseling online, or a trusted friend you can talk to, or maybe just journaling it out in a book will help you just get it on paper, just to kind of get it out of you. But I would maybe even, you might even need just a really good cry about what happened to begin the healing process. That's possible here for one of you watching. But I just think if you ignore it and get right back into the relationship, although it's going well, I think the smallest little thing that happens could trigger an emotional avalanche for you. Okay, let's get you some oracle cards and we'll close it out with Kippers. So yeah, it looks like reconciliation here is on the table for the Capricorn collective. Thank you. The first card there is organized for success. I do think that you want to be successful with this friendship or this partnership or this connection. This is telling you to visualize abundance in all form. And I think that's what you're doing with that 10 of Pentacles twice on the table. I really think that you're having or holding on to this steady vision of how great this connection could be. So I feel like that visualizing abundance is like in your head or in your heart. You know that this could be a really good connection for you, or at least that's your hope. And then you have positivity, faith, and optimism. Yeah, I do feel an optimistic feeling here, that you feel like you made the right decision and things are running smoothly. But again, working in your subconscious is, well, how long will this last for? How long until they F up again? That's the feeling. Or they try to take advantage of me again, or they cross a boundary. And I think that's what you need to heal. And let's get one more card here, please. Okay, you have care and compassion, choose to be loved, do what is right for everyone involved, and offer a helping hand. And this might actually also be like you asking for a helping hand. And maybe there is something here for some of you where you need to work out with this person what happened. We can't just gloss it over and cover it up with an I'm sorry and okay, you're forgiven type of thing. You know, I don't think an exchange of I love yous is going to fix what happened here. And then you have light activation. Shine your light. Your internal guidance is coming through loud and clear. So remember, we saw that High Priestess card and the Judgment card. There is something here about you going within. I do think that you need to do that. I'm surprised we didn't see the Hermit card. And your last card here is forgiveness. You are on the path of light, love, and forgiveness. Father, healing is possible at this time. So it is possible here for you to heal the wound within you and to also heal this connection. But you need to actively work on that in order to be successful with it. And let's get you a couple of Kipper cards here. Let's get 2 cards here for each row for the Capricorn collective. You have sudden wealth and you have concern. Yeah, I think the feeling, number one, for some of you, that Ace of Wands, Six of Wands, this could be a little bit of an ego stroke here. Not going to lie to you that this person is coming back. You could feel like you won the jackpot, or they're finally apologizing for what they did, or they're finally owning, you know, what they did, or taking responsibility. Some of you could feel suddenly lucky that this person is finally stepping up to the plate. But then part of you is concerned, like I said, are you accepting the apology? And don't surrender what you do to tarot, okay? You make up your own mind. I'm just telling you, most of you are going to forgive this person, but there's a concern there lingering in the back of your mind, like, but I can't trust them fully. Or I'm just waiting for them to do it again. Let's get you 2 cards here for the middle row. Yeah, false person came out on the side, and so did the Lovers. And that's the feeling. I don't know if I could fully trust them again, but yet you're accepting them back into your life. But it's very much a wait and see attitude. And I agree, you know, and I've been through this with my person. And I always say, observe, right? And I don't tell him how long I'm going to observe him for. And he doesn't tell me, you know, when I mess up, because I'm not perfect. So yeah, when the person comes in with an apology, you know, usually, at least for me, it's like, well, let me give them 30 days or 45 days to actually see if there's some changed behavior here. And sometimes I see it instantly, but I'm still going to observe to make sure that it's consistent. So I think it's a good thing that you're doing that. But again, if you don't heal the wound within you, either that they triggered or that they caused, the slightest thing they do, you're just going to accuse them of being a false person or 7 of sorting you. And that might not be what they're doing. And that's coming from a place of fear or pain, or fear of abandonment or fear of rejection within us. So I would definitely work on that wound. And your final 2 cards here, you have marriage and you have mature man. So this is a connection that can go the distance, regardless of who this person is. You do have a soul contract. I think you've learned a lot from this person. I think they've learned a lot from you too. You have coffin, you have community, and you have expectation. Yeah, if you thought this relationship was done and over with, it's not. Now, you don't have to accept their apology, but I'm still telling you, energetically, it looks like it's coming in. The community card in this deck is kind of like the 3 of Cups, which is this reconciliation and harmony and being in balance with the person. So, and I think part of you is not sure what to expect. You don't know whether you're going to close it out or whether or not this is going to be a long-lasting union between you and them. Again, the expectation card, I just waiting and seeing, right? Looking out the window, just waiting to see if they're going to F up again. For some of you, it is your child there with the child card, but like I said, doesn't necessarily have to be. So that is what I have for you for February 2026. Please continue working on your healing. You have an opportunity here at reconciliation, but if you're not fully healed come March, you may accuse them of doing something they're not necessarily doing, or taking something that they are doing, which is small and trivial, and blowing it out of proportion. But that is what I have for you, my dear. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you very much for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these readings help you with your journey. And so I read for you again, Capricorn. I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. I hope you're well. Thank you for being here. This is your prediction for February 2026. It's your season, and therefore, happy birthday, my dear. As always, you know the drill. These messages are collective in nature, so as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means that it is meant for someone else. And don't forget to check out your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, which is your ascendant, or your Venus placements. Some people do follow that. I don't, but other people do. So whichever other placements you choose to follow, I do encourage you to do that. Just take the parts from those readings that best align with your current journey, and that'll help you to craft your own unique message for February 2026. And if you don't know what your other placements are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, and that was a mouthful, let's begin. Tapping into the Aquarius collective now for Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What do they need to know for February 2026? What do they need to know for February 2026? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, or I should say our spread, I'm an Aquarius rising. We have the 10 of Swords. In the top row, we have the 8 of Swords. We have the King of Pentacles. And we have the 9 of Swords. Flanking the 10 of Swords is the King of Swords and the 3 of Cups. And in the bottom row, we have the Star. We have the 9 of Cups. And we have the Page of Swords. Sneak peek now into March. Can't believe I'm saying that, but yes, March. We have the Ace of Pentacles, 7 of Pentacles, and the 10 of Pentacles. And that leaves the 8 of Cups and Knight of Pentacles to 4 of Cups to the 6 of Cups here at the bottom of the deck. All right, we're going to clarify these cards now using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are different, and therefore the meanings of the cards as well. So let's clarify this now, please, for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. For February 2026, we are clarifying 8 of Swords, King of Pentacles, 9 of Swords, King of Swords, 10 of Swords, 3 of Cups, the Star, 9 of Cups, and the Page of Swords for the Aquarius collective for February. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The 8 of Swords is being clarified by the Ace of Swords. King of Pentacles is clarified by the 3 of Swords. 9 of Swords is clarified by the 4 of Wands. King of Swords is clarified by 9 of Swords. 10 of Swords is clarified by 7 of Swords. 3 of Cups is clarified by the 6 of Pentacles. The Star is clarified by the 2 of Swords. The 9 of Cups is clarified by the 2 of Cups. And the Page of Swords is clarified by the 4 of Swords. Again, sneak peek now into March. Page of Pentacles, the World card, and the Judgment card. And that leaves the Empress, 6 of Swords, 7 of Pentacles, and the Queen of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. Aquarius, Aquarius, Aquarius. Your overall energy for the month of February is the 7 of Wands to the 10 of Swords. And there's something here in your life, could be a partnership for some of you, whether that's professional, platonic, or romantic. It's different for all of you. But you are resisting ending this. You're resisting ending the job. You're resisting walking away. You're resisting maybe changing the industry that you currently work in, or the type of people you surround yourself with. You're resisting ending a friendship or a familial connection in your life, or maybe even a romantic partnership. The feeling here is something needs to change with blank. Whatever that blank is different for all of you. It has to do with a connection in your life. But again, I don't know if it's professional, platonic, or romantic, because this is a collective general reading. But it's like something needs to change within the construct of this connection. But I don't necessarily want the connection itself to end. So you're resisting an ending here. And it appears you're trying to, you know, you're getting into the mind space here with all of these swords of like, how can I change or modify this connection or move it in a direction that would better suit me? Because again, the end goal here seems to be, I don't necessarily want this connection to end. I just want it to change or morph. So the Eight of Swords to the Ace of Swords tells me in the month of February, you are going to have this aha epiphany moment, this breakthrough moment of what has been kind of eluding you here for a while. It's almost like the answer was within you this whole time on how you can change this particular partnership or connection in your life, but it's like you weren't seeing it for whatever reason. Maybe you were too up in your head thinking about it. And sometimes when we ruminate on something and we think about it, we're just sort of replaying the same thing in our mind over and over again. We're not necessarily looking for other ways on how to tackle the issue. We just keep, you know, contemplating or, like I said, ruminating on the same issue. But then there's a break here. And the break is like this, like I said, this aha epiphany moment of, oh, I know what needs to shift, or I know what needs to change. And so with the King of Pentacles here to the Three of Swords and the After Tarot deck, the swords are out of the heart and the heart here is being mended. So there's a feeling here of like you come up with an idea on how you can either restabilize this connection or heal this connection. Because again, I feel like your end goal here was how to change or morph the connection so it would better suit you, but you weren't really at the end of the day looking to end the connection. You just wanted it to, I heard behave. That's terrible. That's so narcissistic. But again, it's maybe the better word here is function. You just wanted it to function differently or to function in a way, like I said, that would better suit you. And so with that Nine of Swords to the Four of Wands, again, we see the stability being brought to the mind, but also to the connection itself. And that Nine of Swords is carried over here. King of Swords to Nine of Swords. Again, this is you in your masculine energy, whether you are a masculine or a feminine. But this is you in your higher self holding the Ace of Swords and slaying, because that's in the After Tarot deck. What occurs here in the Nine of Swords, we're slaying the Eight Swords, the doubts, the fears, the anxieties, the I don't know, right? I kept ruminating on how the hell can I change this? Or how can I improve this? Or how can I make this situation better for me and for the other person, or maybe even people involved? And then it's like you get this moment of clarity of, I know what I can do, or I know what I should do. So again, you're resisting an ending here in a particular connection. So you seem to be very much up in your head, and then suddenly there's a breakthrough moment that comes in at some point in the month of February where like, I figured it out. And so Three of Cups to the Six of Pentacles here, you figured out how to restore stability to this connection. This particular connection is able to be like reharmonized or rebalanced. Something here was off in the connection. Either you weren't giving enough to it or they weren't giving enough to it. Somebody here in the connection, like I said, either you or them, or it could be both of you, just felt like the other wasn't fully nurturing the connection. Now, this in a work setting, this could be like your boss feels like they're overcompensating you and you're just not delivering your best form, or you're not showing up in your best form. And then suddenly there's a recalibration here and the two of you figure it out. You know, maybe your work schedule needs to change, or maybe you need to work 4 days and have 3 days off, or maybe you need to work from home, or something within the construct of the position needs to change. So again, there's like a rebalancing here. If this is between you and a friend, I feel like both of you feel like, you know, something's just not working here. And your friend could feel like you're not spending enough time on them, or you could feel like they're not spending enough time on you. Or maybe there's a loyalty issue here at play, where your friend feels like they're always there for you and you're never there for them, or vice versa. Whoever has the issue here, and I feel like for most of you, it's both of you, but you seem to be the one who is addressing the issue. And the issue here was there was an imbalance in the connection. And you're recognizing that. Whether you caused the imbalance or you were the recipient of it, kind of inconsequential, because it's going to be different for all of you. At the heart of the matter, there was a connection here in your life that you really didn't want to see end. But someone, if not both of you, felt like there wasn't an equal give and take, and you seem to come up with a way or a resolution on how we can rebalance this connection. And so the star to the Two of Swords, I like this. And the After Tarot deck, the decision has been made. And I feel like you have a way here. Like I said, you're coming up with a way on how to heal the connection. The Star card is a very healing card. It's the second strongest healing card for me in tarot. The only other card that is stronger than this is the Sun card. So this is a lot of healing here. Again, it's undecided. You know, like there's nothing to decide here. You figured it out, and whoever this person is, once you communicate to them your newfound solution, they seem to agree with you, because we have the Nine of Cups and the Two of Cups. So I like this. There's harmony and balance restored to the connection, regardless of who this person is, friend, family member, or a lover. The happiness is restored. The two of you are embracing this new idea that you have on how the two of you can recalibrate this connection. And we have the Page of Swords and the Four of Swords. And this is what I'm talking about. This would be the conversation between you and this other person on how we can heal this connection. And then when we're looking into March, there seems to be a revitalization now. The two of you are on the same page. You both have learned some very valuable lessons in terms of partnerships, again, regardless of whatever this partnership is for you. And there seems to be some long-term investment. Our long-term goals here are being created between you and this individual. It feels very much like the opportunity now to get us to where we always wanted to be. Long-term commitment, long-term stability, long-term job placement. I just feel like you're working it out here with someone in the month of February. The Page of Pentacles, the World card, and the Judgment here in the After Tarot deck. So I like this a lot. There's an offer opportunity given. It is received. A new cycle here gets to begin. I feel like you're getting a do-over, basically, in this connection. And I'm not going to blame you or blame the other person, because I don't know what transpired here. But it looks like the two of you are able to come together and make the connection work solely because you came up with an idea on how the two of you can best handle this connection. We have the Eight of Cups, we have the Knight of Pentacles, and we have the Four of Cups. I like this a lot. And the reason why I like this is because in the Eight of Cups, look what you're walking away from. You're walking away from long-term malaise, long-term apathy, long-term discontentment, which was occurring in this connection between you and this person. So again, it seems to me like you're coming up with the resolution on how to fix this particular connection. Again, I don't know who this person is to you, your neighbor, a group of people that you work with, like a community group or a religious group or some type of organization. It could certainly be with a romantic partner, someone you share house and home with, a family member. It could even be a child for some of you with that Page of Pentacles. I just see a strained connection here growing, if you will, or strengthening because of some idea that you have on, I know how I can fix this because I really don't want to lose this person or lose this connection. So tell me about that Eight of Swords here. There definitely was a feeling of an imbalance in this connection. And again, you could have felt that way. They could have felt that way. Maybe it was something shared or mutual. So tell me about the Eight of Swords. What was this that you were thinking about so much? One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Cups, that confusion. How do I fix this? The World card. How do we start again, or how do I end it? Temperance. How do I heal? How do I rebalance, right? Temperance is the ultimate alchemist, if you will. So how do we take our emotions, or how we feel about the connection, or how do we feel about one another, and how do we ground it and root it in reality? And so that was the feeling here. And again, the World card typically depicts the four fixed signs in tarot, one in each corner, and you are a fixed sign. And so I feel like that's lending itself more to that other message where you're the one who is able to break through the confusion, illusion, and you seem to come up with an idea here on how to fix or restore balance to this connection. I have a feeling one of you were about to walk away, and you were the one that went, no, wait, this matters too much to me. I don't want to lose this connection. Tell me about the Ace of Swords. What is this idea here? What is the idea here? One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Swords, again, you. So you're the one coming up with the idea. Ten of Pentacles. How do we restore long-term security or long-term commitment to this partnership? Queen of Swords. This conversation you're having with this other person, they could be an air sign. They don't have to be. I feel like it's a conversation here between you and this person on how you can restore this connection. We have the Hermit, we have the Fool, and the Knight of Pentacles. This is like, how do we start again? How do we start again? How do we create a plan here to restabilize this connection? And again, I feel like it begins with you. I think you're taking the lead here. And if I had to be quite honest with you, for one of you watching, I feel like the other person was about to walk away. And the only reason why I say that, you came up very strongly twice here as the King of Swords. So you're leading the charge here on this communication. And this person has their back to you. Again, they don't have to be an air sign. I just feel like this is, both of these signs are ruled by Mercury. I know you're not, but the sword suit in general. And so we're looking at communication in that respect. And so there's something here about, like, I feel like this person was about to turn their back on you, or they were losing interest in the connection. Again, maybe for one of you watching. But again, I feel like you're the one that restores the stability, or you come up with this idea. Yeah, to rebirth this connection with the Death and Rebirth card. Five of Wands and the Strength card to the Four of Wands. I feel like at the end of the day, you really didn't want to lose this person. Or you really didn't want to lose your job or something like that. And you come up with an idea on how to approach your boss to say, hey, look, you don't want to lose me as an employee. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose you as an employer. Here's an idea I have on how we can restructure this. And again, maybe I need to work from home, or maybe I need a little bit more creativity. And whoever this other person is, I feel like they're going along with it, because we have both of you here sort of embracing, or could be shaking hands, or just coming into agreement and both being very satisfied with the solution or resolution here that has taken place. So if I had to call this anything as of right now, I would call, like, in the nick of time. You were able to save this connection in the nick of time. Tell me more about this connection. Tell me more about the Nine of Cups here. Tell me more about the Nine of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Cups is clarified by the Ace of Cups. There's a renewal here. Knight of Pentacles with some long-term goal. Six of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Swords. Yeah. Because at some point in time, someone was about to walk away. Because there was no equal give and take. Now, it could be you. It could have been you that you were about to walk away. But again, there was something here within you. I really don't want to lose this connection. So again, whether it was you or them or both of you just feeling kind of breadcrumbed, you're the one who comes up with the solution here of, okay, now I have a long-term plan on how there can be some equal give and take, some exchange. So there's a renewal here in a connection in your life in the month of February, thanks to you coming up with a new strategy here. Tell me more about this Two of Cups connection. They could be an earth sign as well with that Knight of Pentacles card, absolutely. Or a fixed sign, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius with the World card. One more shuffle, thank you. We also have Sagittarius there in the Temperance card. So Six of Cups, this connection that you've had in your life for quite some time. There we see justice being restored. Didn't we see the Justice card before as well? No, maybe it was just during shuffling. So we see balance here being restored. Five of Swords and no more arguing. King of Wands, Seven of Cups, and Nine of Pentacles to the Chariot. So it's almost like whatever idea or concept you have here is able to, like, quell the noise. Because I think beforehand there was arguing or discord. The two of you were not on the same page. And it looks like you're able to restore civility. You're able to restore balance. Like I said, you're coming up with some kind of idea or plan on how you can restabilize and reground the connection. And this person seems to be anyway, wanting to revisit the connection with you and willing to try again. March. Tell me about that Ace of Pentacles here in March. Because this seems to be now, we're planting a new seed. We're doing this connection differently. And the goal here is the Ten of Pentacles to the Ten of Pentacles twice. So both of you appear here to be wholeheartedly invested in making this partnership work. Again, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic. One more shuffle here. Thank you. This is clarified, again, that Queen of Swords. I don't know who this person is that you're talking to. Queen of Swords, Six of Cups, this soulmate here from the past, and the Four of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. I feel like whoever this other person is, they would like it to go a little faster. I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting that feeling. They're happy with the progress, but there's something here. It's not moving as quickly as they would like. Six Cups plus the Four Cups is the Ten of Cups. And they're not particularly happy with the progress. They're investing like you are, no doubt. They have the same long-term goal or same long-term vision for the connection. but they're not particularly happy. So let's say this is an issue that you're having at work, and you come up with the idea with your boss, like, you know what, I would probably function better if 1 or 2 days a week I could work from home. And your boss says, you know what, I recognize you as a star employee and I don't want to lose you, so sure, I'll give you Fridays and Mondays to work from home. And you're like, yes. And now in March, the two of you are moving forward. There's a new project maybe that you're working on, or your boss has given you the responsibility and you're both nurturing it, like you're both working on it. And although your boss likes to see the progress that is being made, and they still value you as an employee in that Six of Cups, they're not 100% happy, though, that you're working from home 2 days a week. They understand why it's necessary, and they understand that it has created a positive effect on your work, and you're showing up better, and you're putting more effort into your work. So they're going to go along with it. They won't disrupt what is happening here, but they sort of wish that you wouldn't be working at home 2 days a week. That seems to be what's happening here. They're not 100% pleased with the terms or with the progress, but they're still wholeheartedly invested, because they do, at the very least, they realize that the connection is moving forward. Queen of Wands, Five of Swords, Three of Swords. Yeah, there's a feeling here of, well, at least we're making progress from where we were. Because where we were before was we were arguing and we were bickering, and I was up in my head and you were up in your head, and I was about to fire you or you were about to quit. So there is this feeling here of, well, at least we're making progress. And again, if it's a romantic partnership, they're on board, they're investing in this long-term plan like you are. They just wish, like, maybe the plan wouldn't take so long. Maybe it can, it can be sped up or something like that. But again, I don't see them giving up on you just yet. This seems to be more of speed. Whoever this person is, I know you're an air sign, clearly. But there's something here where you're moving a little slower at this than they would like. And I don't know why that is. They like the groundedness that comes from Pentacle energy, but they don't like the slowness of the Pentacle energy. So maybe that's just something you want to be mindful of. Like if this is a new person, and I don't believe it's a new person whatsoever, but let's say by chance this is a new person, and you're like, well, I just met this person and I'm not ready to, accept their marital proposal, and I'm certainly not ready to propose to them because we just met, but hey, I like this person. This could be you coming up with this idea to tell this person, hey, look, I'm out of another connection, right? I know that you're looking for the whole kit and caboodle when it comes to romantic partnerships, but I'm just not there yet, right? I'm still healing and recovering from this past connection, but I'm interested enough in you that I don't want to see you walk away. I will make more time to be more affectionate towards you or spend more time on you. And so then come March, is this person engaged with you? And I don't mean physically, like in terms of getting married, but engaging in the connection with you. Sure, they're going out, they're getting to know you, you're spending time on them, they're spending time on you, maybe you're spending money on them, they're spending money on you, but they're still feeling like, but it's just not moving fast enough. Again, that's just to give you an example, although for most of you, I don't believe it's a new person. Can you further clarify this for Aquarius, please? One more shuffle. Thank you. But maybe for one of you, it is. We have the Seven of Swords, we have the Lovers, and we have the Four of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, Ace of Wands. So, again, if you want to take it as a new person, you can. I don't see it that way. But the issue here seems to be, let me get a yes or no on this. I'm pretty sure this is you. If we get an Ace or Major Arcana card, this will be you. Is this Aquarius's energy here? Is that what I'm seeing? One more shuffle. Thank you. Is this you? Eight of Cups. No. So I believe it's this other person. And I just did this as a yes or no. So this other person understands, okay, whether it's the new person or the current person. Again, I think it's a current person. They understand why the connection is moving the way it is, right? They understand the agreement, the realization or idea you had, the agreement they made, to try this, resolution that you've come up with. They're happy with where the connection could be one day. Maybe they're not happy with where it is right now, but they understand it's because you don't want to make a mistake. And like in the after tarot deck, the Seven of Swords, this person is looking back into their past and they don't want to trip up and make the same mistake. So if this is a connection that you're bringing back together again for the purpose of reconciliation, they know that the reason why this is moving so slow is because you don't want to get to the point where the two of you are on the verge of the Ten of Swords again. So they understand your carefulness here. Like, this is your choice that, yes, we're going to transform the connection. We have scorpionic energy here meeting the Four of Pentacles. So we're going to hold on to one another and we're going to move forward, but we are transforming the connection, but we're going to do it very slowly. And that's because, you know, I'm speaking like you, like, I don't want to make any mistakes here. They know that that's why the connection is where it's at. Like, because you don't want to repeat a mistake. Or if by chance for one of you, it is a new person, again, it's like, I understand Aquarius doesn't want to move too quickly because they just came out of a heartbreaking situation and they don't want to repeat that. So again, the feeling here seems to be from this person's energy going along with this idea, this conversation here that you've had with them. They understand it. They're wholeheartedly invested in you. They want to see where it goes. They just wish that it would go by a little faster, but they understand your reservations or your reasoning on why it can't move as fast as they would like it to move. But they are enjoying the transformation that they're seeing in the connection. And if by chance it's a new person, they are liking the fact that you are investing in them. Again, they just feel like, you know, the connection should speed up a little bit. Remember, we saw that Ace of Wands there at the bottom of the deck. If this is a romantic partnership, this individual is someone who's like, well, can we reintroduce physical intimacy, or can we restore it? Or if it's a new connection, can we get there yet? And you may be like, I don't know, because of what happened in the past. I'm a little reserved before I, you know, become that vulnerable with you again. Or if it's a new person, I'm holding back before I become that vulnerable. That's only for those of you where it's a romantic connection. This person could be feeling like, okay, their love is here, the long-term investment is here, but where's the passion? And again, I think they're understanding why you're reluctant to re-engage in that. But they're still missing it nonetheless. So keep that in mind as well. If they feel like they have some needs here, if it's a romantic partnership, some romantic needs or intimate needs or sexual needs that are not being met, but I still don't see them giving up on you. I'm curious to know what the lesson was. There was a lesson here in regards to connections that you had to learn. I'm not focused on the other person. This is your reading. So Page of Pentacles for me is typically someone who has learned something tangible. We have Judgment and we have the World card, and this is your reading. So in March, I almost feel like you have, I don't want to say you've mastered connections or you've mastered how to deal with connections, but there was a particular lesson here in respect to connections that you learned. And I'd like to know what that is for you. And I think you're realizing it in March. You won't realize it until March. What was this lesson here for the Aquarius collective? One more shuffle. Thank you. What was the lesson here? Five of Cups, Four of Wands, and the Two of Cups. Very nice. Very, very nice lesson. Three of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. So what you learned in respect to the Two of Cups, partnerships in your life, whether this is professional, platonic, or romantic, is that if you truly wanted to be successful and you truly wanted to work, we need to focus on the positive aspects of it as opposed to dwelling on what didn't work in the past. And if it's a new connection, again, your lesson was we need to focus on, or should be focusing on, the positive aspects of the partnership as opposed to what didn't work out at my last job or in my last relationship or in my last friendship. So that was your lesson, was basically not allowing the past to hold you back in an existing partnership or entering a new connection, not allowing the past that you had with someone else to hold you back. Again, taking the lessons that you learned, but not bringing in any resentments or judging this person based on what they did in the past or based on what other people did in the past. And that was a big lesson here for some of you to learn. One more shuffle here. Thank you. This is further clarified by the Sun, the most healing card in tarot. So you've healed this wound within you. Six of Swords. You now get to move on. Congratulations to your next lesson, whatever that may be. Ten of Swords. I like it. Bottom of the deck, the Fool card. You have a new beginning here in partnerships. And what I mean by that is how you are showing up in partnerships, how you are handling and dealing with crises in partnerships. Whatever toxic behavior patterns that you had or you engaged in, there's an end to that. And in March, it's almost like you get to look back and go, wow, the way I'm reacting or showing up in the connection or a connection or any connection now is vastly different than how I showed up in the past. And there's a feeling here of like you're pretty proud of yourself. You're like, wow, I really healed that wound because I'm showing up differently. I'm interacting with this person or these people differently. You have the Fool, you have the Four of Cups, and you have the Five of Cups. All hope is not lost. I think for most of you, this is reconciliation with someone. And it looks like you learned how to show up in connection, how to heal a connection, how to not avoid the difficult conversations in a connection. Maybe these were all things that you struggled with in the past, but for some reason, this particular connection seems to mean enough to you that you didn't want to lose it. I mean, it's like you fought against the ending. Like even if this person wanted to leave or fire you or walk out or end the friendship, you were like, no. Like, no, I'm going to figure out how to make this work because I don't want to lose this person. So bravo, bravo to you. Again, it's going to be different and unique for all of you, but yeah, you healed a big wound here, a big relationship wound. You have visualized abundance in all forms. That's what you're doing. That's what I was saying. Like, you know what? We're going to focus on the good instead of focusing on what didn't work or what should have worked or, you know, pointing the fingers or blaming one another. Let's focus on the good. And I think that mind shift change from you changes the game here. Putting yourself first. So maybe that was something you were not doing in connections. Maybe that was a lesson that you learned. Successful partnerships mean we both bring our best form. Doesn't mean that I reduce myself or diminish what it is that I have to make your light shine brighter. Or I have to give to you and be an, you know, over giver or a people pleaser. So maybe for some of you, that was also a lesson that you learned, that the best way to balance a connection is to be very mindful of your pentacle resources, your time, your love, your money, and not to give to others to the point of depletion. And then you have conscious consumer. So very interesting. So talk about balance, right? You learned about how to reserve or conserve your pentacle resources, but then also how to be very conscientious of what you are taking in from others. So quite the balance of what you're giving and versus what you are receiving. No more complaining here at the bottom of the deck. So maybe for some of you that was the, or will be, the idea that you have here in the month of February is like, you know what, we could resolve a lot of our issues if we just begin to focus on the positive attributes of what we both bring to this particular connection, as opposed to pointing the fingers at one another and saying what you don't bring or what I don't bring. And instead, let's focus on what I do bring and what you do bring. That might be the idea that you come up with here, focusing on the positive. Particularly if it's a connection, what appears here, you really don't want to lose. Okay, so the top one, you have forgiveness. You're on the path of light, love, and forgiveness. Father healing is possible at this time. Again, I feel like this is you coming up with an idea on how to heal a particular connection in your life. You then have focused intention. Think about what you desire, which I believe is healing this connection or not allowing the end of this connection to occur. Set your sights high and expect the best possible outcome. I think you're doing that. I also think by March you are receiving the best possible outcome or seeing the best possible outcome. And then you have cloak of wisdom. You already know the answer you seek. Trust what you know. Maybe that's what it is here. Maybe, you know, maybe at the end of the day, your aha epiphany moment is, I really value this connection. And the best way to nurture a connection is for both of us to verbalize or vocalize what we like best about one another, as opposed to, you know, always blaming one another or pointing out our differences. It could be something as simple as that. Let's get 2 cards here for the top row. Either way, I see you coming up with an idea on how to salvage a connection in your life that you don't want to lose. So this person must be pretty important here to you. Aha, the Lovers and the Coffin. All right, so I'll get to that in a second. Aha, that's exactly what you've done here. So the Lover's in the coffin. This is a choice, right? Lovers being the ultimate choice card. Do we end this connection? Do we not end this connection? And I feel you are the mature man here, whether you are masculine or feminine, doesn't matter to me. I don't read body parts. But we have card 23 reduces to 5. This card is a 5. I feel like you're the one who comes up with this idea on how to save this soul contract. I just feel like it's for you at this time in your life, you feel like it's too important to lose. We have main female, and we have poverty. Again, I think that you are rescuing a connection here that was on the brink of ending with that coffin card. And this could be the person who felt like they were in lack, but there's restoration here. We have the community card, which is a lot like the 3 of Cups card that we had here. I thought we had here. Yeah, we have it right there. So the community, the concern card, bad health, despair, thoughts, and marriage. So that's exactly what's happening here. You're finding a way on how to reconcile differences, how to save a connection that was on its last leg, bad health. It was not doing well. You or they, or maybe both, felt like you were in despair. You put a lot of thought into this. We saw that with the 8 of Swords, 2 9 of Sword cards, and then it's like you're coming up with a way on how to save this soul contract. For some of you, it could be a marriage. For others of you, very well could be a connection that leads to marriage. But I know that this month, it's not going anywhere because you're coming up with this fantastic, wonderful idea on how to salvage this connection. So congratulations to you and to this person, whoever they may be. They appear to be important enough to you that you don't want to lose them. So I hope they appreciate that and your efforts. That is what I have for you, Aquarius, for the month of February 2026. If you like this message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video, if I can get the words out. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And thank you once again for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these readings help you with your current journey. Until I read for you again, my dear, I am sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus time travelers. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. This is your prediction for February 2026. You know the drill, Pisces. It's a collective general reading, so as the messages come through today, just take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else. Also, be sure to check out your other placements, okay? Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you don't know what they are, in the description box is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. With all of that said, now let's begin. Okay, tapping into the Pisces collective now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What does Pisces need to know for February 2026? What do they need to know? One more shuffle here. Thank you. In the heart of your spread, we have the Hanged Man. In the top row, we have the Empress. We have the 3 of Wands. And we have the 9 of Pentacles. Flanking the Hanged Man is the 4 of Wands and the 6 of Wands. And in the bottom row, we have the Ace of Swords, we have the 5 of Pentacles, and we have the Emperor. Bottom of the deck. Looking into March. Can't believe I just said that. March. 2 of Swords, 8 of Pentacles, 5 of Cups. That leaves the 9 of Cups, 3 of Pentacles, Page of Cups, 4 of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. Okay, I want to scoot some of these over just so you can see more of the cards. As someone who watches readings on YouTube, I appreciate being able to see most of the cards. So I think you can see most of them there. Okay, let's clarify the cards now. We're using the... Sorry, I feel like I'm shedding ever since I took the shower. Like my hair's just falling out. All right, let's clarify these cards. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are a bit different. Like that's the Page of Pentacles. This is the 2 of Pentacles. So different images and therefore different meanings. And we'll go through them as we need to, as we move along your reading here. Very interesting. I'm curious to see what the clarifiers will show. Can you clarify this, please, further for Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for February 2026? We are clarifying the Empress, 3 of Wands, 9 of Pentacles, 4 of Wands, the Hanged Man, 6 of Wands, Ace of Swords, 5 of Pentacles, and the Emperor for the month of February 2026. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. And just to let you know, the card that partially showed itself back there while I was shuffling was the 2 of Swords. We'll see if that wants to come out again. So the Empress is being clarified by the 7 of Wands. The 3 of Wands is clarified by the Emperor. The 9 of Pentacles is clarified by the 4 of Wands. The 4 of Wands is clarified by the Knight of Cups. The Hanged Man is clarified by the Moon.
Six of Wands is clarified by the Queen of Swords. The Ace of Swords is clarified by the Four of Pentacles. The Five of Pentacles is clarified by the Five of Pentacles. And the Emperor is clarified by the Fool. Okay. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Cups, the Chariot, and Two of Pentacles. And that leaves the Ace of Wands, Five of Wands, Seven of Pentacles, Eight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. I feel like this message is very specific for those of you where you have someone in your life cycling out and you have someone new cycling in. And this could be anything. This could be like you're losing a friend and you're gaining a lover. Or you and your partner are discussing relocation and meanwhile you've decided to no longer talk to your mom. You know, again, I don't know who these two people are, but I have three distinct energies on the board. And I feel like one is exiting and one is entering. So let's see if I can make more sense of this. Your overall energy here for the month of February is the Moon to the Hanged Man. There's something here on a deep emotional level that you are trying to get a different look at. You're trying to get a different perspective on. It's almost like you're trying to understand why a particular connection in your life played out the way it did, why there were certain sacrifices that had to be made, why you had to walk away from it, or why it ended, or why they walked away from you. And there's a lot of emotional processing at this time over the loss of a particular connection in your life. In the top row, we have the Empress to the Seven of Wands, the Three of Wands to the Emperor, and the Nine of Pentacles to the Four of Wands. I feel like this is a break or severance with the current connection in your life. Someone that at some point in time you saw as your equal. Could be a boss, could be a parental figure, could be your spouse, or someone that you thought one day would become your long-term partner. But you are holding your ground. Empress to the Seven of Wands here. I don't know if you're the Emperor or Empress. I don't read body parts. I just have distinct energies here where it's like someone here is standing their ground that they no longer want to give to this connection. And the other person, the Emperor to the Three of Wands, is already contemplating how to move on from this connection, because the Three of Wands astrologically is the Sun in Aries, and someone is taking action here to move in another direction. I feel like you're the Empress energy, whether you're masculine or feminine, because the Empress energy is going from Empress to Nine of Pentacles, and Nine of Pentacles is pre-Empress energy. So I feel like this is a split or a parting of the ways between you and someone. It's like you're leaving a job or you're leaving a long-term committed partnership, but it's neither of you want to be part of this connection anymore. That seems to be what's happening here. And you are becoming single, free, and independent of it in the month of February, which may for some of you result in relocation either now or in the near future, especially if this is someone that you shared a marital home with. There could be something like that where, because I'm noticing here in the Four of Wands in the After Tarot deck, this horse and buggy or this cart here, people are loading stuff onto it. So it's possible for some of you this entails like the separation of property. But I just see two very strong, distinct energies deciding to no longer engage with one another. On the other side of the Moon to the Hanged Man, we have the Four of Wands repeated to the Knight of Cups. Someone is choosing, and it's you because it's your reading, because of this separation, you are choosing to nurture yourself. In the After Tarot deck, the Knight of Cups is drinking from the Ace of Cups. So whatever separation here is occurring, I think it's been occurring for quite some time, is the feeling that I get, because you're so combative against this individual, Empress to the Seven of Wands. And they're already sort of making plans to go their own way here. So now it's almost like while you're processing this ending, you're now deciding it's best for me to restabilize myself and to love onto myself. And for some of you, this could, with the two Four of Wands cards and a separation here in a connection, you could be relocating this month,
or finding a new housing situation to move to. On the other side of the moon to the Hanged Man energy, we have the Queen of Swords to the Six of Wands. This is you seeing very clearly that the separation with this individual was the best thing that could have happened to you. It's interesting because I think when the separation first began, you didn't feel that way. But through the processing of all of these emotions, which for some of you, you've been doing this for quite some time, a little on and off, it just looks like the month of February is a little bit more concentrated or a little bit more focused. And I think it's because we're wrapping up here the cycle with this person. Now there seems to be an understanding of why it had to come to an end. And you're actually feeling really good about it. Where again, I don't think in the past you felt good about the ending or the separation. Then we have the Ace of Swords to the Four of Pentacles. You're seeing things very clearly. Why the relationship occurred the way it did. It's almost like it took a natural order, if you will. You're understanding why you held on to it for as long as you did, but also why it had to come to an end. And I say that because in the After Tarot deck, the Four of Pentacles is being met by the Grim Reaper here, which is Scorpionic energy of like the Death card. So it's almost like getting absolute clarity. Why I had it, I'm speaking like you, why I had this person in my life, why I held on to them for as long as I did, and why the connection had to transform, change, and eventually come to an end. And transformation takes a long time. When we see the Death card in tarot, some people think like, oh my God, it's ending right now. No, death by nature, most of the time, takes a very long time. Transformation takes a very long time. If you've ever seen a caterpillar go into a cocoon and become a butterfly, it doesn't happen overnight, right? So typically transformation takes a long time. And I feel like February is your month where you're understanding why that particular connection had that full circle of life that it did, the beginning and the end, and how you've been changed and transformed by it as well. We then have the Five of Pentacles to the Five of Pentacles. I have two distinct messages here for you. First, let me explain. In the tarot deck that I use for you, the Five of Pentacles shows two individuals outside of what appears to be a sanctuary of some sort. Community group, religious organization, institution, and they're shivering and they're cold. And you could have felt for quite some time that you were on the outside looking in. You could have been dealing with these feelings of either feeling like you're in lack, or maybe you weren't good enough for this person, or you just felt isolated or alone. For some of you, this created also like a financial deficit for you, or you were very worried about your finances. But in the After Tarot deck, the individuals, which were typically seen on the outside shivering and cold, are coming outside. They're exiting that facility, if you will, with a sack on their back, filled with lessons, filled with abundance, filled with nourishment. They're no longer out in the cold. So the two distinct messages I have for you is, for some of you, this whole process of going within and understanding why things played out the way they did with this person, and why you held on to them, and why you had to let go, and how it changed you as a person. Because you went within, you're now coming out, if you will, exiting out now into the world, feeling a lot more confident about yourself, because now you understand, right? You kind of did that dark night of the soul, and you understand why this connection played out the way it did. I have a secondary message for those of you where if this is a divorce or there's a separation of assets here with this individual, you're coming out on top, or a lot better off than what you thought. And maybe that's what that Queen of Swords to the Six of Wands is. So for some of you, if this is any type of like legal proceeding, or there's money involved or assets involved, you're going from being in lack or being without to coming out with a bag of money, if you will, a bag of abundance. So let's say this is you deciding to leave a job, and you're deciding, I'm going to move on. I found this other job, and I feel like it's the best decision for me. Now I understand why I had to be at that place of employment. Now I understand the skills and the experience that I had, even though it was an unpleasant work environment and I ended up having to depart from it, or maybe they fired me. the feeling here is like, now I understand it, but maybe there's some kind of settlement. Like maybe you're receiving a severance pay, or they're paying you for sick days, or like unused vacation time, or something like that. Or maybe you're cashing in or rolling over your 401k retirement plan, investment plan. But you're coming out in the positive, even if this is like work related. There's some last payout or additional payout that's being given to you. This could also be like you're leaving a job, but then you're also receiving like unemployment, like I said, or some kind of severance package. If this is within a family dynamic, maybe there's some kind of splitting of assets or inheritance or something like that. You're coming out ahead or better off than what you thought you would. So again, it's a positive here. If this is separation between you and your spouse, you're coming out better than what you thought you would get. So you're getting maybe more than half the assets, or something's just being ruled here in your favor. Either way, you're coming out of emotional and, for many of you, financial lack by the end of the month. And then we have the Emperor to the Fool card. I mean, this is you ready for a whole new beginning here in your life. If this is work related, you have a new job in March. If this is you disconnecting from a family connection, maybe you're severing a tie with family, you have a new soulmate here on path. If you're breaking away from a love partner, this is a new love partner. We have new here across the board. And it's almost like you can't see it now in the Two of Swords because you're still processing this ending. And you're working to rebuild yourself or rebuild your life after the loss of the job or the loss of the connection or the break or separation from this familial connection. Or like I said, for those of you relocating, you're trying to acclimate to your new environment. And there is a feeling here of, again, reflecting back on the past, the loss, all those emotions, but you're not focused. Like here you're blindfolded. The Eight of Pentacles, you're busy rebuilding your life, rebuilding your wealth, or becoming acclimated at the new job, or in singlehood, or in the new community. Again, you're looking down, and what you don't see coming is the Ace of Cups, the Chariot, and the Two of Pentacles. Like while you're in the process of trying to rebalance or recalibrate yourself, and the Two of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, the individuals, they turn their back on the past, right? They're starting over new here. What you don't see coming is this new opportunity, a new job, a new friend, a new lover, maybe a friend who becomes like a family member. You have the Ace of Cups, you have the Ace of Wands. You don't have to fight for this. There's no fighting for this. The Five Wands, the After Tarot deck, no one is fighting. It's a connection being brought to you. It's like now you have the energetic space for this person. Seven of Pentacles and the Eight of Pentacles to the King of Swords. I mean, I really like this a lot. To the Star card, to the Queen of Cups. I mean, for some of you, it's just new people. Like if you've relocated, you're busy. Like I said, you're getting acclimated to the new area. Maybe there's some feelings here of like remorse or maybe regret, you know, just feeling a little melancholy, thinking back to where you lived and how much your life has changed. This could just be like new neighbors that you're meeting. Either way, the connection or connections here come in very easily to you in the month of March. And I think a lot has to do with your clearing away the energetic cord or tie that you had to this person, or like I said, these people, if this is a familial or a community connection. I want to know a little bit about this individual that you're moving on from. And it's almost like now you're becoming the emperor. You know, it's like now you're becoming the emperor of your life, and you're moving forward. Tell me about the Three of Wands here for that other individual who's exiting. I definitely feel they're exiting. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Three of Wands is clarified by Page of Swords, the Queen of Swords. There we are again. So this is someone that you will feel that you have had victory over. Hierophant. This could be someone you were married to. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Swords, Nine of Wands, and the Knight of Cups to the Devil card. So someone that at some point in time you deemed to be toxic, or that they were a love bomber. It was someone who was emotionally unavailable or emotionally unreliable to you. And it looks like they're moving on from you. And I don't think this is coming as a surprise, because I don't think you want anything to do with this person either. Tell me about the Emperor. Also, if you're in a divorce with this person, That Queen of Swords could be, and when I used to do readings, personal readings, I haven't done them in a while, but sometimes Queen to the King of Swords comes up as either the judge or legal counsel or like a court mediator. So it's possible, since we have the Queen of Swords here twice, to that Page of Swords, to the Six of Wands, you could be receiving news. Both of you would be receiving news here, maybe about some kind of finalization or negotiation, final compromise, mediation, or the finalization of the divorce. Again, only for those of you where you're currently in it and maybe you are awaiting word or something like that. It looks like that's what's happening here in the month of February. Tell me more about the Emperor who is exiting. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Emperor who is exiting. Three of Pentacles. The Death card. Yeah, they're leaving. The Empress, they're leaving you, if you will, a devil. So I do think that this was a toxic connection. I'm not sure if it was always toxic, but in the After Tarot deck, the Ten of Cups. I only said that because the Ten of Cups is right behind there. So maybe some of you had a family with this person, or it's something that you desired. Typically what we see in the Devil card is two people shackled to one another, or shackled to the podium that the devil presides over. But in the After Tarot deck, the two people are unshackled. So whatever connection this was to you, if this was work-related, a friend, family members, because it could be a lot of people here, or just one person, or like I said, your spouse or an intimate partner, there is a severance here. If you thought that for quite some time this person was building a life outside of this connection, you're right. If you needed any kind of validation, you're right. It's possible for the last 3 years. For some of you, this person was planning to depart or planning to go in another direction. So again, that's only for those of you where your intuition was kind of telling you that. Maybe you needed some kind of validation. I'm here to give you that validation. But it looks like the two of you are disconnecting from what appears to have been a pretty unhealthy connection for both of you, because we had the Devil card and now we have the Devil card detached. Okay, so no more on that person. You're both going your separate ways. You seem to be very defensive and guarded about them. So although you might regret or have some sorrow that the connection didn't work out exactly how you originally wanted it to, there's still a sense of relief here in the Piscean collective that that's done, over with, and in the past. Now I want to see where you are headed, because it's like now you're stepping into the role of the Emperor. I almost feel like now, like you get to call the shots in your life. So maybe this person was a very domineering or controlling person, or controlling boss. Again, I don't know who they were to you, but I do see them exiting. We have the Lovers card. Now I'm clarifying you here. Lovers, Five of Swords, and there's that Seven of Wands. Oh, this is definitely you, upping your game. Death card in the face of this ending. Death card, Death card here to the Four of Pentacles, and then Death card again. So this is you now trying to take all the lessons you learned from this, because I feel like this is not relational. I feel like it's the type of relationship you don't want to repeat ever again. Like, I don't want to ever have that kind of friendship again, or that work environment again, or that type of lover or marriage like ever again. I don't know why I'm getting that. Like, I never again. I never want to enter anything like that again, or I never want to experience that again. So that it must have been pretty wicked for you. So you're making the choice here to move on from the chaos and the confusion that this person brought into your life or contributed to your life in some way. I also think that after this, you don't want any other communication from this person. Swords could be communication, and it's like, now that it's done and over with, I don't even want to talk to this person, or there's no reason to talk to them anymore. Tell me about the Fool card, the new beginning here. Tell me about the Fool card energy. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Fool card energy. The Tower, the Three of Swords, and the Six of Swords. Look how beautiful. And detached, my love. Detached from the toxic person, environment, situation, connection, like whoever this was to you. But I think when this is all done and said, this is what will be very shocking to you, is how healed you feel, how calm you feel in the aftermath. How easy it is for you to move on from this person. There's a Sabrina Carpenter song that's coming to my mind right now. I think it's called Feather. And it talks about someone feeling lighter than a feather now that they no longer have to engage with this person. who like at one time they saw as the pinnacle of everything, right? And now it's like, oh, now you're out of my life and I can like breathe. That's what it feels like. I'm feeling lighter than a feather. So I think you're going to be very radically surprised, almost shocked on how well you're taking this ending and this complete departure or separation here from this person. It's like you're healed, you're ready to move on, you feel detached. There's no reason to argue anymore or argue with this person. It's like it's done, it's over with. And I love this Temperance because this is happiness, believe it or not. It is healing. It's feeling balanced now. I think the connection you had with this person or whatever situation this was always left you feeling off balance or maybe very anxious. You could have been, dealing with all of that anxiety. It's almost like it just completely leaves your life, again, like lighter than a feather. And then we go right to the 10 of Cups and that new opportunity here with the Page that I don't think you see coming. So you have a new soulmate here, Empath. We're going to clarify that for you in a minute. But I just want you to feel more assured at the time of seeing this reading that as you're exiting February and going into March, you're literally feeling lighter than a feather because this is over and done with. Okay, I want to know about this new person now. Okay, let's put these cards in here and reshuffle these decks. And sometimes in a career and finance read, the Hierophant could be like the institution or corporation or entity that we work for. So it could be something like that where you're just feeling a lot better because you've left what appears to be a toxic work environment, or you no longer have to deal with that toxic boss or coworker or, whoever, maybe they were the owner of the company or something like that. I'm going to throw this out there for some of you. Maybe you're living in a community where it's like an HOA, like a homeowners association. And this could be like the person like ahead of the association or something like that. And now that you're relocating, you're like, oh, I never have to deal with them again or their rules. I just feel like whoever that was, they were very domineering and very controlling. And I don't see them being in your life very much after the month of February concludes. I'd like to know about this new opportunity, though, that's coming in that has you a bit excited. And what I like about the Chariot card in the After Tarot deck, I think this is called Sphinx. I think so. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong on it. But typically what we see is we see them like sitting down, or one is sitting up and one is sitting down, but they're both up. So you're ready to go. Is the feeling when the new opportunity or the new person comes in. Tell me about that Page of Cups here, or the Ace of Cups. I'm sorry, the Page of Cups I saw at the bottom of the deck was the messenger who's delivering it to you. But tell me about this Ace of Cups here. What does Pisces need to know about the Ace of Cups in March? One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Star, healing, wish fulfillment. 10 of Wands, you can't see it. And the 8 of Wands, I'm telling you, you're not, Pisces, here you are at the bottom of the deck. You're not seeing this. It's like you're so busy moving on from this person, processing the ending, releasing the burdens, maybe relocating or getting acclimated at the new job. Remember I said your head's down, your head's down, your head's down. Well, here you are again, your head's down. And you don't see this incoming blessing of this offer, opportunity, or connection. High Priestess, Queen of Cups. I told you, Knight of Swords. It's coming right towards you, and you don't see it. You're here, and both the High Priestess and the Queen of Cups, you're like laser focused on what you have to do, and it's like you don't see this information coming your way. Tell me more about this. Information, opportunity, offer, soulmate. Could be an Aquarius. We also have Cancer there. Tell me more about that Ace of Cups. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Queen of Wands, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, the Hierophant, and the Ace of Swords. Oh, that's just beautiful. Bottom of deck, Wheel of Fortune. If this is a job that you're leaving, this is a much better job here. If this is a romantic partner that you're leaving, this very well could be your next romantic partner. Take it slow. Don't rush. Okay, there's no reason to rush. What's meant to be will be yours, won't pass you by. But we had the Hierophant for this individual, and now we have a Hierophant here. So if you're leaving a job, it's a new job. You're leaving a community, it's a new community. If you're leaving a love partner, it could be a love partner here for you. If that's a friend, I feel like this is another friend. Wheel of Fortune, Justice, and the Page of Wands. And I was going to call it the detox card. Isn't that interesting? The Devil card where they're detoxed or unchained. So this is a healthy connection, healthy opportunity, healthy environment. healthy person who's now put on your path. And again, I feel like they're energetically free to come in because whoever this was is no longer occupying that energetic space. So congratulations, a month in advance. You'll have to come back in March and tell me what that is. I'm excited now to do your March reading to find out who or what that is. Go slow, okay? Whatever it is, you don't need to rush into it. I think that's how you ended up in that. I hate to call someone a mistake, but I think that's how you ended up in that tumultuous or toxic relationship. Maybe you rushed into it. So take all the time you need here, and even in March, I mean, the Hierophant is Taurus energy. Go slow with it. Although you seem to be quite passionate about the offer opportunity. Just go slow with it. It'll all work out for you. Let's get you 3 oracle cards now. Thank you. 1 here for the middle row and 1 here for that last row. Thank you. Remember I said detox instead of the devil card? You're detoxing your connections. That's exactly what you're doing. Quiet retreat, maybe spending more time alone, could be relocating. Maybe some of you in the month of February are choosing to go away for a weekend or an extended weekend just to kind of clear your mind. It is safe for you to receive. Yes, it is safe for you to receive love, abundance, opportunity again, and you're detoxing connections in your life. And then you have do the work. And that's what I was saying. Just process the ending, enjoy your alone time or, the new job or singlehood. Again, no need to rush into the new. It's there waiting for you. Take your time. Do the work instead, like the internal work that I see you doing here in that 5 of Pentacles. Can I get 3 oracle cards here? Wow. Okay, your first card is Supreme Protection. I feel like whoever this was or whatever this is had to be removed from your life. I think you were spiritually protected from that person. You're protected. Cords are being cut and you can move beyond the limitations now. Trust. Yeah, I think whatever happened there was divine intervention, and maybe that's what you need to see here. If you're wondering why this came to an end, it had to come to an end. You deserved better than that. Then have love and acceptance. Love is yours. Recognize your divine worth and choose loving thoughts. I think it's especially important for you when you're transitioning from something that's tumultuous or toxic, or maybe you've been fighting this for a long time. I think it's important for you to choose yourself, choose to love yourself. And that's what I mean by like doing the work and taking your time before you hop into the next thing. And then you have heart awakening, awaken to acceptance and divine love, give and receive and balance. Yeah, whatever that was not a balanced connection whatsoever. I think that's another reason why I had to come to an end. So let's close it off now with some kippers. 2 cards here for the top row. 2 cards here for the middle row. 2 cards here for the last row. I'm going to also pull for you, adjudication. For some of you, this is core or the severance of a soul bond connection. You have marriage in reverse and you have pathway. So there is a soul bond connection here that is coming to an end in the month of February. Again, I don't feel like this is anything new. So if you're watching this, you have no idea what I'm talking about, please don't panic. Just check another placement. This is specifically for those of you, this has been a long time coming. I just feel like this is, we're wrapping up this cycle quite quickly. I don't officially have the world card here, but I have your new beginning already here on the map, on the table, if you will. You then have distant horizons and you have child. I like this. You're rebirthing or birthing a whole new life, whole new chapter. The distant horizon card is a 3 to 6 month timing card for me. So some of you are looking to wrap up this connection in the course of the next 3 to 6 months, or possibly relocate, or you've been contemplating walking away from this job for the last 3 to 6 months, and now you're ready to do that and like birth a new career direction for yourself. And you have thief and you have great fortune. I told you, you're coming out of emotional or financial lack. Whatever this person thought they were going to take from you, no, you're getting it back. And I think you're getting back more than what you thought you would get. We have judication, we have concern, and we have sudden wealth. I told you, if this is a court case, it's turning in your favor, or there's a ruling here in your favor. If you're leaving a job, this is them needing to pay you out. Again, like I said, a severance pay or some kind of settlement, or sick days or vacation days that you haven't used. Or you're losing the job, either you're walking out or being fired, but then you're receiving some type of compensation. Like it could be unemployment or unemployment insurance or financial assistance from somewhere else. If this is inheritance, regarding like maybe a parental figure that has passed, I still feel like it's there's a ruling in your favor or a decision here in your favor. Can I get 2 cards, please, on the new opportunity or the new person coming in? Thank you. Told you. Message. Receive some kind of message. We saw the Page of Cups. I think we saw the Page of Pentacles as well. And then we have mature woman. You could be the mature woman, mature man. I don't read body parts, or this could just be the individual who's coming towards you. And then we have thoughts here at the bottom of the deck. Again, you're focused on something else. Can I have one more on that mature woman card? Yeah, false person. You're focused on something else. Maybe you're focused on the ending of this person, this false person, something like that. I would just expect a new person coming in. Again, I think you're I don't want to say you're fixated on this ending. I think you're becoming acclimated from the ending with this false person, or like I said, this toxic connection. We have another message card here. Occupation and toil and labor. Yeah, if you're leaving a job, this is a new job opportunity. If you're leaving a long-term connection in your life, I just think you're busy working on yourself. Like I said, getting acclimated to the changes. There is some remorse and regret that that connection just didn't work out, or that situation didn't work out. But what you don't see coming is there's someone else who is mature, who knows what they want or what they want to offer you, and you're receiving a message here with that offering. Go slow. I'm not saying this person is a false person or not a false person. They came out sideways. And I think your message here is just go slow. Let's see what the messages show up in March for you in regards to that person. But if you think you're losing your job, you're never going to find another one, you're wrong. Or if you think you're leaving this romantic partner and you're never going to find another one, you're wrong. There's someone new here on your path. I don't believe they're a false person. Actually, I want to relieve your concerns and mine. Can I get 3 cards, please, on that person? I think you're focused on that false person, because in the false person card, there's someone in the background here and they have a blindfold on. So again, I don't think you see the mature woman, mature man coming in, because you're focused on this. One more shuffle here. Thank you. 5 of Swords, the Sun card, and the Page of Pentacles. That's the person providing you with the offer opportunity, the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, again, I think you're busy walking away or restructuring your life or becoming acclimated from that person. I don't think you see this person coming in with this offer or opportunity. Page of Pentacles, 3 of Pentacles, Knight of Wands, and Tower. I told you, you don't see it coming. This is someone who wants to collaborate, build with you. Again, a friendship, a connection, or maybe even an employment opportunity or an investment opportunity as well. That is what I have for you, Pisces. New across the board, but it just looks like we're tying up some loose ends here with someone from the past who appears to be quickly exiting your life. Although if I were to speak to you one-on-one, you would probably say, Jen, it has not been that quick. I've been waiting forever for this. It looks like it's coming to an end and you have a new opportunity here now, like officially on the horizon. We're officially seeing it on the books. That is what I have for you, my dear, for February 2026. If you like that message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Oh my, at the end of the month, we are in your season. So if you're a February Piscean, I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday ahead of time. All right, my dear. Yeah, if those messages resonate with you, please click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. Thank you very much for being a time traveler. I do appreciate your support, and I hope that these messages help you with your journey. Until I read for you again, I'm sending you light, love, and peace.